All right, strap in because I'm about to take you guys on a wild ride. I just came across a Reddit account of somebody who lost nearly $1 million of their grandfather's money because they decided to gamble it on the DJT Donald Trump stock that is tied to his Truth Social app. And spoiler alert, the gamble does not pay off whatsoever. In fact, this dude documents every single step of him losing his life savings, or rather his grandfather's life savings that were passed down to him. And I can't tell whether I should cry, whether I should laugh. Honestly, let's be real. It is absolutely hilarious. And if more Trump supporters want to dump their money into the Trump coin or the Trump stock, I'm not opposed to it. I'll sit here and laugh. And that was not financial advice. I'm just saying I'm not opposed to it. So make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe, drop some blue hearts to help boost the stupidity of these people. And let's jump right in. So this is the first post that I came across. 4 days ago, he posted on the Wall Street Bets subreddit. It's basically a subreddit for stock trading. And he said, $1.2 million DJT inauguration YOLO. This may ruin my life. And of course, YOLO means you only live once. A lot of times stock traders will use that if they're about to make an admittedly dumb decision. If they're putting all of their eggs in one basket, all of their money into one risky stock, they say YOLO. You only live once. And it never, almost never ends up going their way. And you can see right here, he bought DJT, the DJT stock that is tied to the True Social app, and he bought $40 calls. That means he was gambling on whether or not the stock would hit $40. A call or a stock option is basically like placing a bet on whether a stock's price will go up or down without actually having to own the stock. So what this guy did is he put $1.2 million on the bet that the DJT stock would hit $40. And spoiler alert again, it does not hit $40. Let me take you through everything that happens. You can see right away he gets a little bit of clout. He gets 14,000 upvotes on Reddit. So he's like, okay, I'm going to keep posting. I'm going to keep posting my experience as I become rich, is what he thought. And you know, even if I go down to 7 days ago, this post from 7 days ago says, foreign adversaries will pump DJT to create a scandal around President Trump. So this seems to be some conspiratorial Trump supporter who thinks that foreign adversaries would buy a bunch of the stock to help create a scandal, as if we need adversaries to create a Trump scandal. He creates them all on his own. So his course of action was to put $1.2 million in 2 days before his inauguration, or 4 days ago in total. Today is the 22nd. And let's continue to scroll up and see what happens next. He then says, $1.2 million DJT inauguration YOLO, I am your Messiah. I am your Messiah is what he says. He then says, the DJT subreddit is pathetic. Why so much fear, uncertainty, and doubt? He said, I put $1.2 million in DJT calls, and half of you are acting like this is hopeless because it didn't pump enough before the big news. He's coping right here. He says, this has to rocket on Tuesday. There is always a halo around incoming presidents. Get out with the fear, uncertainty, and doubt because we are going to the moon. He also says Trump is the most powerful man in the world, and all eyes will be on him. So he was expecting a pump of the Truth Social stock going into the inauguration, but that is not what he got. He then said, this is not a good sign. I'm scared. This was 2 days ago. This is not a good sign, he says. I'm scared. And this post was removed. He then said, this is not a good sign for my $1.2 million DJT calls. I'm scared. Then he posts 2 days after that, what would you do after losing all of your money gambling? This is the Ask Reddit. He says, what would you do after losing all of your money gambling? And then someone said, brother, I sure hope you're not posting this because of your $1.2 million invested in Donald J. Trump calls. There is just no absolute shot. And someone responds, yes, it's at $35 and it's falling like a rock. Hopefully this wasn't all of his money. Someone said not all of his money. A lot of it was his grandpa's too. If you remember, just 2 minutes ago, what was the price that they wanted DJT to go to? $40. He was gambling on whether or not the stock would hit $40. And they say right here, $35 and falling like a rock. The stupidity is never ending, but it gets worse. It gets worse. He then uploaded a video of himself losing $500,000 of his grandpa's money. Let me throw on my headphones and let's watch this. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He's breathing heavily. Watch, watch. Oh my God. Here's what's happening. Let me back up for just 1 second. The stock market was opening at this exact time. If you look in the top left corner, you can see 9:29. Now, whatever time zone he's in, the stock market opens at 9:30. So when the stock market opens, your options will update. They'll immediately update in front of your eyes, and his total return of 128,000, actually minus 128,000, begins to skyrocket. Just watch. Watch this total return indicator right here when the stock market opens. Keep your eyes on where my mouse is. There we go. It opens. Boom. Oh.
My life is ruined.
Negative 360K. He's down 360K. Dude, just cut your losses at this point. Just cut your losses at this point.
My wife, she's gonna leave me.
My wife is gonna leave me. This dude is losing his mind. Watch. Then it goes to negative 400,000. Minus $400,000 because you can see the stock price kept dropping. And I'm going to try to explain this as simply as possible. With options, you're oftentimes on a time limit. There's an expiration date. So as you near that expiration date, the options drop in value. You can see right here, the expiration date is not until March, but his break-even price, the price that DJT needs to reach for him to break even, is now $47. So he continues to lose more and more money. We just watched him lose $500,000 in real time of his grandpa's money. But let's continue to scroll up. He said, I'm still holding, and I will make all of my grandpa's money back. Now, honestly, this is just psychological at this point. Like when you're this deep in a hole, and this is coming from somebody who's experienced this. I one time tried to buy an option, but it was like a $20 option just to see what would happen. And once you lose money, you try to double down and make it back. So I remember I was like, okay, I'm just gonna buy one more $20 option. And then I'm like, okay, I'm losing on that. If I can just take one more swing and hit a home run, then I'm break even and I'm back to $50 in total or whatever. And long story short, I'm never touching options again, especially short-term options. But this dude is having this psychological effect on a larger scale. He says, I'm still holding, and I will make all of my grandpa's money back. He then says, on the problem gambling subreddit, which is for gambling addicts, he said, I do not have a gambling problem. I do not have a gambling problem. Even though he said in this post that is now removed, even if I lose everything and become homeless, I will go down with the ship. Somebody said, this is such a terrible wreck, I can't look away. Someone said, hey, you clearly have a gambling problem. Very clearly, right? Okay, let's continue going up. Now he is down 700,000. Remember, just a minute ago, he was down 460,000. Now it's 700,000. And you can see that the DJT price is down to 34.50. Keep in mind, he was wanting it to reach $40 with his calls. This is straight up gambling. And he titled this, I'm going to lose everything in DJT. Let's go up one more. He said, I've lost 700,000. What the fuck do I do? Boom, right here, total return, minus $700,000. Oof, the market value is now $500,000. I'm curious, before I go on, how many of you know about options? How many of you know the ins and outs of options and calls? I just want to see if you guys are following along right here. He then posted, the last post was a few hours ago. He said, I lost $700,000 and my wife wants to divorce me. Can she come after me for the losses? He posted this in legal advice. Is he going to post again in the gambling problem subreddit and say, I definitely don't have a gambling problem? Okay, now let's read some of these comments. Someone said, any negligent/reckless mismanagement of marital assets will surely come up in the divorce and impact the final division of any remaining assets. He then said, the assets were in my account though, not a joint account. In this situation, there would be no assets left. Can she make me owe her reparations or something? And someone said, individual bank accounts are almost always considered marital property unless the money comes from something that isn't considered marital property like an inheritance. Do yourself a favor and stop being stupid and take the money out of this obvious grift before you do more irreparable harm to your finances and family. Okay, now we're just getting deep into the legality of this divorce, but man, I am hooked on this story, and it's funny. I can't tell if it's funny or it's sad, but it's largely funny because how are you going to gamble your grandpa's life savings on the Donald J. Trump Truth Social stock? It is beyond parody, and I will leave it at that. I hope you guys enjoyed the story. Drop a like, subscribe. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace out. Why didn't you do that as first for
With more on all of it, Larry Kudlow, host of Kudlow. Larry, let's start out real big picture, okay? Because I like what you're talking about here. Two and a half days in, and you've already got the beginnings of basically a reinvention of government.
Yes, Mr. Trump is using executive orders to essentially roll back virtually the entire Biden administration policy framework. Essentially, he's hitting everything. I'm just sitting here making a list. Woke DEI gone. Climate war against fossil fuels gone. Open border gone. Transforming the government, disempowering the bureaucracy, disempowering the regulators. You can see he's firing people in the Justice Department and elsewhere. He can do that. Complete change in tariff policy, using tariffs to negotiate, but also America first, but also USMCA may have to be redone. China is coming. Foreign taxes. Trump's always said to me when we were in the first term, no foreign government can apply taxes to American businesses. So all these Janet Yellen deals with the OECD are now now out the window. The tax bill will be extended into one big, beautiful bill. You can see the House and Senate are coming together on that. They'll have all that done probably by Memorial Day. I mean, it's a remarkable demonstration of activism by the chief executive. Activism is what he's doing, and he's using important tools to get it done without waiting 6 months, without waiting 18 months, without waiting 4 years, getting it done now as the great businessman that he is would mitigate every time. Don't wait. Do it right now, and they're going to enforce it as their appointees take over the cabinet department.
I want to talk about the right now. Stan Druckenmiller, I think, put it best in terms of the revolution you just talked about. He said we've just gone from the most anti-business administration to the most pro-business administration he's seen in his lifetime. He said CEOs are giddy almost with enthusiasm. Part of that is the investment from private companies. It is government money is always secondary to private capital. You saw that with the big AI infrastructure investment with OpenAI, SoftBank, Oracle. It's not really, though, I think in your words about that deal, but more of what it signifies. Am I right?
Absolutely right. Private investment dwarfs government assistance. Oh, it dwarfs it. And it does so, presumably, on a rate of return cost-benefit analysis, which governments never do. I was very pleased to see Stan Druckenmiller's quote. He's an old friend of mine. He's a very smart guy and a brilliant money manager. And it's right. And it'll be pro-business. But it'll play with, I mean, Mr. Trump's not breaking laws here. He's just saying business can do it better. He's incentivizing business by removing regulations. He will get to the tax cuts. Good news on one big, beautiful bill was in the newspapers today. I'd love to see the 15% corporate tax down. Even 21's good, 15's better if you make it here.
Right.
And the business about AI, you know, if these guys don't get it done, others will come in and get it done. AI is here to stay. It's going to be a bonanza for business investment. And the returns from AI in terms of productivity, growth, and wages. I was interested to read about the application to cancer, for example, that Sam Altman talked about. It's above my pay grade, but I love reading about it.
And he also understands you need the energy to be able to power the AI, and they are working on that. But Larry, on your long list of things that he's immediately doing, you mentioned the tariffs as a negotiating tool. So Mexico and Canada, 25%, potentially February 1st. There's still 8 days to go, so I have to believe that they're having conversations. But then also China floating a 10% tariff there. Where do you think we sort of settle out with all of this?
Look, I think the most immediate issue, this is my read, okay, Mexico and Canada have to play ball on the borders, both borders. They've got to play ball. So far, they've done virtually nothing, particularly Mexico. The authorities there, President Sheinbaum thinks it's a joke. She's making snippety little comments. Remain in Mexico, which was so important and so successful in the first term, would be much more efficient and effective if Mexico put back the 25,000 troops that AMLO put back. I mean, AMLO was a socialist also, but he was a realist, okay? Trump, I think, is she doesn't think that Trump is serious. Wait and see. He'll put 25% on manufacturers, on automobiles that are snuck in by China. I mean, I don't know that they're going to renegotiate USMCA in 10 days. I don't see that happening. But I think on these specific matters, if he has to break USMCA in order to protect the border, look, border economy, then add to that electricity and power, as you just said, Jackie. These are huge items, okay? And this is stuff that he is quite serious
about. But that's, you know, you mentioned what does a business guy do? A business guy goes fast. By the way, 8 days in the Trump presidency is like an eternity. How much can you do in 8 days?
I'm exhausted covering it.
I know. We got to eat our Wheaties every morning just to get through this.
I don't know what I'm going to do. I was headline after headline.
But like a business guy, okay, you got USMCA. It's not technically up until 2026.
Right.
But he says, throw it into the soup.
Well,
because it's another point of leverage for him, right? That's how you get things done with people. You open it up again. That's what he wants to do with USMCA.
One of the issues with the USMCA that I'm sure he wants to deal with is how China is sneaking stuff in through Mexico.
Right.
Okay, manufacturing stuff. And, of course, let's not forget fentanyl, which is so important. You know, however many, 100,000 deaths a year or more, whatever the right number is. So he will go after that. I think probably he has President Sheinbaum in his sights. Canada's political story is in complete disarray. I mean, Trump kneecapped Justin Trudeau, and that ended his career. So I don't know what government is in Canada, what they're going to do. But I think this is aimed really heavily at Mexico and the China factor. And, of course, don't forget also, China puts the raw materials for fentanyl and other drugs running out inside of Mexico. You've got these factories and so forth. And we will use military force if necessary. But again, all these things are being done through executive orders. Look, Biden tried the same thing. I mean, Biden had 90 executive orders right away.
Yep.
It was on the wrong side of the trade.
Yeah, they all went the wrong way.
Wrong side of Biden. It was on the wrong side of the border, rather. It was on the wrong side of climate change. Trump is like doubling that and then some. Okay, he's raising the ante.
And
we like that.
He's going the other direction. Larry says he can't keep up. He's the only guy in America who can keep up with Trump.
I think
he's here.
It's exhausting.
He'll be on at 4. He's ready to go. Larry, thanks for being here.
Thanks
Good
for
to see you, sir.
me.
You bet.
Something is rotten in the state of.
But there are many things behind the scenes. We recently reported on government advisor Elon Musk exploiting his role to promote the crypto he owns. What you're looking at is part of our coverage on that previously. He named his government group after his cryptocurrency coin, which is named after a dog, which is why you see that image on screen when we reported on it, which is really no different than trying to rename a government department after Coke or Tesla. I mention that because now Musk's taxpayer-funded .gov website for his Trump policy group promotes the same crypto coin. Again, you see a different version of that dog. So day one, Donald Trump's chosen advisor, Elon Musk, is taking your taxpayer dollars and promoting his crypto businesses, stuff that he owns. He owns some of that. And the product, which is a crypto coin with this dog here, has nothing to do with cutting government spending or anything related. He's not even pretending. It's just a blatant grift. And we documented that then. Trump is clearly now echoing this approach. He's just launched a new digital currency, which may show where some of his focus has been, even as he begins the big job of president. And this is a big deal. This is not just some sort of side concern or like selling, T-shirts and merchandise. We are in kind of the Trump honeymoon period here. We are on, the first full day, and yet the conservative Murdoch-owned Wall Street Journal already blowing the whistle, noting Trump benefits directly from the sale of these new crypto tokens, while setting the very federal policies that affect how these crypto markets are valued and regulated. So for a financial publication and its readers in Wall Street, that's an obvious conflict of interest, even if you like other policies of the incoming president. As for Donald Trump, before I tell you more about this coin and how it affects you and how they're using taxpayer dollars to line their own pockets, remember, Donald Trump has been a longtime critic of these digital currency operations. He's dubbed them scams.
Bitcoin, it just seems like a scam. I don't like it because it's another currency competing against the dollar. Potentially a disaster waiting to happen. They may be fake. Who knows what they are? I'm a big fan of the dollar. I'm a big fan of our currency, and I don't want to have other currencies coming out and hurting or demeaning the dollar.
I think it's a very dangerous thing.
Again, quoting Donald Trump, it's dangerous, it's a scam, and it hurts or competes with the United States dollar. On that last point, there are many people involved with traditional currency in the U.S. Treasury who agree with that concern. And now he's president, where he's supposed to be focused on helping you, the country, as he said in the address yesterday, and of course, the United States Treasury and the dollar. And yet he has just launched, coming into this weekend, this unregulated Trump digital coin. It is his own cryptocurrency. They're selling it as kind of the official one, although there's more than one Trump-related coin. I can get to that. This is a cryptocurrency product that people can buy and sell. And again, if you buy at one price and sell at another, a lot of the money, the value is coming from people investing in this, whether they're Trump fans or people want to curry favor with them, with him and his team. And people could lose a lot of money on this as well. It's a big story.
The profit president, Donald Trump, cashes in on his own crypto coin.
Trump profiting from all these schemes in office, from the Middle East apartment towers to the trash coin Ponzi-like schemes that he's launching.
I literally bought $1 million worth of Trump like 30 minutes ago. We're already up $195,000.
The coin reached $9 billion in market value over the weekend, but faces scrutiny over a lack of investor transparency.
Trump launching his very own meme coin wasn't crazy enough. 4 hours ago, Melania Trump just did the same.
Listen, it'll go up and it'll go down, but also it is a central clearing station for bribery.
The Trump coin is worth $38 with a valuation of about $7 billion today. That is essentially cut in half from yesterday's peak $75 and $14 billion valuation. Volatile and risky.
Very volatile. It is illegal for politicians to take too much money in campaign contributions or to ever take direct gifts in exchange for what they do in office. You heard a former Trump aide there refer to the risk of bribery. When you look at the price, Trump dropped the coin Friday. It went up very high to 75. It's now dropped to 41. At one point, Trump's crypto holdings were roughly maybe up to 89% of his net worth, although it's hard to get exact figures from him on that. Trump was also asked about this currency. Take a listen.
Well, I don't know if it benefited. I don't know where it is. I don't know much about it other than I launched it. I heard it was very successful. I haven't checked it. Where is it today?
You made a lot of money, sir.
How much?
Several $1 billion, it seems like, in the last several days.
Several billion? That's peanuts for these guys.
That's Donald Trump. You'll notice someone who often takes a lot of credit for a lot of things, including business activities, you're getting a different answer there. He sounds like he doesn't want to get into it. He wants to joke it off. He wants to minimize it. He's not read in. But when you read his books and you listen to his past interviews and other witness testimony, he's been very involved in even smaller transactions than that. I mean, he signs his own checks at the tune of $50,000 and $100,000, which many billionaires don't. So that's his current answer in defense, kind of pretending or saying that he's not involved that much, doesn't know what's going on. But Trump also oversees the entire federal regulatory system, which regulates, investigates, and even prosecutes misconduct in these areas, which include cyber and digital currency. Note that Trump's company says this new coin is not intended to be an investment opportunity. Mark Cuban, who has generally been receptive to the prospect of crypto in some forms being positive, says this one is a matter of time until people lose money. This is not crypto any more than Madoff was buying and selling shares of stock. He's alleging that basically this is far from the benefits of possible independent international crypto and is much more like a Ponzi scheme. That's Cuban's view. Now, by the 2024 campaign, Donald Trump had shifted from what I showed you before. He went from saying crypto was a, quote, scam to promising to be the crypto president, and the U.S. would become the crypto capital of the planet. And so the question here is not what is the perfect crypto policy, which you would want your government to figure out to defend you, because we've seen a lot of financial malfeasance out there. Everyone remembers the mortgage-induced crash of 2009, which affected a heck of a lot of people who had nothing to do with those initial investments. But that's not even where we are. Tonight, we have to ask, as Elon Musk and Donald Trump launch personal products related to their government power to enrich themselves, whether huge federal policies that affect you and your livelihood could be completely rewritten or thrown out the window to benefit the private interests of some people who are already very, very rich.
I know I said buckle up on Monday, but I'm going to maybe invoke the airbags today because we have brand new reporting on what the New York Times describes as the, quote, roadmap for retribution. It's an executive order cloaked in Orwellian doublespeak that could lay the groundwork for prosecutions of Biden administration officials and Trump's political critics. The Times reports this of the order titled Ending the Weaponization of the Federal Government. Quote, Trump's new executive order directs the Attorney General and the Director of National Intelligence to investigate the previous administration's actions with the aim of unearthing political bias in the agencies they oversee, as well as in others, like the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Federal Trade Commission. They will then report back to the White House, quote, with recommendations for appropriate remedial actions. Now, what this amounts to is an attempt to put Trump's words to paper and action.
But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. I think the people know it's a political persecution. It's a political hoax. They've weaponized the Justice Department. They've weaponized the FBI.
That is just a minuscule fraction of the times that Donald Trump has alleged that the government was weaponized against him. He said it over and over and over and over again without ever presenting a single scrap of evidence. In light of all that, the outcome of the search for political bias appears to be preordained by Donald Trump, and this executive order is just part of a series of actions intended to punish critics, to silence them, and to embolden and empower his allies. More from the Times reporting, quote, they included a highly unusual separate order that stripped the security clearances of dozens of former intelligence officials whom Trump has viewed as his political enemies. Another order gave the White House authority to grant immediate top secret security clearance to any official for up to 6 months, circumventing the traditional background process managed by the FBI and the intelligence community. It also includes stripping Secret Service protection for John Bolton. He's Trump's former national security advisor turned fervent critic. Bolton has been the target of death threats from Iran. In a statement, Bolton said this, quote, I am disappointed but not surprised that Trump has made this decision. Notwithstanding my criticisms of President Biden's national security policies, he nonetheless made the decision to once again extend Secret Service protection to me in 2021. The Justice Department filed criminal charges against an Iranian Revolutionary Guard official in 2022 for attempting to hire a hitman to target me. That threat remains today, as also demonstrated by the recent arrest of someone trying to arrange for Trump's own assassination. The American people can judge for themselves which president made the right call. That's just one of the many ways that we know about that Team Trump plans to strike at their critics. New York Times reports this, quote, even where the internal inquiries ordered by Trump do not lead to investigations or prosecutions, they could yield information that he could use to publicly criticize or harass federal workers or officials he perceives as enemies, a practice he employed regularly during his first term and appears to be continuing. The New York Times describes the building blocks of the retribution campaign as, quote, payback dressed up in the language of victimhood. And no single MAGA fellow traveler exemplifies that better than at this moment, than the newly pardoned leader of the Proud Boys, Enrique Tarrio. Listen to him.
We went through hell, and I'm going to tell you, it was worth it, because what we stood for and what those guys stood for was what we've been fighting for and what we saw yesterday on the inauguration stage. We need people like Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and the rest of Trump's cabinet to right all these wrongs. Well, now it's our turn. Now it's our turn. I'm happy that the president's focusing not on retribution and focusing on success, but I will tell you that I'm not going to play by those rules. The people who did this, they need to feel the heat. They need to be put behind bars, and they need to be prosecuted.
Donald Trump laying the groundwork to turn the executive branch into a personal political weapon is where we start today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. New York Times Washington investigative correspondent Mark Mazzetti's here, one of the reporters bylined on that reporting we read from. Also joining us, Assistant Attorney General for National Security at the Justice Department, now an MSNBC legal analyst. Mary McCord is here. She's the co-host of the podcast Main Justice, along with Andrew Weissman, a former top official at the Department of Justice, also an MSNBC legal analyst. Mark Mazzetti, the reporting that you and your colleague Mike Schmidt have in the paper today is, I guess John Bolton captures it, right? Disturbing but not surprising, or harrowing but not a shock. Talk about what it means, the sort of policy direction that has now been greenlit and unearthed for the Department of Justice.
Well, I think one of the things that you're seeing from these executive orders is that this is a much more carefully thought out plan to go after potential enemies than was carried out in the first Trump term. As you recall, there were these haphazard efforts. Trump would tweet about the FBI, efforts by Congressman Devin Nunes to investigate so-called political bias, eventually leading up to the Durham investigation, which didn't conclude on President Trump's political timetable. This time around, from day one from the Oval Office, these executive orders show a plan not only to sort of root out what they see as bias, but also to send a message and also to test the loyalty of people in the intelligence agencies, in the Justice Department. And so these things are all kind of a piece, and it shows that they've thought this out for some time and plan to act on it.
Mark, what is the inclusion of the DNI and the edict that she investigate her agency for bias? What is that about? What is that rooted in? What is Trump's perceived grievance there?
Well, a lot of this goes back really to the very beginning, right? This view that not only in the Justice Department, but also in the intelligence agencies, there's this so-called deep state of anti-Trump sentiment that is trying to undermine his agenda, right? That this exists in the CIA, in other intelligence agencies, and this needs to be rooted out. I should add, of course, that this also is perceived to exist at the National Security Council. You recall in the first term, the NSC detailees from the CIA, the Pentagon, et cetera, were kind of seen as the locus of anti-Trump support and many of the key witnesses of the first impeachment about Ukraine, right? So you see a lot of the NSC detailees today getting sent home. And so the executive order Monday night about the security clearances, which was basically we can give anyone a clearance who we want, in part is a way to get what they see as their own people into the White House and the NSC and rooting out the career people because they're seen as, many of them are seen as disloyal. So these are all part of a plan and it's all of a piece.
I mean, Mary, there were no enemies of Donald Trump's at the Department of Justice or the FBI or the CIA. There were people who were loyal to U.S. national security objectives, to congressionally approved military aid for U.S. allies, to the facts and the truth. And I wonder what it means that the order adopts the language of politicization in such an inverted manner.
Well, I mean, it's not surprising given everything that Donald Trump said during the during the campaign. But it is a little bit ironic that sort of the title is about ending weaponization, and the mechanism for apparently ending it is to actually engage in weaponization of the Department of Justice, or at least that seems to be the intent here. To your question about the career men and women of the Department of Justice and of our intelligence community, these are mission-oriented people who, like you said, their allegiance is to the Constitution, rule of law, protecting national security, and they are very apolitical. I mean, I've worked with law enforcement, prosecutors, and national security officials, intelligence community for decades within the Department of Justice, and rarely did I have any idea what political party my colleagues even were members of. It just was not something discussed. Many of us who'd been there for long times had worked under Republican administrations, Democratic administrations, and it didn't change the mission, right? The mission was to protect national security and to do so in a way that protects also constitutional rights that are so fundamental to America. So everything that he's suggesting doing in this executive order just sort of turns that on its head. I'll note also that it also shows you that any independence, between the Department of Justice and the White House, the things that we've talked about on other shows of yours, seems to be gone, because he's not asking for a review by the Attorney General and a report to the Attorney General so that the Attorney General can make recommendations. He's asking for a review by the Attorney General and a report to him so that he can decide what he wants to direct the Department of Justice to do. And similarly with the intelligence community. So this is not the only executive order that actually directs conduct by the Department of Justice. The direction to dismiss cases against all of the January 6th attackers, the pending cases, people who were not pardoned or had their sentences commuted, that was also a direct order to the Department of Justice. So I agree with Mike. All of this is part of a much bigger plan.
Welcome back. Major banks kicking off fourth quarter earnings season with surging profits. Bank of America reporting a double beat, more than doubling its profits to $6.67 billion. Take a look at the numbers. Investment banking fees skyrocketing 44% to $1.7 billion. The stock this morning moving fractionally, as you will see here. And joining me right now from Davos is the chairman and CEO of Bank of America, Brian Moynihan. Brian, great to see you.
It's great to be here again on a beautiful, looks like it's been another beautiful day here.
Yeah, it's actually warmer here than it is in New York. Unbelievable.
I think a lot warmer.
Yeah, exactly. But I want to get your take on the new policies that we're talking about. A lot of people are excited about deregulation for the banking sector. Is that the group, do you believe, in your business is the biggest beneficiary of some of these policies coming out of the Trump administration?
I think it's across the board. When we were sitting here last year, the issue of business, there was inflation and interest rates, but another big issue was the amount of regulation in small to medium-sized companies and in the banking system and in large companies. And the feeling is that will now swing back to more normalcy. It swung way too far. In the last administration, we tried to explain to them that was going to cause them troubles because I've said to people, our workers do a great job for our clients. If you come in and say they're all, doing bad things and stuff, it's just not true, and they don't believe it. And so the idea of bringing that regulation back has spawned a lot. The ability to get deals done has spawned a lot. Will we be beneficiaries in our industry? I hope, because we have excess capital, excess liquidity, all this stuff. That'll be helpful. But I think it's more important that the general economy feels a little bit of relief on regulation across the board. The ability to get deals done. American companies can now go out domestically and around the world and be the kings that they're supposed to be.
So what specific regulations do you think were the most onerous? Is this largely about holding capital, Basel III? What specifically do you want to see changed?
In the banking side?
Yes.
It's kind of all the above. So to make it straightforward, in 2019, when people thought we had enough capital, and it was said by all the chairs of the Fed and every capital industries, right, to now we went up about 20-25% for the same risk. And the reason why is behind the scenes, all these rules kept ratcheting up, and nobody was saying, wait a second. The GSIB, which is a tedious concept for most Americans, but it wasn't indexed.
These are the globally most important banks.
Right, and it wasn't indexed. It was supposed to be indexed. And so I think our appeal to them was, wait, just keep, the idea is we have lots of capital, we have lots of liquidity. 4 or 5 years ago, we helped you recover from the pandemic. We helped you through the regional banking crisis. It's clear that we don't need more capital because someone in Europe calculates something very differently and thinks that the numbers are the same when they're not close. So, and if you said it's 100 basis points for us, that's $200-300 billion of loans we could make, and that would be good for America. So we have to keep the cost-benefit analysis much more fine-tuned. So it's capital, it's liquidity, it's the regulatory impact on consumer regulations. It's regulatory impact on not allowing banking mergers. That's not important for us because we're not doing, but not allowing banking mergers to take place, because at the end of the day, the consolidation has to take place by the choice of the customers, the clients. If they want to sell, fine, and they can sell to somebody. But the scale of institutions has moved, and you got to have to be competitive. You got to move, or you got to have a different business model, and both will survive. But right now, they weren't letting one happen just because they said they didn't like people getting bigger.
Yeah. Well, for some reason, they were against anybody getting bigger. The deals, and that's about to change. President Trump changing the leadership in all of these agencies, from the FTC to the DOJ. So let me get your take on 2025. You were on a panel yesterday called The U.S. Economy in 2025. What would you expect in terms of M&A, in terms of capital markets businesses like IPOs?
So if you look broadly, the backdrop now from our research team, which is the best in the world, is 2.4% growth for GDP in the United States in 25. They probably added 100 basis points to that aggregate growth rate over the last 6 to 8 months. And that's, last year we were talking about soft landings. No, it's just trend growth. And so that's a good backdrop. Without having to take the risk of getting approvals through, that means deals will go through. So the M&A pipeline was full. There's a lot of conversation taking place. You just couldn't complete a transaction. And then the second thing is a lot of private equity firms had IPOs ready to go and needed to get into the market, but with the strength of the market, 2 years of 20% type of increases, where the IPOs have gone out in the market, and they have to be companies that earn money and have a good or being very discrete businesses. Those are getting done and they're trading up. Therefore, that says the capital can be put to work. So all that bodes well. You saw investment banking fees up 44% fourth quarter over last year's fourth quarter, nearly that for the year. But the enthusiasm by our team for what's ahead of it is far greater than it was in the fourth quarter because that was sort of under the old regime.
And I guess in the last quarter, you just reported your global markets business was showing growth for the 11th quarter?
11th quarter in a row. You had Jim DeMar on a few weeks ago, and 11 quarters in a row, year-over-year growth, which is a steady growth rate. Jim and the team have done a great job. So Matthew on investment banking has done a great job. Jim on the trading side, and we just keep growing that business. $900 billion of balance sheet deployed for our clients, and he does a great job. But they keep walking up. Some people go up and down more by market conditions, but our job is to continuously grow that every year, and he's done a good job doing it.
And of course, you came into this company at a terrible time during the global financial crisis.
Remember,
oh, I remember it. And it was scary. During the global financial crisis, you are now celebrating January 1st will be your 15th year at B of A. What incredible growth on your watch. Tell me how the environment is different today.
Well, look, in those times, we weren't sure whether the industry was going to survive or how it was going to be structured. We weren't sure whether the governments around the world were going to be able to withstand this. We weren't sure the consumers that would over-leverage were going to have. And we worked through all that. And for the last 10 years, it's been about organic growth in our company. And what we take pride in as a management team is our customer scores are highest, our employee scores are highest, the business organic growth is strong. And that's generated $27 billion round numbers in earnings last year. And that's success.
That's incredible. And I know when you first came in, you had to cut expenses. How are you controlling expenses today? You've been conservative in terms of controlling expenses your whole career at B of A. How do you do that while also ensuring that you're seeing growth?
Here at Davos, the only other topic beside what's going on in America, what's going on in election that is discussed is AI. And at the end of the day, AI is a continuation of the digitization. So when the management team took over, and I took over in 2010, we had about 290,000 employees. We went up to 305,000. We have 213,000 today. The nominal dollars of expense we ran on 24, $67 billion or whatever it was, is the same as we ran the company on in 2016. The compensation levels are up, even from 19 to now, up 25 to 30%. So how'd you do that? Automating processes, taking out work that doesn't need to be done, and then plugging the money into growth. So we spend $4+ billion in technology initiatives every year. We probably spent $2 billion back then. And so you just keep taking money out, using that automation, digitization, to changing customer behavior, Zelle, deposits of checks. All the different techniques allowed us to continue to take expenses out of things that weren't providing the value the customer wanted, the client wanted, and plow it into the back. And even in the trading business, Jim and the team took the break even per quarter down by $1 billion. So when you were talking to him, he said, it's not only revenue growth, it's profit growth, and that's what he's been able to drive too.
Yeah, and I guess rates have had an impact. I mean, we saw a little spike at the end of last year, and we're still talking about mortgage rates that are up there. What is the state of housing right now and mortgages?
So if you think about where the higher rate structure really affects America's people and businesses, it's around housing and a little bit on autos and the consumer side, and around small business and middle-sized companies borrowing because they borrow on lines of credit. So when SOFR was 50 basis points and you put 300 or 400 basis points of spread on top of it, now you had 500 basis points. That's a lot more borrowing costs. So those two areas had the most effect, and that's what the drag. Housing, we originated $5 or $6 billion last quarter. It's been kind of steady, so that's kind of a rollover, natural thing. Rates, I think part of it is for 15 years we had such a low rate structure. It's just getting people used to it. This is okay. You're earning more. You're going to be able to pay more, but getting that in sync from a visceral level. When I have a 3% mortgage and I want to move to another house, I'm going to pay 7. That's crazy. But the reality is 7's more normal than 3. And so it'll take a while to work through the system, but it will keep housing a little bit slowed down for a while, other than the usual things of people just moving up or don't have a house and have to get a house because they had kids or something. Those things will go on. But the idea of incremental, a lot of movement in housing is going to take the rates coming down or stabilizing here for long enough, people honestly just get used to it.
Well, you're right. I mean, it became sticker shock, right? So people want to buy the house, want to take out the mortgage, and then they realize what it's going to cost them every month. Does that play out in that way that then they say, okay, it's too expensive, I'm walking away from this mortgage?
No, the delinquencies are really at all-time lows. So
no, but in terms of when they want to take it out, then they realize the payments, then they can't do it.
Well, they just don't buy the house. Right. They don't move up. Nobody doesn't pay you because they don't decide not to pay. It's usually they get sick or divorced or something happened to them, or laid off or something. So the American consumer and credit side is in very good shape. The charge-offs in our company, 50-odd basis points last quarter, and everybody says, well, it's come up. It's come up to a level sort of around 2019, which was a 50-year low in the company's history. So this is a very benign credit cycle, and we made it through some really interesting things. The pandemic, the regional banks, the unemployment rose in the pandemic. It took a while to get down. So credit's pretty good. Commercial real estate's still working through, but getting in better shape each quarter. For us, it's never been a problem, and the charge-offs have fallen for 3 quarters in a row. So we feel good about the credit.
Brian, do you want to say anything about this OCC consent order against B of A in terms of the Bank Secrecy Act? Investors are talking about it.
Well, that comes out of an examination a year plus ago, and we've done all the work. And we spent a lot of money last year sort of improving our processes, which were pretty good. And it's just work.
Let me end where we began in terms of investing in America right now. A massive investment. President Trump announced $500 billion in AI and data centers. Do you see more of that? Are people poised from the people you're talking with and your clients to invest in America?
Well, if you go back to the first Trump administration and the tax changes. That brought America's tax rate down to where it's competitive. America always has great final demand, big market, biggest economy in the world, growing, et cetera. America has good business conditions in terms of talented people, worker flexibility, and all those types of things. And then the other thing it has is it had the tax rate was out of line and it came down. So you put all that together, it was a great place to invest. You go in and say, now I'm going to move the regulation back, and now I'm going to create even better conditions. The investment, when you talk to the people around here from all over the world, business, it's the number one place to invest, not by a little bit, by a lot.
Wow, that makes a lot of sense to me with adding deregulation on top of everything else. Brian, it's great to have you this morning.
It's great to be here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bank of America Chairman and CEO.
All right, now more on the breaking news we first brought you at the top of the newscast. The Pentagon will begin deploying as many as 1,500 active duty troops to help secure the southern border in the coming days.
Deportations in cities like New York could start soon. Our Jessica Formoso joins us now. And Jess, you actually sat down with the commissioner of the mayor's office of immigrant affairs. What do they have to say?
Yeah, Natasha, see, that's right. I did. And there's a lot of unknowns. Our local officials can't give us concrete answers as to what could happen in the coming days. Multiple reports say raids will start in Chicago and then New York. What we do know is the mayor is talking to ICE officials about migrants who have committed crimes. The question is, if mass deportations take place in our city, what would it look like, and does the city have a plan?
On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program.
Before he was sworn in, President Donald Trump was vocal about initiating the largest mass deportation in U.S. history. And in his first day in office,
all illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came.
While details of how and when are scarce, the commander-in-chief has said he plans to mobilize the U.S. military to enforce the operation, an operation that has many migrants on edge.
No me siento seguro.
I do not feel safe. I do not feel safe. Jason Gonzalez arrived in New York City from Venezuela with his wife and 3 children in October. They've been in the city's care ever since. First placed in Floyd Bennett Field, a makeshift shelter on a national park, which is federal property.
Teníamos mucho temor.
We were very afraid because these are federal lands where we fear that with President Trump's return to the presidency, we could witness raids here. That shelter was closed earlier this month. So what would mass deportations look like across the country?
They're talking about workplace raids, family separations, strict restrictions on new immigrants, and potentially deporting, they say, 11 to 20 million people.
We have more than 16 million people in the United States who don't have full rights to be here.
Musafir Chisti is an attorney and senior fellow and director of the Migration Policy Institute at New York University School of Law. He believes deportations will happen. As to how many people could be deported, that remains to be seen.
I think you have to take the administration on its word that there will be some kind of mass deportation. What mass is, no one knows.
Laws, due process, he says, need to be followed, but the fear is real among the community. Jason worries schools and other sensitive locations may be targets. We are training our children to know what to do if something happens. It makes me very afraid that they could pick me up in the streets and never make it back home to my children. We are placing all their documentation in their backpacks, telephone numbers, so that they are prepared.
It's important not to allow panic set in.
Manuel Castro is the commissioner of the mayor's office of immigrant affairs. Over the last 2.5 years, he says over 220,000 asylum seekers have arrived in New York City. Today, 51,000 remain under the city's care. That's not counting the hundreds of thousands of undocumented immigrants living for years across our city.
Does the city have a plan?
First thing is to make sure that our city staff at all levels is trained on our sanctuary laws and our sanctuary city policies. Now, as city employees, we cannot cooperate with enforcement, but we also cannot interfere with enforcement.
But what will the city do if such plan is carried out?
There is only so much we can do to protect immigrants. The federal government has said they will enforce immigration law whether they receive support from cities or not.
Has the mayor or yourself or anyone in the administration been able to speak to the incoming administration? Have they been able to prepare you for anything?
There's so much that's still unknown.
Mayor Adams, who has met with President Trump, has been vocal about deporting migrants who have committed violent crimes.
People who commit these violent crimes must be addressed. And that is our conversation with ICE.
For now, all Jason and his family can do is be prepared. The first few weeks are going to be very scary for all of us.
Now, I did ask the commissioner if they have a plan in place if families are separated. Will there be a place for them to go to get information? The commissioner told me they are thinking through what that scenario might look like.
Yeah, so interesting.
Yeah, thanks, Jessica.
And I mean, the migrant crisis unfolding minute by minute. And this is something, Steph, that you've been covering from the very beginning. Most recently, you were at the northern border. What can you tell us about what people are saying?
Yeah, so it's been a long time. I worked in South Texas, as all of you know, at the southern border for almost 4 years. I watched people cross the border in search of that better life. I saw Border Patrol and ICE taking action at the front lines. In Florida, I covered the complexities of immigration and obviously the migrant crisis here. Given the climate, Jessica and I have been collaborating to really round out the coverage as now we look at what this new administration, Jess, is promising. That's right. And, you know, in the coming days, we're going to have a lot more stories. Stephanie's going to be looking at sanctuary cities, the laws, how they protect migrants. And, you know, we are now learning that there are some protections in place, not many, though. Also, I was at ICE headquarters this week, a long line out there, also immigration court. So we're going to take a look at the backlog, which we're talking about millions of cases, which is why, you know, there's such a big backlog. So we'll have a lot more in the coming days for you guys.
Yeah, very interesting. All right, thank you so much.
Clearly is the only eyewear retailer in Canada that offers direct billing online and in stores. All you have to do.
Well, welcome back. President Trump and Vice President Vance meeting with House and Senate Republicans yesterday on Capitol Hill. A source telling Fox that the group discussed how to deal with the debt limit, disaster aid, no taxes on tip, government funding, and reconciliation. Here's Trump and House Speaker Mike Johnson yesterday.
Did you reach any conclusion on this one big? Pretty much. I think we have a good situation now.
We assembled top leaders in the House to show you that we are unified, but not just unified, energized. There's a sea change in Washington. You felt it here. I was with the president at the White House for 3 hours today with Leader Thune and other leaders from the conference here. We are all united on this agenda.
Joining me now is Tennessee Congressman, Chairman of the House Homeland Security Committee, Mark Green. Mr. Chairman, good to see you this morning. Thanks so much for joining us.
Good to see you, Maria. Yeah, thanks for having me.
So, yes, you just heard Mike Johnson there. How do you see things? What would be an acceptable time frame to get all of these things in one reconciliation bill?
Well, the time frame that we've set as a goal is very arduous, and I think that's kind of how you do it. You know, you shoot for the sun, and you get to the moon. But I think it's probably going to be 3 months, maybe 4 at the most. But everybody's, like the speaker said, energized. We want to get this done. We saw the massive statement by the American people to get this agenda accomplished, and we're going to make it happen.
Absolutely. And now, of course, your plans for executing President Trump's agenda, running into a new disaster with the Los Angeles fires and the aid that is needed there. What is the number that you're expecting in terms of the aid? And will that come with promises to change policy in California?
Well, if you're talking about changing California's policy, absolutely. But if you're talking about how we, like FEMA, distributes aid and all that, we're not changing the policy there. I mean, the numbers, the amounts, it all needs to stay the same. For North Carolina, as it is, you know, California's going to be treated the same. We're going to make sure FEMA's doing its job this time around, not like they treated the people in North Carolina. But the amounts, the monies, all that stuff's going to be equitably distributed between those two states. As far as California's policies, absolutely, we're going to hold them accountable to some of the bad decisions, like on water and on their local fire. I mean, it's just ridiculous that the decisions of the state and local leaders have really amplified this problem.
Let me take a look at the border, sir. Of course, you've been so focused on this danger around the failure to vet people coming in. A new caravan with more than 2,000 migrants set off from southern Mexico toward the United States this week. The group not fazed by President Trump's border executive orders. Of course, he has declared an emergency at the border. He's resumed border wall construction. He's ending catch and release, reinstating Remain in Mexico, canceling the CBP One app, and ending birthright citizenship for children of illegal migrants. The American Civil Liberties Union and attorneys general from 22 states are now suing Trump over that birthright citizenship order. And the White House has responded, saying this: these lawsuits are nothing more than an extension of the left's resistance, and the Trump administration is ready to face them in court. More than 20 Republican House members introducing a new bill, or about to introduce that bill, limiting birthright citizenship this week. Mr. Chairman, tell me what you can do differently by this new notion that it is an emergency situation at the southern border after President Trump declared this.
Well, he also, I think just issued some orders that he's going to deploy the U.S. military very quickly to the border, which is, I think, the quickest and fastest way to get the border shut down. And we have to do something. This is a massive emergency. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dead Americans to fentanyl. Some of these criminal gangs that have metastasized across our country, cartels uniting with gangs in the United States to create this nexus that have killed Americans. I mean, this is a desperate situation. The fact that 50, 60,000 Chinese have come in here, military age, all of this is a massive national security security threat. The fact that this last administration allowed this will go down in history as one of the worst things that's ever happened by a president in the history of the country, or really in the world. No nation sets about making their own destruction, but that's exactly what Joe Biden and the liberals have done, whether it's fires in Los Angeles or it's, crime going all over our city because of a wide open southern border. This president has said enough. The American people said enough. If liberals are pissed off at President Trump's policies, they're really pissed off at the American people because they're the ones that said enough is enough, and they put Trump back in office. And this is exactly what President Trump needs to be doing. People are ecstatic about this, except for the 25% progressive liberals that are out there that want to sue President Trump for saying, hey, we get to decide as a nation who becomes an American. No country on the world just says, hey, if you're born here, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's also actually quite extraordinary. He calls it a revolution of common sense. It certainly looks like that.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm glad you brought up the Chinese nationals that have come in through the open border, because this is a really important point. And I saw an interview with you at the Hudson Institute recently with Jonathan Ward, and I was so struck by that interview. That was a great interview, sir. Thank you for opening up the way that you did. Are you saying, in terms of the Chinese nationals coming in, is there any evidence of foul play with the fires in Los Angeles? Do we know if, in fact, people have come in and created some of these fires intentionally?
We don't have direct evidence that has been shown to me. That's not to say that we're not going to get there at some point and figure that out. But as of right now, no one has shown me evidence that this was some kind of foreign plot. But clearly it's possible. We know that they're letting the fentanyl precursors come in here and kill Americans. We know that they've united with the drug cartels. We know that from a cyber perspective, they're in our infrastructure. They're in our telecoms, listening to everybody's phone. I mean, what China is doing, China is not our friend. And it's time that the American business community realize that and comes home. Stop manufacturing in China, move to a friendly country. That's part of the point of the tariffs. I mean, we can't just let countries abuse us like this. It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. Are you investigating this? Are you going to do an investigation of the origins of those fires?
Absolutely. There will be investigations. Now, this is more of a judiciary committee kind of thing, and not so much me, but, we're digging into those Chinese nationals that are here.
And Mr. Chairman, you are holding a hearing on the cyber threats also involving China. Tell us what you expect from your hearing.
Yeah, Maria, this is one of the things that we need more dialogue about in the country is this cyber threat from China, from Iran, from North Korea. It is pervasive. They basically right now are in our infrastructure, have been in our infrastructure for some time, meaning the services of water, power, things that are critical to everyday Americans and to our survival. And they are in those systems. They have, the telecoms. They've got into people's phones. This is unbelievable, and it's time we address it. And we've got an agenda to do just that. And that's, focus on, of course, the southern border. That's number one. But number two is fixing the cyber shortage in America. We have 500,000 empty jobs, and it's difficult to compete when you don't have experts defending the nation, defending the critical infrastructure, things like that. Yep.
Congressman, thank you so much for your work. We'll be watching your agenda, and we so appreciate your time this morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Maria.
Congressman Mark Green joining us. Thank you.
You know what? My experience.
ABC.com/technology. Geopolitical stability, I think, is good for growth. It's good for peace and stability, and that's ultimately good for business and good for investing. So I think there's enough signs right now that I think give me optimism to what's coming.
Trump gives America a really good chance to revive its animal spirits. There'll be less regulation, there'll be more energy supply, there'll be more of a sense of markets functioning and regulation diminished. And I think Trump is a shot in the arm for business.
There's a very positive attitude within the new administration towards the biopharmaceutical industry and trying to fix the overall ecosystem. There's obviously areas of disagreement, but I think overall this is actually going to be a better environment for us than the past 4 years. The biopharma whole sector has sold off and is really at a 10-year low overall. So I think right now we have to rebuild that trust.
The greatest thing about Squawk Box is we get to talk to some of the brightest, some of the smartest, some of the most important people on a daily basis.
Everything we ever create, it's so a person can do something they couldn't do before.
It's more entertaining than any other morning show, but you actually might get some useful information.
Generative AI has the chance to transform every customer experience.
For me, Squawk Box is breakfast with the most interesting people in the world.
You guys all have an amazing heart, okay?
Squawk Box, weekdays.
Welcome back to Street Signs. India's IT services companies are hoping for a better business environment in the Trump era. Macro conditions stateside have been squeezing revenues for these firms as a sizable amount of their trade comes from the U.S. Infosys CEO Salil Parekh spoke to CNBC's Dan Murphy at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Here's what he
growth rate advanced estimate places around 6.4 to 6.
Venezuelans that just got this deportation protection.
Du dein eigenes fantastisches Königreich erschaffen.
We only have 15% of the wealth as white people.
It's the place to be in the morning. TM.
About everything.
Started to open up again, and that was what
night to bring you in the Champions League on Wednesday.
Por el sueldo que se tiene. On his first full day as U.S. Secretary of State.
And some things about Yueyang City.
After the war ended,
Yeah, it really depends on what we have and what's currently coming through.
These need help and their plan to fix the problem.
I find, of course.
And where they are underwater when they do their monitoring.
They take so much care that they can turn out this well.
食べてみます？
食べてみたいですね。
生で。
はい。
今これどうぞ。
おお、これ生で食べるのが初めてなんですけど、美味しいですか？生で。
甘いですよ。
All right, here we go. We're gonna try a raw turnip. お。あ、本当だ。 甘い。
甘いです、今は。
しかも食感がめちゃめちゃいいですね。Did you hear that? すごい美味しい。It reminds me the most of perhaps a radish, but I'm waiting for that spice to kick in, and it doesn't. It just has a very pleasant, nutty aroma to it that's delicious. いい音ですね、これ。
Tender love and care enhances the beauty and flavor of freshly harvested turnips. After harvest work is done, women of the farming community make homemade turnip dishes.
今日よろしくお願いします。じゃあ何を作っていただけますか？
簡単な浅漬け、塩漬けですね。
塩漬け、はい。
皮を剥いて、ちょっと歯ごたえ出るように厚めに切ってもらって、ちょっと彩りにもなるんですけど。
これ全部使いますね。
使います。やっぱり葉っぱはビタミン C がいっぱいあるっていうことで、パラパラとやってもらって、あとは塩もみして。
To end Russia's war. Our exclusive interview from Davos is next. This is Bloomberg.
Policy and the direction it's going. I think India is primarily a domestic story. Exports don't contribute an enormous amount to GDP growth, so it will be, you can argue it.
Golf been interested. There's about 60 million golfers. So we have another 670 odd million people we can go figure out how to get them interested, not just in live, but in the game of golf. And so we sit down and you talk about this internally with your production team, you talk about with your marketing people. When you look at our audience base today, that we have like about just around 50% of our ticket sales are 45 years and old and younger. Following the PGA Tour, it's the oldest aging demographic in sport. It's 67 and a half. So in a matter of a year and a half, basically, we've pulled that 67 and a half down to 45 because of our product, because of the entertainment side. There are places around the world where 32% of our ticket sales are women. So they're coming to an event that they feel inclusive with. Right? So all of a sudden, we're seeing these data points coming out going, my gosh, we're owning this space.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now.
We have take two numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories in the tech space.
That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
In case you missed it, from Bloomberg's coverage at Davos.
Do you think there's one particular thing that you'd like Trump to change in terms of what some people see as the over-regulation of banking in America?
I don't believe, honestly, that we should have a huge amount of deregulation for larger banks. I think that's, you look back at COVID and any crisis, big banks now are strong, are able to step in and being part of resolving issues rather than being the one that creates issues. So I wouldn't really welcome a huge wave of deregulations. What I can see is that, of course, what happened in the US doesn't mean automatically that you will see in Europe or in Switzerland or in Asia deregulation. So the fact is that US banks may become even more competitive internationally through a more benign environment.
Nobody covers Davos like Bloomberg.
President Trump is threatening financial penalties on Russia if Moscow doesn't end the war in Ukraine soon. In a Truth Social post, he suggests President Vladimir Putin should make a deal or face additional tariffs and sanctions on Russian imports to the U.S. Trump campaigned on promises to end the conflict that began with Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says any effective peacekeeping force in Ukraine must include U.S. troops, as the backing of only European allies won't be enough. Zelensky spoke exclusively with Bloomberg at the World Economic Forum in Davos.
It's great if we will have troops, but we have to understand that the troops will not be in the center of the capital.
Yes.
They will not have relaxed time. Yes, it's very important, because I heard that some allies said that yes, but it's okay, we can be in the center of some city, and then no, we don't need such contingents.
You want them at the front line?
Yes, with our people, of course. Yes, because this means security, and that's it. So, but it can't be. It can't be without the United States. I will explain you why. Even if some European friends think that it can be, no, it will not be. First of all, nobody will risk without the United States. The second, that's what can divide NATO, divide EU and USA. That is a goal and dream of Putin, to divide this unity.
You mentioned China. How important is China in these negotiations? I mean, China is the backer of Russia. They seem to have had an impact on things like Putin not using nuclear weapons, those sort of things. Can China push Putin, and do you have any contact with the Chinese?
I had some contacts with Xi Jinping. We had a phone call during the war. Not too much, not enough, I think. Yes, he can push Putin to peace, I'm sure. I think that only President Trump is the strongest, and Xi Jinping. I think that there is no other allies who can really do it. Yes, because his economy, Putin's economy, after sanctions, after everything, depends very much of China.
You would like Donald Trump and Xi Jinping of China to work together to push
I think
push
yes.
Putin.
Yes, but not without us.
No.
It's important.
The Ukrainian president speaking exclusively with Bloomberg at Davos. Horizon's Middle East and Africa is next. This is Bloomberg.
After each day, do you look at how they're doing each day, or do you look at them each week, and how much time do you give them before you say, you're not doing so well?
I mean, we look all the time. So, I have screens on my desk that, staring at all day long. But it's not exactly like that. I think one of the things people don't fully appreciate in this model is you're really building businesses. So we look at every strategy as a business. So you have the long-short equity business, or macro business, commodities business, quantitative business. And you have business plans for that strategy. How do you become world-class in that strategy, which is, multi-year, multi-decade, undertaking. And you want to get better and better every year. And so then you go down to the team level. What team do you need to have this particular exposure? What is their edge? How are they going to get better year to year, month to month, right? And so then you go to the hiring of the team, the analysts, the infrastructure, the risk management, and you're constantly trying to improve the process and the people in each of those facets all the time. And so you're always looking at them on an absolute basis, how are they doing? And on a relative basis to other people in that strategy. And you're evaluating it, every quarter, every year. But to answer your question, we usually look for a couple years of performance to make people decisions, unless something is really off.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Technology.
We're about a year and a half into the remodeling, if you will, the modernization, the reinvention of computing. And so I think that over the next several years, you're going to see the transition from the old way of doing computing, general purpose computing. There's a new way of doing computing, artificial intelligence and accelerated computing. And so we have a lot of growth to go to.
Don't miss Bloomberg Technology live every weekday.
you talked about how governments are not looking at healthcare and investing in healthcare as much as they should. What's the message you'd like to send to those governments?
Well, I think a healthier population is always going to be more productive. It's just that sometimes the political will isn't there in some of these countries. So I hope that they can keep this as a priority, because a workforce that is 20 or 30% down during a pandemic or an outbreak, or there's certain diseases that keep spreading, is not healthy, it's not productive. And if you want everyone to perform at their best, and you want healthcare costs to be down, you don't want to be burdened with insurance costs and other costs, I think it's important to invest early in health, in child health, in women's health, and I hope that continues both in India and other parts.
Good morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Menace Crennick.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising chorus conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
This is Horizons Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. AI showdown. Elon Musk says, show me the money, to companies that promised President Trump billions of dollars for AI infrastructure, exposing a potential rift within the White House. China support. Asian shares rise after Beijing pushes mutual funds and big insurers to increase their investment in the equity markets. And ceasefire extended. Bloomberg has learnt that the Israel-Hezbollah ceasefire is likely to be extended beyond the January 27th deadline. Those are your headlines this morning. It's just gone 8 a.m. across the Emirates. I'm Lizzie Burden in Dubai in for Jumana Basetchi. A very warm welcome to the programme. And if we check in on these markets, just look at where the S&P is going to be starting the day today. It briefly crossed that 6,100 mark yesterday on the AI policy optimism. Earnings as well, nearly 10% gains for Netflix yesterday, and futures pointing a touch lower though this morning. We did have JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon saying that maybe this market is overheated. So we await the Wall Street session, but meanwhile 10-year Treasury yields at 4.6%, the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index pretty steady, and Brent at $78 a barrel, on for its sixth day of losses, because there is just so much for traders in the oil market to digest at the moment. Of course, we have the tariff threats from Donald Trump on the EU and China. We have the US sanctions on Russia, and a report this morning on rising US stockpiles as well. So a lot in the oil market to be watching. But if we just flip over the board, of course, we've got the geopolitics and the politics coming out of the White House. But let's not forget the earnings story as well. We have had about a tenth of the S&P by market cap reporting earnings so far. And as you can see here, the early results show that the largest portion so far have actually beaten estimates. So the earnings story also feeding into stocks at the moment as well. But let's cross over to Avril Hong for a look at what's happening in Asian markets. Key earnings in your region too, Avril, from SK Hynix, and support for stocks from Chinese officials.
Absolutely. Those are the main themes, I think, for Asia trading today. I mean, you look at the picture, despite a solid Wall Street performance, it's looking pretty mixed. And we have the Kospi down, dragged by the likes of SK Hynix, Samsung Electronics, the benchmark heavyweights. And of course, for SK Hynix, it had record profits, but I think it's kind of afflicted by the same thing that NVIDIA, its key client, actually faces, having really lofty expectations. So even if we see these record profits, investors don't seem terribly impressed, or a bit of profit taking as well. SK Hynix is down today. Now, aside from the earnings story, you know how Trump talked about 10% China tariffs a day ago. That really played out. Chinese stocks underperformed. So today the focus kind of shifted to how authorities would work to support markets. There was a big briefing this morning. Essentially, they're saying that these mid-long-term funds should be channeling their investments towards the onshore stocks. But look at how the CSI 300, which climbed as much as 1.8% earlier, quickly paring the gains into the lunch break, just shows you how fragile sentiment is in Chinese equities. Lizzie.
Okay, Avril Hong in Singapore, we thank you. Well, let's get back to Donald Trump. Elon Musk is questioning whether the companies behind the president's $100 billion AI investment venture can actually follow through on those promises. The Stargate plan is led by OpenAI, Oracle and SoftBank, and OpenAI chief Sam Altman is hitting back, questioning Musk's motives. Let's pass all of this. We've got Bloomberg senior editor Derek Wallbank to comb through it with me. Derek, do you reckon a rift's already opening between Musk and Trump?
Well, I mean, there's certainly an ongoing kind of back and forth between Musk and Sam Altman, right? And look, I mean, there's a lot of water under a lot of bridges, so I don't want to get too much into that. But the crux of this is a simple thing that Musk flat out says that they don't have the money. There was a talk of $100 billion pledge there, you know, from Altman and from Masa Son and from Larry Ellison, and there's a sort of question about what is new there, how this is all going to come together. Altman has said for his part that Musk is wrong, quote, as you surely know. He invited Musk to come out there and then put a really interesting note, and I should say this isn't a note on the platform that Musk owns. It says, it's great for the country. I realize what is great for the country isn't always what's optimal for your companies, but in your new role, I hope you'll mostly put U.S. flag emoji first. You know, that was a pretty pointed statement there. But as I say, there is a certain amount of skepticism that has been launched about this, about what is new and what happens to be a holdover from other things that were previously announced.
Okay, so the rivalry perhaps more between the CEOs. You've got the AI policy, but also the tariff policy weighing on markets. Well, definitely for them to be considering. Trump threatening to impose tariffs on the US's top 4 trading partners, but not actually imposing tariffs yet. So that's kind of led some to view the tariff threats as just negotiating ploys. Are we meant to read them that way so far?
I do think that some of them are negotiating ploys for sure, but remember that Trump often does his negotiations by talking about what he's going to do and then opening the talks, right? It doesn't mean that what he said he's going to do isn't actually going to happen. So there's a lot of firm ground maybe being staked out right now that could get a little squishy going on. I think certainly Trump is expected to talk to industry leaders at Davos. I think he'll probably get a pretty warm reception there, but I think that this question is going to be heavily on a lot of people's minds. You know, that is a place that tends to, as a baked-in consensus, think that more trade is good and that freer trade is better. And certainly Trump represents a bit of a threat to very elongated supply chains that are not particularly diversified. So there is going to be a lot of question about what he's doing. You know, I thought it was really interesting in that Fox interview with Sean Hannity. Depending on where you were in the U.S., there were at least some markets that were getting ads during the breaks there, talking about what a wonderful friend and partner the Canadian province of Ontario is, and that's on a very conservative channel that Trump happens to watch a lot and was on indeed. So you can already see the outreach on that starting.
OK, Bloomberg senior editor Derek Wallbank, we thank you as we await that address from Donald Trump at Davos virtually later. But let's come back to the Middle East. State media in Saudi Arabia say that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has told President Trump he's willing to expand investments and trade with the US by at least $600 billion in the coming 4 years. Now, according to the state news agency SPA, the Crown Prince told the American president by phone that the kingdom was eager to seize partnership and investment opportunities created by the new administration. Well, Bloomberg has been told that the ceasefire, meanwhile, agreement between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon should be extended when it expires next week. Sources say that the Iran-backed group and the Israelis are unlikely to resume full-scale fighting, despite needing more time to implement the original terms of the truce. For more on all this, let's bring in Stuart Livingston-Wallace, Bloomberg's executive editor for Middle East, North Africa and Russia coverage here. Stuart, good to have you with me. I wonder, let's start with the ceasefire then. Where is it headed? What are the chances that actually we could return to full-scale fighting between Israel and Hezbollah?
I mean, it looks, at least on the face of it, that the full-scale fighting is unlikely. There has been low-level fighting going on pretty much for the entirety of this 60-day period, which is not quite up. I think we've got about another, whatever it is, 4 or 5 days to go. But it's clear when we spoke to the Israelis, when we spoke to the Lebanese and to the French, there was no appetite, I think, to go back to what we were seeing sort of the end of last year, where you had this sort of incursion into southern Lebanon. That's a function of two things. One is, if you look at what's happened to Lebanon's government, it has definitely shifted away from Iran and towards a more Western-orientated sort of view of the world, with, you know, the first president in 2 years. And as the ministers come in, it looks like they're heading in that direction. So I think Israel looks at that. Yes, Hezbollah is still knocking around in the south and causing problems, but it's nothing like the scale that it was. And again, I think they feel like they might have a government they can do business with.
Well, you mentioned the weakness of Iran. Donald Trump set to designate the Houthis, Iran-backed Houthis, as terrorists again. Is that basically kicking Iran while it's down? I mean, how much comfort as well is it going to give shippers about returning to the Red Sea, that you have seen some of the releases here? And of course, the Red Sea provides a more direct, cheaper route for shippers.
It does. I mean, all the indications from the shippers are they're going to watch and wait. So we had Japan's biggest shipping line came out overnight and said, you know, it's going to be weeks, if not months, before they make that decision. But you're absolutely right. In a scenario where the Houthis really do stop firing on ships, and it's going to take some time before anyone believes it, but if that is the scenario, then that is going to have this huge impact on the global economy, because if you can imagine how much you shave off shipping costs, and in doing so, how much you can contain inflation in just about every economy that imports anything.
Which is a global concern, of course. I mentioned MBS telling Trump that Saudi's willing to expand Saudi's trade and investments over the next 4 years by £600 billion into the US. Tell me if I'm making too many leaps here, but does that suggest a more promising future for Saudi-Israel relations if you've got MBS being generous, you might say, to the US?
I think these are two separate things. So in terms of the investment, I suspect a lot of that was going to happen anyway, and I think it is legitimate and sincere in the sense that if you look at what Saudi Arabia has done, particularly in the tech space, and to some extent the UAE, the US made it very clear under the Biden administration that they wanted that partnership rather than with China. And they've both more or less complied in that direction. So it's in the same vein. As I say, I do think it probably will happen because Saudi Arabia has been spending a great deal of money, investing a great deal of money. They'd like a bit of money coming in as well, that's for sure. But it's going there. But I mean, in terms of, you know, what it might look like going forward and where specifically that money will go, well, you know, we'll see.
OK, Stuart Livingston-Wallace, Bloomberg's executive editor for Middle East, North Africa and Russia coverage. We thank you, as always. We're still ahead on the programme. We're going to look at the market outlook with AMP's Diana Messina as traders digest Donald Trump's flurry of actions in his first few days in office. Do stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We want to make sure that we're exposed to categories that continue to be relevant to consumers, that we're positioned in categories where we have a competitive right to win.
By strategically adding and shedding assets, General Mills has turned over about 20% of its net sales base in the last 6 years. It's dramatically expanded its pet food platform, starting with the purchase of Blue Buffalo pet products in 2018. That expansion dovetailed with a boom in demand.
Pet in the U.S., pet feeding and treating, is a $50 billion category. It's almost 5 times the size of a category like cereal.
Is this the future of the company? I mean, we so much associate General Mills with breakfast and cereals, human breakfast and human cereals. Are we now going to be thinking about General Mills much more as a pet food company?
I think you'll be thinking about General Mills as a food company where we treat all the members of the family like family.
The humanization of pets is actually the biggest driver of pet food and pet treating growth. It has derivatives in not only feeding, which is the core thing that most households where most of the dollars go against the pet, but treating, and then you start to branch out to things like vitamins and minerals and supplements.
People really love their pets. They want to take care of their pets like they do their family, and it really is a global phenomenon. That's why we recently entered the China market with Blue Buffalo. That's why we bought Edgar & Cooper recently in Europe, because we see the same kinds of trends that have played out here in the U.S. playing out all over the world.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Lizzie Burden in Dubai. Now, investors are digesting the impact of President Trump's first few days in office as several world leaders in Davos signal their willingness to work with Donald Trump. Well, let's bring in Deanna Messina, Deputy Chief Economist over at AMP, for her outlook. Deanna, good to have you with me. I'm wondering how you're thinking about the inflationary impact of Donald Trump. It really is on everybody's mind over at Davos, because you've had lots of tariff threats, but no real tariff action yet. So how do you model that as an economist?
Well, it's certainly been an interesting few days just to even see all the memes and sort of the excitement about the inauguration of Trump and the incoming new administration. But I don't really think that anything new has changed in terms of how we can think about this from an economics point of view. The likelihood of tariffs is definitely still there, and after Trump's inauguration, he said that they're likely to start from the 1st of February for China and for Canada and Mexico. So I think that those are still very much likely to go through. Whether they'll be 10, 20%, potentially 60% even on China, that's sort of the bigger unknown, and I think the bigger threat for markets right now, because if we do see a 60% tariff on China, that would be quite extreme. That would take the US tariff rate to a much higher level than where it has been in the last few decades, and I think markets would take that negatively. But the moves that we've seen in share markets and in the bond market in the past few weeks have really been anticipating the start of a Trump 2.0. So we've seen the weakness in shares at the beginning of the year and then higher bond yields. And I think that that's basically now played out. We've actually seen shares rally since the inauguration and over the past week, and the yields have come down. So maybe sort of markets have priced in the worst of what they think can happen. I just think that the threat of those tariffs is very much still there. They are basically a definite policy agenda from Trump 2.0. So we have to anticipate them. It's just a question of when they will actually start.
Because there is this debate about whether tariffs are, just a revenue raiser / negotiating ploy, or the fear that they are going to be inflationary, and some even warning that the Fed's next move could be a hike. Do you agree with that warning?
It's hard for me to see the next move from the Fed being a hike, because on my own analysis of US inflation and global inflation, I think that there's still more downside risks to prices rather than upside, apart from the increase to commodity prices that we've had lately. If we look at services inflation in the US, we can see a lot more progress on that. And tariffs may be short-term inflationary, yes, but a lot of the time, places like the central bank will actually look through those short-term inflationary impacts, and we'll have to assess what some of the longer-term impacts of those tariffs. And I'm not sure that the longer-term impacts are going to continue to be inflationary. If we get tariffs threatening the global outlook, meaning lower growth, that actually will be deflationary for the global economy. And what we saw from 2018 was from Trump 1.0 was that a lot of economists and analysts actually overestimated the inflationary impact of those tariffs, and they didn't come to fruition. We had a very small increase to prices, but not really enough to justify this big inflation outbreak. So I guess I'm not convinced yet that these tariffs are going to be inflationary for the long run. I think that there's more downside pressures to inflation rather than upside in the short term.
So given that, are you not really seeing the possibility of euro-dollar parity then this year?
The upside to the US dollar, I think, is still going to remain intact in the next few months at least. The US is basically still outperforming the rest of the world quite significantly in terms of economic growth. And this period of US exceptionalism in terms of both economic growth and also outperformance in the share market, I think, at least for the next 6 months, in our view, is likely to continue. If we think about the exposure that the US share market has to AI and tech, that has a 40% weighting, if not a little bit higher than that. And given all the positive momentum that's still there towards tech, and now this new Stargate business from the Trump administration and some of his biggest sponsors and players in the tech space, I think that there is more upside to that sector. So I see more upside, more significant outperformance from the US dollar this year, or at least for the next six months anyways.
Interesting. And as we look ahead to that BOJ decision tomorrow, when you've got Donald Trump kind of teasing the currency markets with these tariff threats, does Governor Ueda need to give traders a bit more than just a hike tomorrow in terms of his hawkish commentary to give the yen some more sustained gains?
Yeah, it will be a difficult balance for them. I mean, a hike is basically universally expected from the Bank of Japan, but I do think that their rhetoric for the outlook does have to be a lot more hawkish than where it has been in the last few meetings. And the inflation numbers that we get tomorrow from Japan should justify that too. We've seen this pick up to Japanese inflation, which should I think really set that hiking cycle in pace.
OK, Deanna, thank you so much. As we look ahead to that Bank of Japan decision in the morning, Deanna Messina, Deputy Chief Economist at AMP. Good to have you with me. We're coming up on Horizons. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that the US must be part of any effective peacekeeping in his country. We'll bring you our exclusive interview with him from Davos next. This is Bloomberg.
What are your thoughts on fast fashion? It's been transformative. It gives the masses access to fashion, but there's a cost to it, downside to it.
My first notice is too much waste. I think this is also how I grew up, making your own clothes and making something that's very special and very unique. It's like timeless. And now you see that everybody is looking the same, like wear sweatshirts and wear t-shirts. And for me, it's just like, when they wear something very special, they feel empowered.
Is there a need for fashion to be more mindful of the impact it's having socially, environmentally?
Definitely.
Is it happening enough?
I think it's happening. It's gradually happening. All the designers are doing, everybody is thinking about this subject at this moment, thinking how to be more sustainable, how to be more environmental friendly.
Do you think the fashion industry is doing enough to ensure that it is sustainable? There's so many targets out there. Are they even realistic in wanting to achieve them?
I think some of them are just like they're using sustainable ideas as a marketing concept only. They're actually not really doing it. I think as a designer, it's really important to really make it happen. Every collection, I think about how to do it and how to tell the customers. I think that is our responsibility to educate our customers.
So you ever thought if you'd stayed with the Jets, you could one day have become a football coach at the NFL?
I could have. I probably wouldn't be with the Jets anymore after, as you know, their tenure doesn't last very long. So I think I made the right choice there.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Lizzie Burden in Dubai, where it's just gone 8:22 a.m. Now, President Trump is threatening financial penalties on Russia if Moscow doesn't end the war in Ukraine soon. In a Truth Social post, he suggests that President Vladimir Putin should make a deal or face additional tariffs and sanctions on Russian imports to the US. Now, Trump campaigned on promises, of course, to end the conflict that began with Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022. But for his part, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says any effective peacekeeping force in Ukraine must include US troops, as the backing of only European allies isn't going to be enough. Zelensky was speaking exclusively with Bloomberg's executive editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite, at the World Economic Forum in Davos.
It's great if we will have troops. But we have to understand that the troops will not be in the center of the capital.
Yes.
They will not have relaxed time. Yes, it's very important, because I heard that some allies said that, yes, but it's okay, we can be in the center of some city, and then no, we don't need such contingents.
You want them
No.
front line.
Yes, with our people, of course. Yes, because this means security, and that's it. So, but it can't be. It can't be without the United States. I will explain you why. Even if some European friends think that it can be, no, it will not be. First of all, nobody will risk without the United States. The second, that's what can divide NATO, divide EU and USA. That is a goal and dream of Putin, to divide this unity.
You mentioned China. How important is China in these negotiations? I mean, China is the backer of Russia. They seem to have had an impact on things like Putin not using nuclear weapons, those sort of things. Can China push Putin, and do you have any contact with the Chinese?
I had some contacts with Xi Jinping. We had a phone call during the war. Not too much, not enough, I think. Yes, he can push Putin to peace, I'm sure. I think that only President Trump is the strongest, and Xi Jinping. I think that there is no other allies who can really do it. Yes, because his economy, Putin's economy, after sanctions, after everything, depends very much of China.
You would like Donald Trump and Xi Jinping of China to work together to push
I think yes.
Putin.
Yes, but not without us.
Not without
it's important.
So that was the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky speaking exclusively at Davos to Bloomberg's editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite. Now, for a look at some of the other stories we're following for you this morning, fire crews are making progress on blunting the threat from an enormous new blaze north of Los Angeles. The Hughes fire erupted before 11 a.m. local time and has quickly expanded to more than 9,000 acres, leading to evacuation orders and warnings across a broad area. The wildfire has stoked fresh fears in a region already devastated by deadly infernos that have killed at least 28 people and destroyed nearly 15,000 buildings. Elsewhere, parts of the southern United States have seen their worst snowstorm in 130 years, with as much as 10 inches piling up in New Orleans, smashing a record of 2.7 inches set in 1963. Similar accumulations of snow were recorded in parts of Florida, with more than 4 inches hitting the Houston area. Airports struggled to keep up with the weather, with flight cancellations across many airports. So we keep an eye on the weather. We're also watching the markets, and we have futures pointing lower on both sides of the pond this morning as we continue to digest Donald Trump's policy, the earnings story as well. We have the Treasury yield on the 10-year currently lower a basis point, so pretty steady at 4.6%. But we'll dive into US policy after a short break with Donald Trump urging Putin to end the war in Ukraine. This is Bloomberg.
Joe Walk is helping steer J&J into a new phase of its history, expanding the frontiers of healthcare by discovering drugs and advancing medical technology.
Developing digital robotic capabilities where it's not just the robot doing a surgical procedure. It's garnering information from that procedure for your specific demographic or the patient's demographic, and then informing the next procedure down the road. Right? It's getting smarter. I would say it's starting to morph into personalized medicine, which we know will lead to the best outcomes.
Innovative medicine and medtech are run as separate business divisions, but in the culture of research at J&J, they interact.
If you look at some of the spaces that we're in today, specifically oncology, there is a lot of dialogue going back and forth. I think it's something that will position us extremely well as we talk about not only a continuum of care, but also a continuum of knowledge.
The convergence of technology and medicine is driving innovation in both sectors, with scientific and commercial possibilities just beginning to come into focus.
I'd like to actually see some partnerships down the road happen between healthcare companies and technology companies. I think we'd get to better outcomes faster if we did that. Right now, technology companies don't have the healthcare knowledge. Healthcare companies probably don't have the breadth of knowledge they need for technology. If we can figure that out together with great minds from both sides, I think that leads to a much better place.
World-class journalists, global leaders, influential thinkers, cutting-edge data. This January in Davos, Conversations at Bloomberg House will provide the context you need on the biggest stories that will shape the year ahead. From AI and the future of tech, to geopolitics, markets, sustainability, inequality, and more. Join us in person or watch live.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live every weeknight. Balance of Power, weeknights at 10 p.m. London time, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia. We'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart the European trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
This is Horizons Middle East and Africa, our top stories this morning. AI showdown. Elon Musk says, show me the money to the companies that promised President Trump billions of dollars for AI infrastructure, exposing a potential rift within the White House. China support. Asian shares rise after Beijing pushes mutual funds and big insurers to increase their investment in the equity markets. And truce extension. Bloomberg has learned that the Israel-Hezbollah ceasefire is likely to be extended beyond the January 27th deadline. Well, those are your headlines this morning. It's just gone 8:30 a.m. across the Emirates. I'm Lizzie Burden in Dubai, in for Jemana Basetchi. A very good morning if you're just joining us. Checking in on these markets and just take a look at where the S&P is looking likely to start this morning. It did briefly breach that 6,100 level yesterday on all of this optimism about Trump's AI policy. Earnings as well, and we'll get back to that in a moment. But futures pointing a touch lower. Maybe they heard that warning from JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon that this market is perhaps overheating. We've got 10-year Treasury yields at 4.6% currently, the dollar steady, and Brent, a lot for oil traders to digest at the moment when it comes to tariff threats on the EU and China, Russian oil, US oil sanctions on Russian flows, and that industry report from API showing that you've actually got rising stockpiles stateside. So Brent currently trading at $72 a barrel. If we flip the board, I just want to get into that earnings picture because we can't forget about it, even though there's so much going on geopolitically and in terms of Trump's new policies. But we've had just over a tenth of the S&P by market cap reporting so far. And if you look here, actually the early results show that the largest portion so far have beaten estimates. So we continue to get the earnings from companies through the weeks. But let's go to Avril Hong now, because actually we've had even more earnings in the Asian region from SK Hynix, as well as support for stocks from Chinese officials. Avril, over to you.
Yeah, Lizzie, I think those are some of the key themes that we're exploring today. But of course, we're also keeping an eye on the BOJ tomorrow. It's expected to high. I'll talk about the yen moves in a bit. But what you need to know for now is Asia stock performance is pretty mixed despite the strong showing on Wall Street. The Kospi is the drag. We're seeing that from SK Hynix, Samsung Electronics. Despite these lofty expectations that it has not been able to clear, and this is in the face of these record profits from SK Hynix. It's really something that I think even the likes of Nvidia, its key client, faces. The other dynamic that might be influencing the underperformance of South Korean stocks today is this GDP miss, and that raises concerns that the Bank of Korea this month, in choosing not to ease, might be behind the curve in terms of kind of loosening monetary policy to kind of stabilize growth. For China, you see how quickly, as I mentioned a short while ago, that CSI 300 managed to kind of erase the 1.8% gains. What you need to know is for Chinese stock market support, it seems to be driving more towards the onshore stocks. So that could also heighten the premium of 8 shares or the 8A shares over the 8 shares. For the Japanese currency, even if we see a hike from the BOJ tomorrow, it might struggle to retain gains simply because of these concerns surrounding the trade picture globally, tariffs, Trump as well. Lizzie.
Avril in Singapore. Avril Hong, we thank you. But let's go back to the geopolitics. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying any effective peacekeeping force deployed in Ukraine will need to include US troops. In an interview with Bloomberg's editor-in-chief John Micklethwaite, Zelensky said that his European allies don't have enough soldiers to pose a realistic deterrent to Russian President Vladimir Putin, and any other solution would risk opening up divisions within the NATO alliance. Well, joining me for analysis is Bloomberg's Tony Halpin, who leads our Russian economy and government coverage. Tony, we kind of heard from Zelensky trying to ask Trump to keep him in the conversation, right? But also saying, you know, you need to have these troops from the US in any peacekeeping solution. How realistic is that if perhaps the war could go the other way?
Yes, I mean, we heard from President Zelensky yesterday. It was a very strong pitch directly to Donald Trump, basically saying, keep me in the loop in negotiations. But also, remember that there's a war going on and I'm going to need military engagement from the US. And dangling the idea of US troops having to be part of some peacekeeping force in Ukraine, makes clear to the US really just what's at stake and how much they need Donald Trump to engage in the negotiations in order to get Ukraine's wishes adopted, in order for Ukraine's interest to be defended. He's dangling the idea that really the US needs to engage more rather than less under Trump.
Yeah, I mean, it also came up in the conversation, the role of China. Yes. And we've had Xi and Trump talking to each other on Friday, some speculation whether this is going to be a warmer relationship between those two. What do you think about the relationship with Russia-China when it comes to the war in Ukraine?
Yeah, it's fascinating. Trump and President Xi Jinping, as you say, seem to have developing a relationship. The day after Trump's inauguration, Putin and Xi Jinping held a phone conversation in which they basically expressed their determination to continue a strategic partnership. So
they're all buddies.
So the Chinese leader is emerging as a critical figure in the potential negotiations going forward, because, as President Zelensky said, China has a critical role in influencing Russia. And I think President Trump understands that if he wants to increase the pressure on Putin, he needs to get Xi Jinping on board as well.
So do you think we're any closer to having an idea of when a settlement could come and what it would look like, given all of these negotiations, conversations that are happening?
Yeah, I mean, Zelensky has said that he thinks the war will come to an end this year. I mean, that may just simply be optimism on his part, encouraging Trump to engage directly with a really protracted conflict. But it's certainly true that both sides are pretty exhausted. They're tired. The sanctions are having an effect on Russia's economy. Ukraine, of course, needs to galvanize itself against a much bigger opponent. So both sides have an interest in seeing the war come to an end, but whether they can be brought round the table and hammer out a deal that each side can say they're comfortable with is a very big ask at this point. We just don't know.
More hopes than promises at the moment,
I think
then.
so.
Tony Halpin, leading our Russia economy and government coverage. We thank you for that analysis. Now, the NASDAQ chair and CEO Adina Friedman says there is an opportunity for the exchange to work with the Trump administration, this time on rethinking regulation requirements for public companies. She was speaking to Bloomberg's Lisa Abramovitz and Jonathan Ferro back at the Davos World Economic Forum.
We still have a challenge, a regulatory challenge, in terms of companies and what they go through as a public company. We do think there's opportunity to work with the administration to rethink some of the levels of regulation and requirements for public companies themselves and make sure that it's more balanced between being a public company and a private company. I think the second is, of course, on the financial system itself. And we've done a big study in partnership with BCG on what we call complexity versus complicatedness. There's a lot more complexity in the world. We know that. But over a 50-year period of time, there's been a 6-time increase in complexity across every industry across the world, but a 35 times increase in complicatedness. And that's really because of you take a complex environment or you take a crisis situation and you regulate behind that. And suddenly you've got all this complicated work that you have to do and you're racing to get it done and you're not optimizing for the outcome. As a result, you've got a lot of layers of regulation. So we think that there's new technologies, a way of sunsetting regulations, thinking about regulations in a different way. We actually we do think there's a real opportunity there to make sure the industry can be a lot more efficient.
I want to drill into the first part of what you said. The idea that if you strip away some of these regulations, it would make it easier and maybe even out the disparity between private and public companies. Do you think that that is the reason why we have seen a drop-off in IPOs, because of the extra regulation and how easy it is to get financed through the private markets?
I do think it's an ingredient. I would say that there are probably several factors that kind of drive the balance between public and private markets and the swings that can happen. One, of course, is in fact, monetary policy, right? So big swings in monetary policy make public investors more cautious, change the way that they model companies. And that alone can make it so that you just don't have as many companies coming out. And I think the last 2 years or 3 years has been more around monetary policy. But longer term, the balance between public and private markets, I think, has been heavily impacted by regulation. You go public and suddenly you have enormous amounts of disclosure obligations in the proxy. You have it with the PCAOB in terms of accounting obligations. There's a lot of publicity around everything that you do, and there's a lot of public scrutiny around everything that you do. And then you, of course, have the quarterly earnings process, which is difficult to navigate if you have a long-term strategy, but you have short-term milestones that you have to continue to describe. So all of that just makes it a more complicated existence. I think some of that's just part of being a public company, but some of it in terms of proxy, there's a lot we can do in proxy reform. There's a lot we can do in accounting and disclosure reforms, and of course also litigation reform that I think could really make the nature of being public a lot more attractive.
Another great conversation from Davos. Adina Friedman, NASDAQ chair and CEO, speaking to Bloomberg's Lisa Abramovitz and Jonathan Ferro. Well, in other news this morning, JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs are pushing back on demands from activists and lawmakers to roll back their diversity initiatives. The CEOs of both banks told CNBC they'll continue to promote diversity, equity and inclusion in their workforces. President Trump has signed an executive order, of course, limiting DEI in federal contracting as companies including Meta and Walmart roll back their own programs. Here in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia's bond spree is continuing, with its sovereign wealth fund issuing $4 billion in dollar debt. Bloomberg understands the public investment fund price notes with maturities of 5 years and 9.5 years, with premiums above US Treasuries of 95 and 110 basis points, respectively. And South Korea's economy continued to flatline last quarter after President Yoon's short-lived declaration of martial law battered consumer confidence. The political unrest came just as policymakers were already fretting about the possibility of Donald Trump imposing trade tariffs. GDP grew 0.1% in the 3 months to December from the previous quarter, weaker than forecasts of a 0.2% expansion. For 2024 as a whole, the economy expanded by 2%. Well, coming up on the programme, South African inflation rises at a slower pace than expected, raising the prospect of cutting interest rates later this month. We'll discuss next. This is Bloomberg.
Yeah, I think that it would be irresponsible for us to ignore the AI revolution. I think that as much as there is a lot of short-term hype. I think long-term it has the potential to be transformative. And so we are spending a lot of time thinking about what elements of it are structurally have barriers to entry, and so there is a winner-take-all element to that and which don't. And it seems to me that things like chips, things like infrastructure and systems has a little bit of that, because NVIDIA is so far ahead, it's expensive to catch up. There's, the technology that it requires to build these chips are sort of based in Taiwan. What we're seeing is that some of the apps and some of the applications, there are no barriers to entry, right? Like, it's fairly easy to come up with, and I don't mean to belittle the complexity of it, but there are not moats around those things like they used to. So I think that there is less of a winner take all in that space. You're gonna have to earn that spot, whereas, it'll be fun to watch what happens. And I think there's gonna be a lot of money burned in the process, because somebody will develop something and a fast follower will come along and make it better and cheaper, because data gets cheaper and more pervasive, and it's going to be easy for new players to come in and do interesting things. So I think we wait and we see.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
11 years ago, I bought a Bitcoin on this set.
It was $800.
Yeah, $800, but I spent
Which
the
is a
Bitcoin
lot, by the
on
way.
beer and groceries and gas and video games.
And
I wish I had
hugs.
kept it. I wish I would buy a Harley today if I had.
Yeah, but you probably wouldn't be a
Bitcoin.
TV anchor, and you probably wouldn't still be on this
True.
set. And what a joy that
I'd
is.
be my feet in the sand and a beer in my hand.
Don't miss the next Open Interest.
This week, live from the Alpine Mountains of Switzerland, it's the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos. Bloomberg Television brings you unmatched coverage and conversations with world leaders, business executives, and billionaires as they navigate the AI age, energy transition, and geopolitical tensions. Tune in for daily coverage all week, only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Lizzie Burden in Dubai, where it's just gone 8:44 a.m. To Africa now. South African inflation quickened at a slower pace than expected in December. The data provides room for policymakers to cut interest rates later this month, and we can get more now with Jennifer Zabasaja, who is Bloomberg's chief Africa correspondent. Jen, what drove this surprise in the inflation data?
Well, Lizzie, I think it's important to note that this is the third consecutive month that we have seen this surprise disinflation trend. And also, it's actually the fifth downside surprise in the last 6 months. And when we take a look at really what is happening in the data, that's really where it gets a bit interesting. So, of course, as you mentioned, we did see headline inflation rising ever so slightly, but we saw core declining, and that was a surprise. The amount of decline was a surprise for many analysts. And when we take a look at what exactly it was driven by easing food supply shocks. We also got a smaller than forecast gain in fuel price. We've been talking about that for quite some time. And what was very fascinating is they see more of a demand for housing. And that's significant because housing is heavily weighted when we look at inflation and in the CPI basket. And so potentially analysts are saying that although this was driven by rentals, potentially the read through here is that eventually people are becoming more and more confident potentially about buying homes. And they think that this will potentially, again, continue throughout the year if we continue to see inflation remain subdued as it is. And what we did hear actually from a number of analysts who were very quick to react to this, they're saying that there's even more reason to believe that inflation is going to be sustained to this print that is lower than the inflation target for the South African Reserve Bank, potentially opening up the door to a cut the next time they meet next week. But of course, a number of uncertainties really lie in the fine print here.
Well, yeah, because, of course, we also heard from the South African central bank governor at Davos warning about the inflationary impact of Donald Trump. So this print may have wrong-footed traders to the downside, but if you put it all together, where does it leave the SARB?
I think there's still a mixed bag on what this really means. And really, when I say that, I mean a number of analysts actually believe we could potentially see a split decision when the SARB meets the next time. And so that is important, because then what does that mean for potentially what many people believe will be the last cut in March? And not just that, you mentioned a number of the uncertainties. We heard from Licetia Canyajo earlier this week, speaking to Jumana and saying that a lot of the protectionist policies that are coming out of the U.S. could potentially derail the efforts that they've made in getting inflation down. There's not only that, there are a number of upside risks like inflation, or excuse me, like FX concerns, the Rand, which has been a major concern here. There's also fuel price, oil prices, excuse me, and of course tariffs. So we don't exactly know really what the inflation picture looks like moving forward. There's also a number of other factors here in South Africa that we're waiting for. The CPI basket is going to be reweighted. We were talking about that in regards to Nigeria and their GDP last week. We're waiting for that to happen here in South Africa. That could potentially affect the print that we see. And not just that, Eskom, which is the state utility service here, they're also looking to increase tariffs. So potentially that could increase prices as well. So, you know, there still is potentially, there's a bit of consensus that we'll see 25 basis points the next time the SARB meets. But whether or not we'll see a consensus is one of the big question marks. And again, the messaging that we get from Canyajo is going to be key, as it always is.
Okay, our Chief Africa correspondent, Jennifer Sabasaja, we thank you, and I'll see you in just a few minutes for the second hour of Horizons. But let's get to some other top Africa news this morning. Zimbabwe's finance minister says that the U.S. decision to exit the World Health Organization may put at risk health funding for AIDS programs across the continent. Speaking at a briefing in Davos, he said at least 9 African countries could be impacted and that the WHO will be poorer without U.S. leadership. The World Bank has approved grants to Zambia worth $292 million to boost power transmission networks. The Development Bank says the project will also benefit electricity users throughout the South Africa region, with improved security of supply and the potential to reduce costs through increased energy trade. And Angola is looking to raise as much as $2 billion in euro bonds this year as it works to extend maturities and lower the cost of its debt. The Central African country is planning a non-deal roadshow for late February or early March to test investors' sentiment. Angola last sold euro bonds in 2022 when it joined a rush of emerging market governments taking advantage of low borrowing costs. Elsewhere, the European Union has pledged at least 42 million euros in grant funding to the Democratic Republic of Congo. The money is for the preservation and sustainable development of the Congo Basin, the world's second largest tropical forest. The cash will support the DRC government's plan to create a solid so-called green corridor across the country. Well, those are some of our top stories from Africa. But coming up on Horizons, Argentina's Javier Milei says that his government would leave the Mercosur bloc if necessary to get a trade deal with the US. We'll bring you more of that exclusive interview from Davos next. This is Bloomberg.
What about artificial intelligence? Is artificial intelligence going to enable you and others to say, we have enough information to know exactly what something is going to be worth in terms of insuring it or not?
Artificial intelligence is finding its way into our business in a variety of different factors. I think the first piece is getting much better insight into data, which allows us to make better decisions on underwriting. It's also a great opportunity to service business better in terms of like call centers and different ways of what's using robotics and other AI will be very helpful. But it is an emerging practice within the industry and one that is evolving very quickly. So it's also going to present risks that other companies, how they use it and how they use large language models and making sure the decision making is very sound. So it's complicated, but it definitely is benefiting the business today.
I'm David Weston.
Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week.
This week, how the annual gathering in Davos is adjusting to a changing world order. What the tragedy of the LA fires may do to the business of insurance. Whether President Trump's immigration policies could lead to a return of inflation.
Very simply, put America first.
And what the growth in non-alcoholic beer could mean for the liquor business.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern. Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 5 p.m. London time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Season is here.
Kicking off earnings season, there's a lot going on.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
Air France KLM.
NatWest well above estimates.
We have further earnings coursing from GSK.
With the smartest insights.
Clearly, the macro and geopolitical front is full of open issues that if they come all together at one stage, they can create some dislocation.
Is that why you're cautious about the fourth quarter?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Lizzie Burden in Dubai. Let's get back to Davos now. Argentinian President Javier Milei says his government would leave the Mercosur bloc if necessary to cement a free trade deal with the US. Milei spoke exclusively to Bloomberg at Davos about why he sees the South American grouping as an impediment to opening up Argentina's economy.
We are working very hard on the possibility of entering into a free trade agreement. And in fact, when I recently took over as a pro tempore president of Mercosur, I pointed out that Mercosur should move forward on three fronts. One related to the fight against terrorism, drug trafficking, and that is also easy to move forward on, bringing down the common external tariff, but also being able to make progress independently. In other words, that each of our countries should have independence to be able to work on trade agreements. Because clearly Argentina has decided to become integrated into the rest of the world. It wants to go back to its golden era in history, where it was an important world player. And for that, we need to move forward on free trade agreements. We need to open up the economy, and Mercosur can't become an obstacle to that. Therefore, while we work with the US government to move towards a free trade agreement, we also work indoors within Mercosur so that it won't be an obstacle to move towards free trade. So we're working very hard on that.
Would you leave Mercosur to do a free trade agreement with America?
Well, if the extreme condition were that, yes. However, there are mechanisms that can be used even being within Mercosur. So we think that it can be done without necessarily having to leave Mercosur as such. And it's also worth noting this, because often when comments on the negative consequences of leaving Mercosur, reference is made to the automotive industry. But the automotive industry has an agreement outside the framework of Mercosur, so that is a false argument. So we are exploring ways for Argentina to be able to open up to international trade. And why? Because the division of labor brings prosperity. Adam Smith said so. And 250 years later, Dad holds true. Adam Smith is still right.
Javier Milei, the Argentinian president, speaking exclusively to Bloomberg News editor-in-chief John Micklethwaite at Davos. Let's just check in on these markets as we head towards the end of our first hour of Horizons this morning. Futures pointing lower on both sides of the pond after the S&P briefly crossed that 6,100 mark yesterday. And if we flip the board, you can see Treasuries pretty steady as things stand. The 10-year yield lower a basis point at 4.6%. And we have oil currently trading lower for Brent, down 0.4% at $78 a barrel. Lots to digest in terms of tariffs, sanctions and stockpiling as well. But coming up on the next hour of Horizons, we're going to speak to Tatiana Griel Castro from Muzinich & Co. This is Bloomberg.
I think one of the dirty little secrets of credit is that the businesses generally don't pay you back, right? The markets pay you back, M&A pays you back. So what is the most important thing is to always make sure that the borrower is worth more than the loan. And as long as the borrower is worth more than the loan, then it might be a rocky ride, but you're going to get your money back. And this world where there's these disruptive companies that have, let's call it 100, 200, 300 million of ARR, are looking to not raise equity capital because of the fact that they raised it in 2021 or 2022, and no one really wants a down round. But there's a lot of capacity in the capital structure to have, let's call it a structured solution. We think that there's a lot of opportunity with those businesses.
Brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by 2,900 journalists and analysts in more than 150 offices across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Do you think it'll be the case where someday you will be an investment committee or I'll be an investment committee and we just apply AI, decide whether it's a good deal or not, or we're not going to be there anytime soon?
I don't think we'll be there in the near term. And David, because being on investment committees, there's the analytics of the math, there's the people, and then there's judgment. So analytics of the math, I think AI will help us get way more refined. Right now, we have analysts building models upon models. Our typical investment memo is 86 pages. So we could refine that down very, very seamlessly to pieces. The people aspect to it, to make a judgment call on, do I believe this entrepreneur is going to go the next mile? Do I believe that the background of the entrepreneur, who they are, what they stand for, their values, their family, that's the harder one. I think AI is going to take some time to get there. And then the final piece ends up being judgment. And I don't believe we've seen anything yet that gives us a sense of judgment that we're able to apply.
This is Horizons Middle East and Africa, our top stories this morning. AI showdown. Elon Musk says, show me the money to the companies that promised President Trump billions of dollars for AI infrastructure, exposing a potential rift within the White House. China support. Asian shares rise after Beijing pushes mutual funds and big insurers to increase their investment in the equity markets. And truce extension. Bloomberg has learnt the Israel-Hezbollah ceasefire is likely to be extended beyond the January 27th deadline. A very good morning. It's just gone 9 a.m. across the Emirates. I'm Lizzie Burden in Dubai.
And I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg, where it's just gone past 7 a.m. Welcome to the second hour of Horizons Middle East and Africa. And Lizzie, as we've seen all week, a number of headlines to react to that markets are actually reacting to. And a lot of data points, actually, here in South Africa, we were paying attention to inflation prints. But I know you have a lot on your mind as well.
Yeah, completely, Jen. So much for traders to be passing at the moment, not least Donald Trump's AI policy, optimism on that, but also the tariff threats as well. Earnings, don't forget, coming out week by week in addition. So we've got the S&P futures flat to the downside, but the S&P having briefly crossed that 6,100 mark yesterday. Netflix shares actually nearly gaining 10% at one point. Then we had, of course, the JP Morgan CEO, Jamie Dimon, throwing cold water on all of this and saying it's all a bit overheated, perhaps. So we'll keep an eye on the session today. We've got the 10-year US Treasury yield pretty steady right now at 4.6%, as is the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index. But Brent, weaker for a sixth straight day. And as you say, Jen, just so much to pass right now, particularly for oil traders when it comes to the US tariff threats on the US and on the EU and China, but also the US sanctions on Russian oil flows, and this API report on rising US stockpiles too. If we must not forget about earnings, and we are now in having just over a tenth of the S&P by market cap reporting. So if you just look at this chart here, the early results show that the largest portion so far have beaten estimates. So we must factor in the earnings story as well as all of the policy announcements into the equity picture. But let's go to Avril Hong now. China markets are back from the lunch break. Avril, what's happening where you are?
Yeah, I mean, Lizzie, the events of the past day really demonstrated how fragile Chinese market sentiment is, how sensitive they are to Trump. Him talking about 10% tariffs left Chinese stocks snapping a winning streak, underperforming the rest of the region. Today, we were watching out for that big briefing, which included the chairman of the securities regulator, Wu Qing, for any signs of support, what authorities plan to do for, boosting the stock market. And the takeaway was they're trying to direct these longer term funds towards the onshore stocks. So this is something that will benefit stocks on the mainland potentially. But it remains unclear beyond this short-term sentiment boost, how quickly and to what extent exactly these funds can actually be channeled to stocks. So we actually saw the CSI 300, as I mentioned, for the past hour. It actually paired those gains. It was a big jump following the briefing and paired those gains quite quickly. The risk, of course, also is from Trump, and that's going to keep investors on their toes as well, Lizzie.
Okay, Avril Hong in Singapore, we thank you. Let's get back to some of that policy that has been moving markets. Elon Musk is questioning whether the companies behind Donald Trump's $100 billion AI investment venture can actually follow through on the promises they've made. The Stargate plan is led by OpenAI, Oracle and SoftBank, and the OpenAI chief Sam Altman's hit back. He's questioned Musk's motives. Well, let's get into this drama with Jill Deesis. She joins me now for more. Jill, is this a rift opening up already between Musk and Trump?
Well, Lizzie, I think that at this point, we've seen Musk be something of a fire starter. Even before Trump actually took office, I think you really just have to look to just a few weeks ago when there was that big budget fight at the end of 2024. Musk kind of inserted himself into the middle of some of those budget negotiations in Congress. What we're hearing this time around, so this was just this big announcement from the other day where you had OpenAI, you had Oracle, and also SoftBank kind of commit to this $100 billion investment plan. Now what you're seeing, though, is Elon Musk kind of question some of those investments, specifically SoftBank's claim that it had already secured $10 billion. So that kind of entered the equation here. I think some of the infighting also has progressed to some of those involved. With this particular pact, you had Sam Altman of OpenAI kind of fight back against Elon Musk. I think this really just kind of indicates you've got these big personalities that are involved in the White House right now, and that Elon Musk relationship with Donald Trump in particular, I think, this is probably not it's not the first, probably not the last time that we're going to see some of these types of rifts kind of develop. Whether that actually develops into anything longer term, I think probably too early to tell. But I think, Elon Musk has made it pretty clear he's quite comfortable being very vocal and kind of criticizing things when he doesn't see it going specifically his way. He's feeling very empowered lately. We'll see how that continues.
OK, so that's the AI policy. When it comes to tariffs, Jill, we've had a lot of talk, but not a lot of action so far. Are we meant to read into this that Donald Trump, in his second administration, will be using tariffs merely as a negotiating ploy?
Potentially. I think, though, that it's still, again, it's really early days, and I feel like we might be splitting hairs here a little bit. I mean, we've got nothing that was specifically announced to be enacted on day one, but you did have these 25% tariffs that he threatened on Canada and Mexico that he says they're looking at February 1st as a rollout date for that. Those 10% tariffs that he's looking at for China, February 1st. Once again, it's kind of hard to tell whether that's just a case of Trump wants some more of his people to actually go through the confirmation process and get going. We've seen already that there's also just sort of splitting priorities on what exactly he wants to focus on first, sending Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, down to Panama instead of maybe to Asia or something like that. But I mean, he does have quite a lot of hawks in his cabinet, or that he wants to bring into his cabinet on those trade and tariff policies on China in particular. So I think, again, still early days, maybe a little bit of a question mark that he hasn't gone full throttle as soon as he got into office. But, we'll see what that looks like over the next few weeks, and if those tariffs specifically start going into effect on February 1st or further.
Yeah, still in wait-and-see mode then. January 20th has been and gone, and still we await the clarity. Bloomberg's Jill Desis in Hong Kong. We thank you.
Now, while Donald Trump is not showing up in person and his video address will come as the World Economic Forum is already winding down, the U.S. president is still what everyone wants to talk about in Davos. That's what we hear. Many world leaders are warming up to the new administration, signaling a willingness to adapt to Trump's policies despite past criticisms and differences. Let's go now to Davos, where our Jumana Brzezinski is standing by. So, Jumana, what is the expectation from the address that we'll hear from Trump later today?
Yeah, good morning, ladies. Well, look, we started off the week saying that this is typically this forum is an opportunity for some of the key industry leaders from around the world to come together to think about the major challenges the world is facing. And of course, there is a new president in the White House. And ever since Monday, even in the run-up to this, there'd been so much discussion about what the world and what the U.S. is going to look like under this new Trump administration. Now, in the first couple of days of him stepping into office, we got a hint of what his main priorities are going to be, both domestic and perhaps a little bit on foreign policy as well. Today, the expectation is we're probably going to get a bit of a mirror image of some of the announcements that President Trump made on that Monday with the executive orders, with the hints at tariffs and the look towards potentially applying tariffs on Canada, Mexico, China. He may give a little bit more detail about what exactly he's thinking there. Questions as well about over here, we're in Europe, but military support and the ongoing support for Ukraine. And we can talk about that shortly with President Zelensky also very present in Davos as well, and we'll be making an address too. But then I think more broadly speaking, there are some concerns about what the return of this Trump administration actually means to this multilateral framework. Remember, the theme of Davos is about collaboration, but you have an American president now who's in office who is very much focused on putting America first. And there's a fear that this renewed wave of protectionism may be good for the U.S. and good for businesses, as we spoke about yesterday in the U.S., but not so good for the rest of the world, given some of the growth concerns there. So we'll see what he has to say, but certainly a lot of anticipation. And typically around the fourth day today, by the end of the day, the conference starts to wind down, but it looks as though things are really gearing up into his address and what he may or may not say, actually.
Yeah, I can only imagine. And Jumana, you were mentioning Ukraine. We did hear from President Zelensky speaking to our John Micklethwaite. When it comes to the war in Ukraine, what exactly is being discussed on the ground there? What did he say?
Yeah, so really fascinating conversation between President Zelensky and our editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite, yesterday. Wide-ranging discussion. But some of the key highlights, I think, is that President Zelensky has been essentially appealing to the United States to stay on board and to be an active part of bringing about a solution. He actually said this has to be Trump's victory, not Putin's victory, in that interview. So again, playing into perhaps a bit of Trump's ego there. But the other thing that came out of that interview is he also said if there is a resolution, there needs to be security guarantees. There needs to be ironclad guarantees, not just from European peacemakers, but also the U.S. as well. He sort of floated this idea that U.S. troops need to be present on the ground too. So very interesting point. John also asked him about China's role in all of this, and Zelensky's response to that is, if there are two strong men in the world who can speak to Putin right now, it is Trump, but also President Xi as well. Let's listen to a little bit of that interview.
It can't be without the United States. I will explain you why. Even if some European friends think that it can be, no, it will not be. First of all, nobody will risk without the United States. The second, that's what can divide NATO, divide EU and USA. That is a goal and dream of Putin, to divide this unity.
He's saying we can't do it without the USA. It is really crucial. We are entering into a very intense period now, potentially with a resolution to that war. But I think it was really interesting from President Zelensky how much he is appealing to the US and to President Trump to maintain an active role in not just the negotiations, but also what happens afterwards.
Absolutely. There's a lot to watch for on day 4 of Davos. Bloomberg's Jumana Versace, appreciate all of your reporting on the ground there from you and the team. Thanks so much.
Well, continuing the geopolitical theme, Bloomberg's been told that the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon should be extended when it expires next week. Sources say that the Iran-backed group and the Israelis are unlikely to resume full-scale fighting, despite needing more time to implement the original terms of the truce. We can get analysis now from Jerusalem and speak to Bloomberg's Dan Williams. Good morning, Dan. Where is this headed? What are the chances, actually, that we could see a return to full-scale fighting?
I think those chances are low. It's worth remembering that while much of the region's focus is on the now 5-day-old Gaza ceasefire, there has been a ceasefire in place in this war, this regional war, on Israel's second front with Lebanon, dating back from late November. Now, that is due to expire next week. Conditions on the ground are much the same as they were back in November, with the exception that there is a new president in the White House, one who has shown, first of all, his pro-Israel credentials and also his impatience with anyone who might want to open up a war front under his watch. So I think, and we've learned this, that all sides, even though there are no direct negotiations between Hezbollah and Israel, no love lost between Hezbollah and Israel, and indeed the Lebanese state, which is meant to take Hezbollah's position in southern Lebanon and take over and provide security indirectly for Israel as well, has no direct ties or direct contacts with Israel. Nonetheless, all of those players, all of those moving parts moving in the direction of extending this ceasefire, officially, semi-officially, blurring the January 27th end date.
And meanwhile, Dan, Israel's launched this major operation in the West Bank city of Jenin. Why now? How significant is it?
Well, Israel's been warning for a long time that Iran, its arch enemy, which has set up an array of proxies around Israel, and we certainly saw that in the last 15 months of war, is now looking at the West Bank, essentially Israel's backyard, as the latest conduit for its attacks on Israel via like-minded Palestinians, Palestinian militant groups. It's been warning about this. There have been increased incidents of ID attacks that have caused casualties among Israeli soldiers, Israeli settlers feeling they're increasingly threatened by Palestinians, and indeed Palestinians increasingly threatened by radical Israeli settlers. So there is a sense of a critical mass of violence and tension building there, and the Israelis appear to believe that Jenin, the northern West Bank, is one of the nexus points of that threat. They've moved in very strong, and indeed one of the Israeli cabinet ministers almost described this as a new front in that regional war. So we're expecting the Jenin operation to take quite a while, and it may spread to other areas of the West Bank, specifically the northern West Bank, where there has been a descent into chaos in recent months and years.
OK, we'll certainly continue to monitor it. Bloomberg's Dan Williams in Jerusalem. We thank you, as always. Still ahead on Horizons, we're going to look at the market outlook with News and Itch as investors digest President Trump's flurry of actions in just his first few days in office. So do stay with us for that. This is Bloomberg.
can't believe you corporate types are still calling each other rock stars.
You're a rock star.
We're all rock stars.
Ooh, look at my data-driven insights. I'm a rock star.
Great job putting finance and HR on one platform with Workday.
Thank you! Guys, can you keep it down? I'm working.
You people are...
Hand over the air guitar.
I've got another one.
Slide in minutes. Slide better. You want to talk business? Meet me in the On-Board Lounge.
In case you missed it, from Bloomberg's coverage at Davos.
Do you think there's one particular thing that you'd like Trump to change in terms of what some people see as the over-regulation of banking in America?
I don't believe, honestly, that we should have a huge amount of deregulation for larger banks. I think that's, you look back at COVID and any crisis, big banks now are strong, are able to step in and being part of resolving issues rather than being the one that creates issues. So I wouldn't really welcome a huge wave of deregulations. What I can see is that, of course, what happened in the US doesn't mean automatically that you will see in Europe or in Switzerland or in Asia deregulation. So the fact is that US banks may become even more competitive internationally through a more benign environment.
Nobody covers Davos like Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg. Investors are digesting the impact of President Trump's first few days in office as more world leaders in Davos signal willingness to work with his policies. Joining us is Tatiana Grill-Castro, co-head of public markets at Muzinich, joining us from Hong Kong. Tatiana, great to get you on the show today. So let's just start here. We are seeing bond traders unwinding their positions and their bets on two-year Treasury futures in the U.S., just given the uncertainty with Trump in these first few days. You still believe that there is an argument, though, for investing in the short end. Why is that?
So there's two things. I mean, we don't need a rally in rates. So oftentimes when people talk about duration and they're implying that you need a rally in duration or a rally in rates, that's not what we are focusing on. So by talking about short dated, we say anything inside 5 years. And what we like about rates, or you know, we're investing credit. So clearly we can also take advantage of the spreads. And why do I point that out is because generally the market says spreads are tight. And whilst we agree with that on average, when we look at the spread curve, we see value in the short end of the curve. So there's definitely more spread to be had at the short end of the curve compared to historical spreads. And then on top of that, we like the shape of the yield curve. So in the US, it definitely has steepened. And so we want to take advantage of the roll down that affords us. And in Europe, we get additional spread. So, you know, all the concerns around Europe with potentially tariffs and weaker growth and all the other uncertainties, we say it's priced in when we look at very strong corporates that can sustain all those headwinds. And so the combination of those higher spreads and the currency hedging, there's many components, the currency hedging benefits that you get from investing in euro-based investments. So when you convert that into dollars, it is significant. And that part of the return is very low volatility. So the quality of the return is very good. And in the US, we like the shape of the yield curve. You don't need to go far out to get the roll down, and you get the protection at the same time because of the carry.
Well, Tatiana, then where does some of this uncertainty around the tariffs fit into your investment strategy? Because many investors are concerned about really what this looks like in the short term.
The way we look at this is that there is still so much uncertainty around how this plays out. How many tariffs will there really be? Will it be a blanket tariffs? Will it be very specific on certain sectors? Will it really be a negotiation tool, which it does look to be more and more? But then it could again, change to be sort of a punishment, so to speak, where it could be broader based and it's meant to be hurting rather than sort of a negotiation or an income tool. And so, given that there is very little with regards to what we know, we don't really want to invest pretending that we know or we can know. I mean, we can read, as many articles and hang on Trump's slips as much as we like. It's very difficult to know. And I think for us, it is always important to understand what can we know and what can't we know, despite our best efforts. And so we are always trying to manage our strategies, not having to rely on that. So what does that mean? We need to find investment opportunities and structure the risk of our funds so that we can optimize our carry and keeping volatility low. And that is then a combination of securities that offer you value in spread and without going too long dated, because the bond maths means that the pull to par contains your volatility. So it's very,
Tatiana, just finally,
we try to be very technical around that.
When you talk about diversification, though, do you prefer then bonds, or where do you get in when it comes to equities as well? Because we were mentioning some of the records that we're seeing in U.S. equities.
Yeah, so, we are a pure corporate credit house, so all we do is offer corporate credit, but clearly our investors would be broadly invested. And what we see as feedback from our clients is, first of all, the equity market has performed much better than has been anticipated. What does that mean? A lot of investors are now long equity. So what they bought perhaps 2 years ago is now clearly worth much more. And so they are readjusting their portfolios, just taking profit, which would be prudent to do. So what does that mean? The next is, where do you put those profits?
Right.
And it's no longer that investors necessarily want to put profits in deposits or money markets, which used to be a big part. And so the next step now is actually partly into credit, and then we can offer short duration credit where you don't need to be right on all those uncertainties, where we say it's very difficult to be right.
Tatiana, we have to leave it there, but I really appreciate getting your insights on the show today. Tatiana Grill Castro, co-head of public markets at Muzinich, joining us from Hong Kong today. Now, coming up, our Davos coverage continues with a stellar lineup of newsmakers right here on Bloomberg TV throughout the day. That's just a look at some of them right there on your screen. But stick with us. We have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
You just have to strategize with each other, with our team, with our agents, with everyone, to figure out how can we package something that's going to be able to go straight down the middle and hit it out of the park. Because right now, people are going to be more adverse. We'll look at our slate, and while something was amazing 3 years ago and felt like we were going to be able to get it made, we have to figure out how to build off of that today. How can we make it feel more desirable? How can we make it feel more undeniable?
It's important to clarify that straight down the middle doesn't mean bland.
No.
It doesn't mean for the most common denominator. It doesn't mean trying to make something for everybody, something that doesn't have edges or specificity. Straight down the middle almost means the opposite in this moment, right? It means so strategic, so specific, so clear. So I think one of the kind of unexpected, wonderful impacts of how challenging the ecosystem has become is that we have had to make sure that we are more committed to content than we've ever been before. Because the fight is so real that if we jump onto something or we develop something, we have no choice but to have to love it.
Earnings season is here.
Kicking off earnings season, there's a lot going on.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
Air France KLM.
NatWest well above estimates.
We have further earnings coursing from GSK.
With the smartest insights.
Clearly, the macro and geopolitical front is full of open issues that they come all together at one stage, they can create some dislocation.
Is that why you're cautious about the fourth quarter?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Lizzie Burden in Dubai. Let's just check in on these markets as they stand. We have futures pointing lower both sides of the pond after yesterday's gains on Wall Street. We've got a positive session in Asia, though. But if we flip over to the Treasuries picture, pretty steady. Yields back down to 4.6% on the 10-year. And if we look at oil, Brent's actually weaker for a sixth straight day. We've got sanctions, tariffs and rising US stockpiles to factor in. But that's exactly where we're heading next. We'll dive into the commodity markets. This is Bloomberg.
This market update is brought to you by Crypto.com. This market update is brought to you by Crypto.com.
It's time to get active. To enhance the core of your portfolio, join the active ETF revolution and boost your global equity allocation with our research-enhanced approach. Search JREG ETF.
DraftKings hit a milestone in the second quarter of 2024. For the first time as a public company, it turned a profit.
Is this a new era for DraftKings?
There's an inflection from when you're cash flow negative and you're operating off of equity raises from the past to when you're self-funded and you're cash flow positive and able to control your destiny a lot more.
You've had your first quarters of profitability now. Does that take pressure off? Does it increase pressure?
I think it increases pressure. I mean, once you start making profits, people expect you to make more, and all of a sudden you're valued on a multiple of those profits as opposed to the theoretical what could be. So very important, I think.
When you're cash flow negative, you've sold a vision of what the company should be working on, and you're very focused on working on that and delivering against that. When you've pivoted to profitability, the world of what you can work on is a little bit open, and there's a lot of different ideas, and it requires more focus than ever to make sure that you are prioritizing on the most important things that are going to deliver the most value.
DraftKings' solid standing in a booming sector gives them the luxury to play the long game. They're not under pressure to cut costs.
When you have really strong revenue growth, you don't need that. If you look at where we are today and where we want to be and where we believe we will be, the vast majority of the incremental EBITDA is not coming from any cost reduction. It's coming from increased revenue.
We don't feel like we need to cut costs because we're growing our revenue so much. We want to grow our revenue into our existing cost structure, and there's no need to reduce the cost as long as we're being efficient with what we allow our cost growth to look like.
Bloomberg Invest is back. Join me, Shonali Basak, and the industry's most influential people for a comprehensive view across financial markets. Hear what a second Donald Trump presidency means for the economy, how AI is being monetized by investors, and the next big risks facing the private credit industry. Bloomberg Invest, March 4th and 5th in New York City. Register your interest to attend at bloomberglive.com/invest.
This is Horizons Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. AI showdown. Elon Musk says, show me the money to companies that promise President Trump billions of dollars for AI infrastructure, exposing a potential rift within the White House. China support. Asian shares rise after Beijing pushes mutual funds and big insurers to increase their investment in the equity markets. And truce extension. Bloomberg has learned the Israel-Hezbollah ceasefire is likely to be extended beyond the January 27th deadline. Good morning. It has just gone past 7:30 a.m. in South Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg.
And I'm Lizzie Burden in Dubai, where it's just gone 9:30 a.m. Welcome to Horizons Middle East and Africa. Jen, we've got so much news this week. It just keeps on flowing, not least from Davos. Of course, we're waiting for Donald Trump to speak later. He's already been speaking this morning, and all that policy feeding into the markets.
Yeah, Lizzie, something tells me this is the start of what's going to be quite a busy year and the next 4 years with President Trump. But listen, let's just see where markets are positioned right now. As you were mentioning, there is a lot of news for investors to digest. If we take a look at U.S. equity futures, trading a bit sideways right now, but that comes after a Wednesday session where we did see the S&P briefly breaking above that 6,100 print, another record set for it, following a 3-day rally. And that, of course, follows some of the comments that we've been getting from Trump around the AI investment, of course, potentially exposing that rift, as we were alluding to there within the White House, but still clearly providing a boon for many companies. The U.S. 10-year yield is relatively steady, positioned right now at just 4.60%. What is getting a bit of a boost, quite a bit of a boost, though, is stocks and currencies in developing markets right now. We're actually up here on the chart. We have the MSCI Emerging Market Index up ever so slightly, but still enjoying an 8th straight session of gains right now. Potentially, this is signaling concern around immediate tariffs, at least subsiding a bit for some investors. And Brent, obviously, right now in focus, down about 0.3%, just trading just above $78 a barrel, extending several days of losses that actually began last Thursday. And that brings me to this terminal chart, which shows that currently this downside is due to some of the reporting that we're getting actually around U.S. stockpiles. We did get a new report that shows a gain in U.S. crude stockpiles. We're seeing the strategic reserve level that had been actually on the decline, as you can see here, since 2020. But then Biden administration did decide to sell off a record amount of crude. It dipped to a 10-year low in 2023. But of course, from President Trump, we have heard him reiterate many times, drill, baby, drill. So potentially that signals something different for the future for Brent. But let's check in on currencies and the yen in particular ahead of the BOJ's expected hike that's going to happen tomorrow. Avril Hong is standing by in our Singapore studio with more. Avril, what do you got?
Yeah, Jen, I mean, the bets are really that the BOJ will hike by 25 basis points tomorrow. This would be its largest increase in 18 years, really a way for the central bank to demonstrate that it's serious about policy normalization. And this is following on from clear signals from the top officials, local media reports as well. But for the yen, the important thing to watch is the tone of communications in the press. If Ueda sounds so much as dovish, that could leave yen weakness. Some have already flagged that if you think back to 2018, when there was the first wave of tariffs, the yen experienced some sort of safe haven demand. The picture this time around is very different because of Japan's trade surplus with the U.S. It's a lot higher. So that kind of risk drawing the ire of Trump, that's a risk that could send the yen weaker as well. Certainly, despite a softer approach that's been seen on the tariff front from Trump in the past week, that hasn't helped the yen. So the path to least resistance mostly is higher for dollar yen, guys.
All right. Thanks so much, Avril Hong in Singapore with us with a quick look at the yen. Let's turn back to the U.S., though. President Trump has downplayed the national security risk posed by TikTok. Speaking on Fox News, he suggested that all electronic products made in China could carry a spying risk. This comes after he delayed a ban on the Chinese-owned app for 75 days via an executive order.
I'll tell you, people want to buy it. People want to buy it.
But those that say they know say it's a spying app for the communist Chinese.
But but you can say that about everything made in China. Look, we have our telephones made in China for the most part. We have so many things made in China. So why don't they mention that? You know. The interesting thing with TikTok, though, is you're dealing with a lot of young people. So
they love it.
Is it that important for China to be spying on young people, on young kids watching crazy videos and things?
I don't want China spying on anybody.
No, but they make your telephones and they make your computers and they make a lot of other things. Isn't that a bigger threat?
All right, let's pivot back to our Davos coverage. It continues, and it's not just Trump and tariffs that is on the minds of attendees. Inflation and global growth is also a key concern. On a panel moderated by Bloomberg's Jumana Bercetchi, Isabella Weber from the University of Massachusetts Amherst spoke about supply shocks.
In rich countries, we had the privilege that we didn't have to think about inflation very hard for a couple of decades, and then it kind of took us by surprise that the supply shocks that were unleashed first by the pandemic and then the Russian attack in Ukraine were more inflationary than most anticipated. And I think this has to do, on the one hand, with these shocks hitting essential sectors, hitting what are significant sectors in my research.
For more, Jumana Bercetchi is back with us now. Jumana, another great session that you had there. What else struck you on that panel?
Well, we just listened to Isabella Weber. She's an academic based out in the U.S., but we also had other voices on the panel. We had Ron Hanley from State Street, the CEO, Villeroy de Galhau, the central bank governor of France, and Nicolai Tangen, who is the CEO of the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world. And the discussion was meant to be about interest rates, but it sort of panned out into a discussion about inflation and some of the short-term and long-term drivers of inflation. Of course, in the short term, one of the questions that I posed to the panel is whether all of these measures that have been put forward by the Trump administration are actually going to be inflationary. And Villeroy de Galhau, the French central bank governor, said, look, I'm just looking at it from the perspective of Europe, but from what I can see, I'm not really hesitating to say this, but it looks as though what he has announced is actually going to be inflationary for the U.S. As for what it means for the rest of the world, a big question mark, because on one hand, yes, tariffs do impose a bit of a supply shock, but on the other, it could be negative for growth, and therefore the growth signals could trump, so to speak, some of the inflation signals that are coming through. But really interesting discussion, and I thought it was really notable this time around versus where we were a year ago, is the room was a lot more divided on the path for interest rates moving ahead. Last year, at the beginning of the year, everyone thought it would be a year for global easing, central banks around the world cutting rates simultaneously. This year, some people in the room thought maybe by the end of the year, Fed will have had to hike rates rather than cut interest rates. So there's a lot of diversion. And I think the key messaging here is we're in for a lot of uncertainty still about what this Trump administration has yet to do and how businesses are going to respond.
And Jumana, when we think about Trump's virtual address that we are going to get later today, what else are world leaders talking to you about there on the ground? What is the mood?
Look, the difference is this time around, Trump is a mainstream figure. Remember, the last time he was elected into office, many people thought that maybe this was an aberration and weren't really ready for what the next 4 years were going to bring out of the Trump administration. The world is, I guess, more used to his style now, even though he tends to be quite volatile. But I think from the perception of many of the other world leaders here, they don't want to rock the boat too much. And most of the language that has come out, even from the likes of the Chinese VP, has been conciliatory towards Trump and basically saying there that trade wars aren't going to be good for any nations. And then you have the likes of Javier Milei, who spoke to our editor-in-chief yesterday, of course, a longtime fan of Trump. He was actually at the Mar-a-Lago reception on Monday, and he was saying that the return of Trump is a great thing for the world. And one of the questions that was put to him is whether he would consider leaving the Mercosur deal in exchange for a U.S. free trade agreement. Here's what he said.
Well, if the extreme condition were that, yes. However, there are mechanisms that can be used even being within Mercosur. So we think that it can be done without necessarily having to leave Mercosur.
So yeah, not completely throwing out the potential of that happening, but it's not just Milei. Overnight, we have some reporting suggesting that the Saudi Arabian Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman also had a call with President Trump and pledged to invest more than $500 billion over the next 4 years. So a big guess, a big question mark about where that funding is going to come from. Luckily, I am speaking to the Saudi finance minister later today, so that is one of the conversations that we're going to be having later this afternoon. One final thing I do want to point out as well is European executives are also going to be watching the tone out of President Trump's address later today very carefully. Wall Street Journal reporting this morning that some European executives, so these are CEOs of European companies, are going to be having a virtual meeting with President Trump as well, perhaps to ask him some questions about how he's thinking about these transatlantic relations and what his plans are for businesses and for tariffs. That's the big question. But yes, I'm speaking to the Saudi finance minister, Mohammed al-Jahan, later today, and then we also have a sit-down with the Iraqi president and the Egyptian trade investment minister coming up.
Wow, looking forward to all of that coverage from Davos and you and the team over there. Jumana Bersetchi in Davos for us. Thanks, Jumana. Great to have you on. All right, now coming up, South African inflation rises at a slower pace than expected, raising the prospect of cutting interest rates later this month. We'll discuss that next. This is Bloomberg.
This is the game changer seat. Look, it even comes with binoculars. I just took a shower above the couch. You know why? Because this is the Emirates A380.
You are also an owner, I should have pointed out, of 3 major sports teams.
That's right.
Right? And you're the first woman, as I understand it, the first woman to own 3 major, have a stake in 3 major sports teams. Is that right?
Yes, and we'll say African American.
You were approached by the owner then of the Washington Wizards and the Washington Caps about maybe buying the Washington Mystics, which is the women's basketball team. And what did you say?
Well, first of all, it was Abe Pollin. He did come to me and Susan O'Malley, and they said, Abe Pollin says, look, I want you to be the face of the Washington Mystics. And I said, what do you mean be the face of? He says, I want you to buy this team. His health was failing. And I have to tell you, and a lot of women can understand this, we never get these opportunities. So that was the first thing that struck me. And I was flattered. I was really flattered. I said, well, Abe, what are the financials on this? And he handed them to me. He says, well, they're not making money. But I was still intrigued about team ownership.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg. South African inflation quickened at a slower pace than expected in December. The data providing room for policymakers to cut interest rates later this month. Let's get more from Yvonne Mango, who is our Bloomberg economist here in South Africa. So, Yvonne, talk to us about why exactly inflation came in below expectations. This was a surprise for many people.
Yes, it was. It's actually the 3rd month in which inflation has surprised to the downside. It appears as though the deflation on the transport side was a lot slower than we'd anticipated. We are experiencing a year-on-year drop in transport prices. That's due to cooler fuel prices, and that ended up allowing for inflation to come in a lot lower than anticipated.
So dig into more of the numbers, though, Yvonne, if you could, because when you get into the nuance of some of these numbers, it's actually quite fascinating, the trend that we're seeing here in South Africa.
Yes. So if you compare to a year ago, we've seen a significant slowdown in both food inflation and transport price inflation, primarily led by fall in fuel prices. And that's allowed for inflation to drop to the lower bound of the target range, which, as you know, is 3 to 6%.
So then what does that mean for the MPC when they do return in just, I believe it's a week
or so.
Yes, a week from now we have the MPC meeting. We're expecting them to cut by another 25 basis points. That will take us to 7.5%, which is around the neutral rate for South Africa. We're actually expecting the central bank to pause at this stage, given that uncertainty, global uncertainty has risen. We've seen the rand come under pressure earlier this month, 2 weeks ago, where the rand at pre-election level, so that the gains we'd seen post-election had been eroded. Since then, of course, we have seen some gains, but the rand still remains vulnerable. The fragmentation we're seeing globally, the risks of tariffs increasing suggest that inflation could pick up, and we expect the central bank to err on the side of caution and pause after this meeting.
So then for the rest of the year, because some expect potentially in March we could see another cut.
So our house view is that we expect the cycle to end, the cutting cycle to end in January. Potentially there could be another cut in March. That's if global factors or global inflation does suggest that it continues to moderate. However, the risk remains to the upside.
What will be key here then to pay attention to?
The rand, how that performs, Trump's tariffs, of course, and also the retaliation, because that also adds to inflationary risk going forward.
Yeah, and we did hear from Kenyaho earlier this week, so potentially we do get some of that commentary from him when they meet next week. Bloomberg's Yvonne Mango joining us here on studio. Yvonne, thanks so much for your time. Now, here's a few other stories that we are following in the region. Zimbabwe's finance minister says the U.S. decision to exit the World Health Organization may put at risk health funding for AIDS programs across the continent. Speaking at a briefing in Davos, he said at least 9 African countries could be affected and that the WHO will be poorer without U.S. leadership. The World Bank has approved grants to Zambia worth $292 million to boost power transmission networks. The Development Bank says the project will also benefit electricity users throughout the Southern Africa region with improved security of supply and the potential to reduce costs through increased energy trade. Angola is looking to raise as much as $2 billion in Eurobonds this year as it works to extend maturities and lower the cost of its debt. The Central African country is planning a non-deal roadshow for late February or early March to test investor sentiment. Angola last sold Eurobonds in 2022 when it joined a rush of emerging market governments taking advantage of low borrowing costs.
Well, those are some of our top stories out of Africa. Let's get back to another of our top interviews from Davos, though. JP Morgan Chase President Daniel Pinto says that inflation and geopolitics could derail market optimism. He was speaking to Bloomberg's Jonathan Ferro and Lisa Abramovitz at the World Economic Forum in Davos.
To an extent is what I said, like inflation could be, that economy goes a bit too fast and doesn't allow inflation to come down. The geopolitical space is still in a challenging place, though there is some signs of potential improvement there. And at the end is like any other policy. You can do the right amount, you can do too much or too little. Hopefully the right amount is done in a way that doesn't derail an economy that is not ready for a recession. It's an economy that is ready to continue to grow at a decent pace.
Daniel, a lot's changed in your banking career. A tremendous amount, and now a bunch of alternative asset managers are looking for the activity that traditionally was on a bank balance sheet. Can you walk us through, as you depart, how different banking might look in the years ahead compared to when you first started?
Well, it's very different. I think that is in a better place with more scale, better quality of service, a better quality of products, and a safer industry that probably has ever been. I think that if you are referring to private credit, I think that banks, we've been lending for 200 years, and private credit is no more than a normal loan. So I think that we feel very good and where we are in order to compete in that space. And at the end, so what is our objective? To be able to provide the best possible service to a client. So therefore, what is it? Is in a certain transaction, you will be able to offer a syndicated facility, or you will be able to offer a direct lending facility. Both markets will tend to converge some way or the other, and we are in an amazing position to compete because we do have relationship with all those clients, and we offer to them not just the loan, we offer to them a bunch of activities.
We saw a relationship develop between Mark Rowan's Apollo and Jane Fraser's Citi, announced at the end of last year. Are you exploring similar partnerships?
We have plenty of partnerships, several, where we have co-lending facilities with other asset managers and that they want to participate in the origination. The issue for all these funds at the moment is that they are getting a huge amount of inflows and there may not be enough assets to deploy. So therefore, to have a partnership with someone like us or Citi or any other to be able to participate in the origination of these banks is a good thing. We are doing the same, not just with one, with as many as we can.
Daniel Pinto, JP Morgan Chase president, speaking there. And coming up, the CEO of chip designer ARM says that President Trump's multi-billion-dollar AI initiative has got the solid financial backing it needs. We'll bring you more from that interview with Renee Haas next. This is Bloomberg.
The top names in tech are on Bloomberg.
I don't like anthropomorphizing AI. I sort of believe it's a tool. It is got intelligence, if you want to give it that as moniker, but it's not the same intelligence that I have.
I especially am afraid of whenever it's some kind of AI is speaking for me. I want to be myself, and I want to be the one speaking. I have AI myself. Yeah. Actual intelligence.
This industry of producing intelligence is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever seen. Instead of instruction-driven computing, it's now intention-driven computing.
There's been a lot of us who've been working in AI for a long time. It's great now to see other people using it and seeing what some of the challenges are.
To stay ahead in tech, it has to be much more than just software. So you need long-term investments in science and research.
You have an ecosystem of companies coming together. It's causing a new industrial revolution.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
11 years ago, I bought a Bitcoin on this set.
It was $800.
Yeah, $800, but I spent the Bitcoin on beer and groceries and gas and video games.
And
I wish I had
hogs.
kept it. I wish I would buy a Harley today if I had.
Yeah, but you probably wouldn't be a
Bitcoin.
TV anchor, and you probably wouldn't still be on this
True.
set. And what a joy that
I'd
is.
be my feet in the sand and a beer in my hand.
Don't miss the next Open Interest.
Good morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Menace Crennick.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Lizzie Burden in Dubai. Now, the CEO of chip designer ARM says that the multi-billion-dollar AI initiative unveiled by President Trump has got solid financial backing. That's after Elon Musk questioned just how much money was available to fund the project, including from the majority ARM shareholder, SoftBank. Now, Renee Haas has told us more about the infrastructure plan that is also known as Stargate.
ARM will be the CPU of choice, if you will, inside these AI data centers. We power Grace Blackwell, which is the NVIDIA product that will be used, but lots of opportunity for all kinds of ARM technology. But most importantly, the CPUs that power Stargate, they'll be ARM.
So already, as you say, integrated into Grace Blackwell, what sort of innovations could this stir on your side? What way will we see your designs progress into this supercomputer and more to come, maybe?
$500 billion of investment and multiple gigawatts of energy require incredibly efficient processor solutions. So I think as we go forward, as these plans get more and more defined, I think there'll be more and more opportunity. But right now, we're super excited to be involved with NVIDIA and Grace Blackwell.
I think that's so key as these plans get more and more defined. These are, at the moment, pretty new announcements coming, but people questioning how new the ultimate decision to spend has been, because we already had Massa, of course, this leader of SoftBank, which in many ways owns a large part of ARM, talking about this $100 billion investment in infrastructure in the US, but a few weeks ago. How long has this been in the making?
These discussions have been going on for many months. Something like this does not happen overnight. I think the world has seen that to reach AGI or ASI or some of the capabilities of artificial intelligence, a tremendous amount of capital is going to be required. Obviously, a lot of power is going to be required. A lot of compute is going to be required. Masa has been looking at this for quite some time. We've been talking to the OpenAI folks and Oracle and MGX and Microsoft and NVIDIA. So I think what you're seeing that just came together was the culmination of all those conversations, but it didn't happen overnight for sure.
Does it have the money? I'm afraid some shade being thrown on this project by one Elon Musk. Do you have anything to provide? I know you're the technology partner, but what about the capital?
Yeah, I haven't seen Elon's tweet, although I certainly have heard about it. There is a lot of backing for this, Caroline. Believe me, it was not taken lightly to make the announcement yesterday at the White House with President Trump. So I think you can feel pretty good that the financial backing behind this is quite solid.
That was ARM CEO Renee Haas speaking with Bloomberg Technology co-anchor Caroline Hyde. Let's check in, though, on how your markets are positioned ahead of the trading day. Trading down right now, as we can see, for both U.S. equities and also European equities. We did see the S&P, though, coming close to that all-time high on Wednesday, and that came after a three-day rally following some of the rhetoric that we're getting out of this new Trump administration with regards to artificial intelligence. A lot to pay attention to, though, moving forward. We'll hear from President Trump virtually speaking in Davos. Potentially, he gives some more signals about the direction of tariffs. So many investors likely to be watching that to see what the price action looks like from here. That's it for Horizons, Middle East and Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg with Lizzie Burden in Dubai. Stick with us for Daybreak Europe.
To build the electric vehicle of the future, you need partners, mining partners, technology partners, education, supply chain, energy. What if one partner could do it all? That partner is Ontario, Canada, with all the critical minerals to make electric vehicle batteries, 65,000 STEM graduates per year, industry-leading IT clusters, a fully integrated supply chain, powered mostly by cutting-edge low-carbon energy sources. Ontario, your innovation partner.
One of the very critical things is that a lot of young entrepreneurs don't realize is that when you start as an entrepreneur, you're not just building your business, which of course you are, but you're also building your organization. And most people don't realize that. And building an organization is not just about hiring people. It's about the culture, it's about the systems, the values, the mission. You know, it's about how you operate, how you do things, how you retain people, how you keep them motivated. So it's all of those things put together. And over time, you realize that, you know, a lot of effort has to go into it. And then eventually you have an organization that has a life of its own. It's, you know, and it's sometimes you look at it and you marvel and you think about, you know, how was this created? And was I the person that was behind getting this thing done?
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Technology.
We're about a year and a half into the remodeling, if you will, the modernization, the reinvention of computing. And so I think that over the next several years, you're going to see the transition from the old way of doing computing, general purpose computing. There's a new way of doing computing, artificial intelligence and accelerated computing. And so we have a lot of growth to go to.
Don't miss Bloomberg Technology live every weekday.
World-class journalists, global leaders, influential thinkers, cutting-edge data. This January in Davos, Conversations at Bloomberg House will provide the context you need on the biggest stories that will shape the year ahead. From AI and the future of tech, to geopolitics, markets, sustainability, inequality, and more. Join us in person or watch live.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern. Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up to the minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Luanda, Angola, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. Happy Thursday, everyone. These are the stories that set your agenda. Asian shares gain after China urges insurers and mutual funds to buy more stocks. The latest support for markets in the face of Donald Trump's tariff threats. Billionaire bust up. Elon Musk says, show me the money to companies that promise President Trump billions for AI infrastructure. OpenAI's Sam Altman, though, pushes back, saying Musk is wrong. Plus, in our Davos exclusive conversations, Volodymyr Zelensky calls for US troops in a potential peacekeeping force in Ukraine. And Argentina's president says he could leave the Mercosur trade pact for a deal with the US. European futures are pointing lower by 0.2%, but put it in this context. You've seen 6 straight days of gains for European stocks, up at record levels right now. So a bit of profit taking, a bit of a breather, arguably, before we get more of the earnings momentum coming through next week. FTSE 100 futures here in the UK currently pointing lower by 0.3%. S&P futures currently pointing off by 0.1%. But again, the gains for the S&P yesterday, 3 straight days of gains for the S&P, and that index as well, also closing in on record highs. The Nasdaq 100 performing well yesterday by the end of the close, currently looking lower by 0.2%. Let's flip the board and have a look cross asset. You have jobless claims out of the US later today. We are counting down to the BOJ decision, of course, on Friday. Growing expectations that they will hike again for the 3rd time under Governor Ueda. The benchmark US 10-year is currently yielding you 4.60. Not a lot of movement currently in US Treasuries in the session today. Euro-dollar at 104. We've been hearing again from ECB officials on the hawkish end. Holtzman suggesting that there can be patience from the ECB, though he seems to be something of an outlier. $78 a barrel on Brent. There's a report suggesting the inventory build-up is there now in the US. So that's putting a bit of pressure on oil prices, down 0.3%. And gold holding around levels we've not seen since the end of last year, 2,752 for the yellow metal, down 0.1%. But again, holding above those levels for gold as expectations build up. Maybe there's further to run. The tariff threat is building into positioning around the yellow metal as well on some reports. Let's get more in terms of the Asian market view, with really interesting lines coming out in terms of the pressure, at least measures coming through for the insurance sector and state-owned enterprises in China to buy more domestic stocks. Ava Hong in Singapore for the details on that story then.
Yeah, Tom, I mean, just in the past day, you saw how sensitive Chinese stocks are to any of these Trump headlines. So markets were really focused today on this big briefing, and that included the chairman of the securities regulator for measures to support equities. And what we got was how they are going to be encouraging mutual funds, insurers, among other measures, to invest into onshore stock markets, but beyond the impact on A shares and beyond perhaps the short-term sentiment boost, there doesn't seem to be much in the way of a game-changing measure. So very quickly, we saw the CSI 300, the Hang Seng, which climbed well over 1% earlier in this session. Look at how those gains have evaporated. That's the China story, but elsewhere in the region, we're also watching out for what's happening in South Korea. Today, the Kospi underperforming its GDP, South Korea's GDP missed, flipped the board. The main reason why we're seeing that drag on the South Korean benchmark is the benchmark heavyweights, SK Hynix, Samsung Electronics. They are underwater today, and this is for SK Hynix despite reporting record profits. It's failing to meet this really, really high bar, and of course, this is a key supplier for NVIDIA on high bandwidth memory chips. I think it faces a similar affliction to its top client where it fails to meet lofty expectations. This is what you see in the share performance. So a bit of profit taking also underway on South Korean stocks today. Flip the board again. Tomorrow, as you say, is BOJ day, and we have ahead of the decision tomorrow a Japan inflation print, but all bets are for a 25 basis point increase. This would be by the most in 18 years. Key to watch will be the tone of communication from Ueda. If he sounds dovish, that could send dollar-yen higher. Remember, there's a lot of uncertainty still regarding Trump's policies, and keep in mind as well that when it comes to Japan Japan's trade surplus versus the US is much higher than during the first Trump administration. So these risks at play that might be reflected in the yen, even if the BOJ hikes tomorrow. Tom.
OK, that trade surplus in Japan could leave it vulnerable then to the tariff threat from President Trump, though he has yet to name Japan in terms of a potential target. But there is that expectation that maybe in terms of the surplus, Japan could be vulnerable. Avril Hong with a check on the Asian markets, of course, and the important details around China's further intervention to prop up its equity markets. Now to what's happening in terms of the tech front and a sparring match, it seems, between Altman and Elon Musk. Elon Musk has clashed with OpenAI's Sam Altman, not for the first time, by the way, but this time over President Trump's AI venture, saying they, quote, don't actually have the money. By they, he's talking about SoftBank and OpenAI, amongst others. Altman hit back, questioning Musk's motives. For more, let's bring in opening trade anchor Kriti Gupta. Kriti, this has broken open into the open. This was posted by Musk on X, and then you had Sam Altman replying. There's a couple of layers to this. One, seemingly this is a big question about the AI infrastructure plan that he's pushed through. Number two, is this a split now within the Trump team? What does this mean in terms of the relationship between Musk and Trump? I just wonder what you take from what we've been seeing overnight.
Well, a couple of things, and then you mentioned it there. This is not the first time Elon Musk and Sam Altman have come head-to-head. We know there is a little bit of a rivalry there, especially when it comes to the fact that they both kind of created the early versions of AI together and then had this big kind of falling out about what the future of AI actually looked like, to the point that Sam Altman really pushed forward the concept of AI in everyday lives. Elon Musk took a real step back and said this is actually potentially something that is dangerous and the very first time maybe needs to be regulated, which is, of course, something Elon Musk doesn't often say in terms of his ventures. I think the relationship with Donald Trump may be a little bit more important here, though, in terms of this rivalry, simply because we know Elon Musk and Donald Trump have a relationship, a friendship, for lack of a better term. But you'll remember that even when it came to the pick of Treasury Secretary, Elon Musk had backed Howard Lutnick very, very publicly. And a lot of the expectation was that because of that support, that's where Donald Trump would take his cue. And he did the exact opposite. He chose Scott Bessent instead. And that really, I think, speaks to the idea and almost throws cold water on the idea that Elon Musk is maybe not the Trump whisperer to the extent that everyone thinks he is. That being said, this is still a massive investment, $100 billion that could potentially be multiplied by 5. The idea that Elon Musk is saying, well, maybe this isn't enough to hit those goals, I thought that was quite interesting.
Yeah, fascinating. And there's still big questions about how they get to that point. How do they get to the first 100 billion, let alone 400 or 500 billion US dollars? As you say, the relationship as well, whether or not this is a fracture point in terms of that relationship between Trump and Musk. Meanwhile, we've also been hearing from President Trump articulating his views about TikTok again. And it's a reminder that he sees things much more through the prism and lens of economics and trade deals than national security. And this is what he's been saying around TikTok. Take a listen.
I'll tell you, people want to buy it. People want to buy it.
But those that say they know say it's a spying app for the communist Chinese.
But you can say that about everything made in China. Look, we have our telephones made in China for the most part. We have so many things made in China. So why don't they mention that? You know. The interesting thing with TikTok, though, is you're dealing with a lot of young people. So
they love it.
Is it that important for China to be spying on young people, on young kids watching crazy videos and things?
I don't want China spying on anybody.
No, but they make your telephones and they make your computers and they make a lot of other things. Isn't that a bigger threat?
President Trump speaking to Fox News in the Oval Office. Kriti, you followed the twists and turns of the TikTok saga in detail. What do you make of these comments?
Well, a couple of things. I'll start with the last one he made, which is that they being China, are hitting your phones and spying on your conversations. That was the argument around Huawei and pulling the Huawei infrastructure out of the United States and arguably in a lot of Western countries as well. So that's the parallel that Donald Trump is making. And it's not the only tech company coming out of China that has that impact on the rest of the world, or perceived impact, I should say, on the rest of the world. The TikTok story is interesting because in addition to talking about the ban, the spying ability, we're still talking about who the buyer may be. And this is for the very first time that I've heard in recent history where a president is talking about, an American president is talking about a national stake in a foreign entity that is based in the U.S., let alone a national stake altogether. Just for some context, the last time you talk about this, you're going to things like the railroad in the 1800s, the development of electric grids, for example, things that necessarily need to be put in government hands because privatizing them just puts the cost kind of out of whack. That's really the game changer in this argument, that he's not only brokering a deal, he's talking about how the U.S. government can play a more active role in it. And it comes at a time, by the way, when the U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel kind of conversation as well, one of the concessions there was the government having veto power on the production capacity. So this is a new era that we kind of put under Donald Trump as the kind of deregulation president, and yet there is still maybe a larger footprint in certain areas where the president of the United States, Donald Trump, may have a bigger hand in his role as, in the Oval Office.
So from the domestic security of the US to the domestic security of Ukraine, and we've been hearing from President Zelensky. He's been talking to the Bloomberg team on the ground at the World Economic Forum, and he talked about the need for US peacekeeping troops to join any European force after any ceasefire. The significance of this, he basically poo-pooed the idea that Europe could do it alone.
Which is quite contrary to what Emmanuel Macron has said around this as well, because there has been a key piece, a key tension point between France and Germany, as we know, specifically to Emmanuel Macron and Olaf Scholz, about who is brokering that potential ceasefire, both saying that Europe needs to have a hand at the table. Even Vladimir Zelensky, who's actively trying to become not just a NATO member, but an EU member as well, saying, well, no, the U.S. very much needs to be a part of that equation. Take a listen to what he told our very own John Micklethwaite.
It can't be without the United States. I will explain you why. Even if some European friends think that it can be, no, it will not be. First of all, nobody will risk without the United States. The second, that's what can divide NATO, divide EU and USA. That is a goal and dream of Putin, to divide this unity.
Vladimir Zelensky there speaking to our very own editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite, at the World Economic Forum in Davos. He's basically making the point that it's the U.S. or nobody in terms of that backing. It also comes at the same time that Donald Trump has allegedly told Vladimir Putin to make a deal on Ukraine or face the costs that include taxes, tariffs, further sanctions, on top of, by the way, the sanctions that Joe Biden put on Russia as kind of that last measure, basically risking the fact that there could be higher oil prices down the pike for American consumers.
Yeah, Trump posting that on Truth Social, and to some, at least around the edges, it suggests that Trump isn't just going to go full bore on the Russian side of this. He is weighing up the two, at least to some extent, and putting pressure there on Putin, as you say. Opening trade anchor Kriti Gupta, thank you very much indeed on the significant lines of the cross around TikTok and, of course, AI and the competition between Musk and Sam Altman. Meanwhile, Trump flows and links to everything. Argentinian President Javier Milei says he is willing to leave the Mercosur trade pact, if necessary, to leave it, to cement a free trade deal with the US, although adding he hopes that is not needed. Milei, a fierce critic of Mercosur, spoke to our editor-in-chief of Bloomberg News, John Micklethwaite, at Bloomberg House in Davos.
Well, if the extreme condition were that, yes. However, there are mechanisms that can be used even being within Mercosur. So we think that it can be done without necessarily having to leave Mercosur.
We have a great lineup of guests, possibly with less good sideburns, from the World Economic Forum in Davos, of course, through this hour. David Velez, founder and CEO of Nubank, and Catherine McGregor, CEO of Engie. Those exclusive conversations coming up. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
In 2015, I was not optimistic because nobody was working on the hard problems. The energy R&D budgets had gone down. The venture investing in climate had gone down. It was completely out of fashion. So I don't know what people were optimistic about then. The fact is, we built essentially from scratch, with lots of supporters, a really mind-blowing level of innovation against emissions. And in the last 9 years, that's gone better than I would have expected. So only now could you even, plausibly be optimistic about the path of emissions. And someone who said, hey, nobody's ever scaled things up very like the speed that we knew to before, they're welcome to say, hey, I'll believe this when I see it. You know, in the meantime, some people who care about this issue are really out, you know, trying to think, do we need permitting reform? You know, do we find, what new ideas haven't we found yet? You know, how do we fund people with those new ideas? How do we get the costs of these things down? How do we collaborate on a global basis? So we're still not at the point where it's guaranteed or even that it'll be easy, but at least there's a theory of change.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. Prudential's reputation as an insurance giant is rock solid, but it's not resting on tradition. CFO Janella Frias is playing a key role as the company resets its strategic priorities.
We've been on a journey to be higher growth, more nimble, and more capital efficient.
Watch Chief Future Officer January 29th on Bloomberg.
Welcome back. Brazilian fintech Nubank says it now has reached 10 million users in Mexico and plans to expand its product portfolio in coming months. Bloomberg understands the bank is considering moving its legal base here to Britain, which could, of course, be a major win for the UK's efforts to attract tech companies. Let's get more with Bloomberg's Jumana Pasecci, who is at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Jumana.
Good morning, Tom. Yeah, well, we're going to talk about some of Nubank's expansion efforts. But before that, just want to welcome CEO David Velez. Good to have you here.
Thank you so much.
You know, the talk of the town is the return of the Trump administration. And I just want to start off asking you how you're thinking about it as Brazil's obviously largest fintech company and actually the largest financial services company in Latin America. The relationship between Lula and Trump hasn't been so warm over the years. Are you worried this is going to have ramifications on business?
I don't believe so. I think ultimately Brazil is very aligned geopolitically to the U.S. It's very important for the U.S. to have Brazil and broader Latin America to be very close. Brazil has a lot of commodities, a lot of energy for data centers, a lot of water, big population. So I think geopolitically it's very important for the U.S. and Latin America to be close, for Brazil to be close to the U.S. irrespective of the political party. And I think they're going to be able to have good parties and work together well.
How are your customers feeling about the high levels of inflation and interest rates in the Brazilian economy right now? The macro isn't so supportive. Yeah,
I mean, I think the macro has deteriorated a bit over the past couple of months. But frankly, the reality is this is one more cycle. We as a company have been around for 11 years. In those 11 years, we've seen that up and down of interest rates and inflation about 5 to 6 times. Yeah. We've seen interest rate going from 7, 8% to 15%, back down, inflation up. So people are used to it. It's part of the game of operating in a country like Brazil. And I think businesses understand how to caution their business model to make sure that they can sustain and operate within that entire environment.
Yeah, you've got about 60% market share in Brazil. So more than 1 in 2 people are using Nubank. Are you at saturation points? Have you achieved the maximum of what you can achieve within Brazil?
I mean, at some point, we're going to run out of Brazilians. Clearly, but we've been saying that for about 4 years. And even now, we're seeing over 1 million Brazilian customers coming in the door every month. 1 million customers, really. And so, yeah, I think we'll continue to grow in number of customers. But when you look at the penetration we have in the different products, we're still very early days. We have 15% market share in credit card, 8% in personal loans, 2% in investments, 1% in insurance. So there is a huge amount of opportunity to grow within the base of customers that we have to increase the revenue per customer and the type of products that we have.
What about outside Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, even Argentina? Would you be considering expanding there under Milei?
Yeah, sure. Mexico is our #1 priority this year. It's a huge opportunity. It's a very big market, over 120 million people, and there's 12% credit card penetration. Over 60% of the Mexican consumers are still outside the banking system, so there is a huge opportunity to provide banking services to a large percentage of the people that haven't been able to access the banks. And the right way to do it is digitally. We've had Really great success in Mexico so far. We just passed 10 million customers, becoming one of the largest financial institutions in Mexico. And it's beating all of the metrics that we have in Brazil. So we feel very good about Mexico. Colombia's in an earlier stage, also following the same path. And to your question, Argentina, we were about to launch Argentina in 2019, and we had to pull the brakes because things changed very quickly. We're looking very curiously at what's happening right now with President Milei. And if there is continuity in some of the metrics and the progress that he's been able to do, we're absolutely consider launching in Argentina.
Okay, that's interesting. What about U.S.? I mean, U.S. is a mature market, but still, would you ever consider expanding into the U.S. as well at some point?
Yeah, I think it's possible. And to be very frank, I think if you had asked me a question 6 months ago, I would have said probably not. Suddenly, things change from a regulatory environment, and there is a real sense that it might be good to deregulate all of these different banking regulations. Looking from the outside, it felt very unfriendly for fintechs and for new entrants. Now it feels more friendly. And I think there's opportunity in the U.S. to bring much more competition. While there are a lot of banks in the U.S., when you look at subsegments, like the subprime subsegment or prime or the Hispanic population in the U.S., there is a lot of lack of access to financial services and very high cost and interest rates. So we will absolutely consider, we'll see how things develop from here, but we'll absolutely consider that.
There are reports that you are thinking of moving your domicile to Britain. Talk to us about that, because you seem to be going against the grain. Most people, most businesses seem to be wanting to leave the UK as a domicile. So what's the thinking there? Why the UK?
So we haven't formally announced anything. I think what we are preparing ourselves is for the next 10 years of our growth, and the next 10 years for us is going to be about obviously solidifying what we've built in Latin America and then expand this banking model globally. We think this model, digital banking model, is the future of consumer retail banking in the world. It's a model that serves more people, makes them happier, generates more profits for investors. And we're in the first second of that development globally on digital banking. So as we think forward, we want to make sure that we choose a jurisdiction that might help us from a business perspective, tax perspective, and financial regulatory perspective to be able to execute that plan.
Yeah, I'm sure UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer would be happy to hear that. Positive affirmation of some of their plans. David Velez, the founder and CEO of Nubank. Tom, I'll toss it back to you.
Jemana, thank you very much indeed. Interesting lines, on the US and UK. Jemana Pasechi on the ground for us at the World Economic Forum. Thank you. Coming up, the Dutch Prime Minister tells us he expects the US will continue pressing them to restrict ASML's exports of chip-making machines to China. We bring you some of that exclusive interview next. This is Bloomberg.
Slightly Emirates, slightly better. You want to talk business? Meet me in the On-Board Lounge.
At JP Morgan, we're taking ETFs to the next level with active equity and fixed income strategies designed for today's dynamic markets. Invest with a leader in active management. Search JP Morgan Active ETFs.
On a $100,000 US margin loan, Interactive Brokers charges just 5.83%. Do you know how much your broker charges? Fidelity and Schwab charge over 1.5 times as much. E-Trade is even higher. Move your account to Interactive Brokers and save at least $5,200, or much more if you're trading big bucks.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live every weeknight. Balance of Power, weeknights at 10 p.m. London time, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Now, Dutch Prime Minister Dick Schoof has told Bloomberg that it is important that the security of Europe be, quote, on top of mind for President Trump as well as for Europeans, and that the two sides maintain an open trading relationship. He spoke exclusively to Chad Thomas in an interview at the World Economic Forum in Davos.
It's very important that the security of Europe is on top of our minds and also on top of the mind of the new American president, and therefore it relates very strongly, of course, to Ukraine, and make sure that peace in Ukraine is with Ukraine and with Europe. And economically, it's very important that the open relationship and the open trade relationship we have is still in place. So we are looking very carefully at import tariffs and what that could mean for our trade and our companies.
Do you expect Europe to remain united if there becomes a tariff war? Obviously, that's not what anyone wants, but is there a worry that it's sort of every man or woman for himself and countries within Europe don't stick together?
Well, there is always that worry. But in the European Council, I think we have the idea that we should do it together, that's important, whether it's on the positive side in making sure that Europe is competitive, but also, you might say, on the negative side, if we have to react to what the Americans can do, and that's going to hurt our economy.
Are there discussions already taking place within the European Council of how you would potentially react if you had to?
Well, of course, we had some discussions about how could we react, and one of the most important things is that we should react from a strong position. I mean, Europe has a strong economy, has a strong competitiveness already, has a strong consumer base, so that's important for the United States as well. So that gives us a strong position, so you can really rely on a good discussion with the new administration and see how you can work out all kinds of deals.
You have a strategically important company based in the Netherlands, ASML. What do you expect from the Trump administration when it comes to ASML?
Well, I think that in relation to the China policy of the United States, and also when we look at the Netherlands, we are aligned, more or less. But when it comes to ASML, we have on a weekly basis, we have discussions, and we want to make sure that ASML, which is a very important tech company, and it's very important for the Dutch economy and also very important for the development of high tech in Europe and in the Netherlands, we want to make sure that that position is in place, and therefore we also made all kinds of arrangements with ASML and with the local government and the technical university to make sure that ASML can thrive, but also the whole community around Eindhoven, it's called Brainport, can thrive.
All right, the Dutch Prime Minister speaking to Bloomberg there at the World Economic Forum. Coming up, our conversations at Davos continue this hour. We're going to discuss President Trump's energy demands on Europe with the CEO of French utilities company Engie. That is coming up. This is Bloomberg.
You've released, I think, a Bollywood song, a reggae album, a gospel album. You've done a bunch of different genres. Is there any genre you haven't tried that is, because it feels like this next one you're doing is sort of back in your sweet spot.
I did a jazz album that I haven't released yet. It's more or less like spoken word over jazz music. That was a genre that I've always wanted to go into. Quincy Jones hit me to Mr. Mumbles, Clark Terry, which was his teacher. And we had an opportunity to spend time with Mr. Terry, and we did a record together, and that was a genre that I always wanted to venture into because I felt like I had a jazz voice.
So your role in a jazz album is just your singing?
No, I'm spoken word.
Sorry.
My voice, my conversation, my poetry, you know.
I'm David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week.
This week, how the annual gathering in Davos is adjusting to a changing world order. What the tragedy of the LA fires may do to the business of insurance. Whether President Trump's immigration policies could lead to a return of inflation.
Very simply, put America first.
And what the growth in non-alcoholic beer could mean for the liquor business.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close, weekdays at 3 p.m. only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at the Forbidden City in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. Happy Thursday. These are the stories that set your agenda. Asian shares mixed after China urges insurers and mutual funds to buy more stocks. The latest support for markets in the face of Donald Trump's tariff threats. Billionaire bust up. Elon Musk says, show me the money to companies that promised President Trump billions for AI infrastructure. OpenAI Sam Altman pushes back, though, saying Musk is wrong. Plus, in our Davos exclusive conversations, Volodymyr Zelensky calls for US troops in a potential peacekeeping force in Ukraine. And Argentina's president says he could leave the Mercosur trade pact in return for a deal with the US. European futures seemingly searching for a catalyst this morning after 6 straight days of gains, punching through record highs by the end of the close yesterday, adding, around 0.4%. By the close yesterday on the Stoxx 600, currently pointing lower by 0.2%, but again in the context of a run-up of 6 days of strength for European equities. The FTSE 100 futures are pointing lower by 0.3%. S&P futures stateside kind of pointing lower by about 0.1% after 3 days of gains and near record highs for the S&P 500. Nasdaq 100 futures currently pointing to losses of 0.2% after adding more than 1%. A strong day again for that tech-heavy index yesterday. Let's flip the board and have a look cross-asset. Jobless claims out of the US later today should give us more colour in terms of the health of the labour market. You are still seeing pricing of a little over 1 cut through the rest of the year for the Federal Reserve, about 36 basis points by year end. 460 right now on the benchmark US 10-year. Not much movement across the Treasury curve in the session today. Euro dollar at 104. Brent a little softer, down 0.5%. Some reports suggesting, industry reports suggesting that there is an inventory build-up in the US in terms of the stockpiles there. And gold at 2,754 on the yellow metal, just down 0.1%. Now, talking of energy, European natural gas for delivery this summer has become even more expensive than prices for next winter. This after continued supply tightness. And as Germany discusses subsidies for refilling storage sites, maintaining sizable fuel inventories has, of course, become crucial for Europe's energy security since it lost most Russian pipeline flows. Let's cross over right now to the World Economic Forum Davos. Francine Lacroix standing by with a guest who can talk to this issue. Fran.
Tom, thank you so much. Now joining us now is Catherine McGregor, Chief Executive of the French utility company Engie. Thank you so much for joining us. Ms. McGregor, there's a lot going on, of course, here in Davos for the last 3 days as Chief Executives trying to understand what the Trump policies mean for them and their business. There will be a virtual address, we understand, today by Donald Trump, also engaging with Chief Executives. What do you want to hear from him?
Well, I think I would be very interested to hear about energy policy for United States businesses, and how energy can enable Trump's agenda on growth and on business thriving in the United States, where I think and I hope that renewables will continue to play a major role. Time to market for renewables is exceptional, and given the growth demand that we are expecting on energy in the United States, I would expect that renewables are going to continue to play a big role, which is important for a company like Engie, as you know, we are present in the United States, and we would like to continue to be part of this renewable growth stories.
But when you look at the IRA and the fact that Donald Trump maybe wants to take back the money that has been already spent on IRA, do you think that's money that will go into renewables in Europe instead, the collateral benefits maybe of some of the Trump policies?
Well, I would, first of all, on the IRA, I think we'll have to see exactly what happens. Renewables are very competitive as an energy production mean. So whether tax credit will continue or not, I don't think necessarily it will pose a major problem for renewables. There is, again, such a demand. And then turning to Europe, renewables, first of all, are a very important part of the European mix. Almost half of the electricity produced in Europe last year came from renewables. So renewables are already a reality. And indeed, I think not only they're bringing solution to climate change, decarbonizing our energy mix, for sure, they are also bringing this better sovereignty. So whatever is installed in Europe is producing regardless of other partners' willingness to import or export to Europe. So I think the sovereignty that renewables bring should indeed be an additional argument for Europeans to continue and don't lose the conviction and the determination to develop these renewables powers.
How much do renewables depend on the actual price of energy? So the lower the price of energy of fossil fuels go down, does it push back actually the adoption of renewables?
I really don't think so. In most cases, you will see that renewables are actually very competitive. Of course, they don't suffice alone. You need to complement them with energy storage. So batteries are going to be very, very important. You also need to look at upgrade to the grid. So all these elements are going to be very important. And then we talk a lot about electrification, but there is also the molecules. As you know, we can't electrify everything. So there's going to be also work to be done on greening the gas. And here, things like biomethane, et cetera, are going to be really important.
Catherine, talk to me a little bit about how, again, there's a lot of tensions and question marks of what happens with Ukraine. We're talking about the gas transit deal being put to an end. What are you expecting for energy prices in Europe for this year to be like? More elevated or less elevated than last year?
Nothing like during the heights of the crisis. Okay. So the prices have come down. However, we are expecting volatility in the energy market to continue to be strong because the volumes that were exported from Russia to Europe have disappeared from the global markets and have not been replaced by new capacity. And here I'm talking about the gas. So we're expecting, in terms of security of supply, we're not alarmed, even though the storage in Europe is a little bit lower than last year, but nothing completely abnormal. So we expect security of supply to be at good level. On the other hand, volatility is expecting to be quite high until roughly 2026, the end of 2026, where new volumes should come. But again, this volatility, renewables and energy transition is actually a very important answer to that, because the more you can have local production and the more immune you are from external factors. So energy transition, good for sovereignty for Europe.
But for the next 12 months, should European users expect their gas prices or gas bills to go up?
There is a number of factors. We are not alarmed again. It is very difficult to forecast the energy price, but I'd say watch the volatility. That's important. And let's keep at it on the energy transition front.
Can you give us an update? I mean, you said, of course, all of your presence in the U.S. Are you expecting to reduce the headcount because some of the uncertainties in the U.S., or will you stay steady?
No, we are going to stay steady. We have, on the renewable side, we have a number of projects that we have in our pipeline, and depending on the situation, we can adjust, from one geography to another. So we like to have a bit of flexibility, but we have good projects ongoing in the U.S., and at this stage, we look forward to delivering those projects. Customers are expecting them. In fact, I was discussing yesterday with some customers in the United States, and they are expecting us to continue to deliver. They continue to be very committed to the net zero transition. Yeah. They also say it's good for them, it's good for their customers themselves. So from that standpoint, I think this determination to continue to decarbonize the power and to bring power rapidly to our customers, including in the US, at this stage, we believe is still very much on the radar screen and on the agenda, which is great.
But does the Trump administration actually slow the process down instead of derailing it?
I think maybe, if I want to point to negatives, I would say uncertainty is not good. So, noise, uncertainty. So that's maybe one point, we should ask the president this evening is, the more certainty and the less noise we have to do business, that's important. It's true everywhere in the world. So that's really the message that will help. I think there is also a question on the offshore, and we believe that offshore renewables are an important part of the future mix. But if that has to take a pause, then that'll be fine. It's a shame, but we can live with it.
Well, you can live with it. Any M&A targets? I know you have not been acquisitive, actually, in 2024. Or what can we expect for this year?
Yeah, on the renewable side, and I think in most of our portfolio, we're really trying to add value at ENGIE by mostly organic development. We can do small M&A. I think on the infrastructure side, we've been quite open to say that we have a strong presence in France on the gas side, and we look forward to having a bit of a rebalance on the power networks because electrification is such a macro trend. We would like to be part of that on the regulated asset base. So we'll be looking at organic development in Latin America on power networks, potentially M&A, but we're always very selective. Capital allocation discipline is important to us at ENGIE, and so we'll stick to that.
Catherine McGregor, thank you so much for joining us today. Braving the cold, Tom. It is very cold, but not as cold as yesterday. But a good conversation there with the chief executive of ENGIE. We'll have plenty more from Davos throughout the day. I'm going to hand it back to you in London.
Fran, thank you very much indeed. Another great conversation out of Davos, of course. Francine Lacroix on the ground for us, continuing those interviews through the day. There's plenty more from Davos, of course, today and going through to the end of tomorrow as well. Here are just some of the interviews to look out for. The French Foreign Trade Minister, Laurent Saint-Martin, the NATO Secretary-General, Mark Rutte, the EIB President, Nadia Calvino, Morgan Stanley's CEO, Ted Pick, that will be a good one, the Saudi Finance Minister, Mohammed Al-Jadaan, and Iraqi President Abdul Latif Rashid. So all of those interviews coming up. Do tune in for those. Now, Swedish Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson has told Bloomberg that the suspected sabotage attempts of undersea cables in the Baltic Sea linked to Russia's shadow fleet is, quote, unacceptable. He spoke with Bloomberg's executive editor for Europe, Chad Thomas, on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos.
Regardless whether this is intentional or unintentional, it simply is unacceptable. We cannot accept that important fiber or electricity cables are put at risk because the vessels simply don't respect to protect them.
What actions do you think need to be taken then in the Baltic Sea to make sure that this doesn't continue to happen?
Well, the immediate action is what we are doing right now. We have much more surveillance. We combine civilian and military resources in a much more effective way. We have the ongoing NATO mission, Baltic Sentry, going on right now. So we also combine different countries, different resources to have a better surveillance, basically, and to pinpoint those vessels that we think could be part of the shadow fleet, for example, or acting in a way that raises our attention. In the longer term, we need to prove to countries that we simply don't accept bad seamanship or bad intentions going on in the Baltic Sea.
Sweden's Prime Minister talking to Bloomberg. Interesting in the context of the UK as well, and its Navy challenging a Russian ship in British coastal waters earlier this week. Now, President Donald Trump is threatening more financial penalties on Russia over the war in Ukraine. Trump said on his Truth Social network that President Vladimir Putin should make a deal soon or face more taxes, tariffs and sanctions on Russian goods. Meanwhile, Ukraine's president says any effective peacekeeping force in Ukraine must include US troops to support European allies. Volodymyr Zelensky spoke exclusively with Bloomberg's editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite, in Davos.
It's great if we will have troops. But we have to understand that the troops will not be in the center of the capital. Yes. They will not have relaxed time. Yes, it's very important because I heard that some allies said that yes, but it's okay. We can be in the center of some city, and then no, we don't need such contingents.
You want them at
No.
the front line.
Yes, with our people, of course. Yes, because this means security, and that's it. So, but it can't be. It can't be without the United States. I will explain you why. Even if some European friends think that it can be, no, it will not be. First of all, nobody will risk without the United States. The second, that's what can divide NATO, divide EU and USA. That is a goal and dream of Putin, to divide this unity.
You mentioned China. How important is China in these negotiations? I mean, China is the backer of Russia. They seem to have had an impact on things like Putin not using nuclear weapons, those sort of things. Can China push Putin, and do you have any contact with the Chinese?
I had some contacts with Xi Jinping. We had a phone call during the war. Not too much, not enough, I think. Yes, he can push Putin to peace, I'm sure. I think that only President Trump is the strongest, and Xi Jinping. I think that there is no other allies who can really do it. Yes, because his economy, Putin's economy, after sanctions, after everything, depends very much of China.
You would like Donald Trump and Xi Jinping of China to work together to push
I think yes.
Putin.
Yes, but not without us.
Not without
it's important.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky speaking exclusively at Davos with Bloomberg's editor-in-chief John Micklethwaite. Coming up, Argentina's Javier Milei says his government would leave the Mercosur bloc if necessary to get a free trade deal with the US. That exclusive interview is also coming up. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
An ever-changing landscape comes with challenges. From our vantage point, we see opportunities. As a top 10 real estate manager, we harness the power of a 360-degree perspective, delivering local insights and global expertise across public and private equity and debt. Our experienced team and vast network uncover compelling opportunities, giving our clients an exclusive advantage. Principal Asset Management, actively invested.
It's time to get active. To enhance the core of your portfolio, join the Active ETF revolution and boost your global equity allocation with our research-enhanced approach. Search JREG ETF.
You talked about how governments are not looking at healthcare and investing in healthcare as much as they should. What's the message you'd like to send to those governments?
Well, I think a healthier population is always going to be more productive. It's just that sometimes the political will isn't there in some of these countries. So I hope that they can keep this as a priority, because a workforce that is 20 or 30% down during a pandemic or an outbreak, or if there's certain diseases that keep spreading, is not healthy, it's not productive. And if you want everyone to perform at their best, and you want healthcare costs to be down, you don't want to be burdened with insurance costs and other costs, I think it's important to invest early in health, in child health, in women's health, and I hope that continues both in India and other parts.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
We are working very hard on the possibility of entering into a free trade agreement. And in fact, when I recently took over as pro tempore president of Mercosur, I pointed out that Mercosur should move forward on three fronts. One related to the fight against terrorism, drug trafficking, And that is also easy to move forward on, bringing down the common external tariff, but also being able to make progress independently. In other words, that each of our countries should have independence to be able to work on trade agreements. Because clearly Argentina has decided to become integrated into the rest of the world. It wants to go back to its golden era in history, where it was an important world player. And for that, we need to move forward on free trade agreements. We need to open up the economy, and Mercosur can't become an obstacle to that. Therefore, while we work with the US government to move towards a free trade agreement, we also work indoors within Mercosur so that it won't be an obstacle to move towards free trade. So we're working very hard on that.
Would you leave Mercosur to do a free trade agreement with America?
Well, if the extreme condition were that, yes. However, there are mechanisms that can be used even being within Mercosur. So we think that it can be done without necessarily having to leave Mercosur as such. And it's also worth noting this, because often when comments on the negative consequences of leaving Mercosur, reference is made to the automotive industry. But the automotive industry has an agreement outside the framework of Mercosur, so that is a false argument. So we are exploring ways for Argentina to be able to open up to international trade. And why? Because the division of labor brings prosperity. Adam Smith said so. And 250 years later, Dad holds true. Adam Smith is still right.
Argentinian President Javier Milei speaking exclusively with Bloomberg News Editor-in-Chief John Micklethwaite. Also at the World Economic Forum, Poland's President Andrzej Duda told us he expects Donald Trump's second term to bring a few surprises.
President Donald Trump is a specific president because for the vast part of his life, vast part of his professional life, he was not a politician, but he was a representative of a big business. He was a tycoon and a hugely successful one. So he entered the world of politics after his business experience. And that is why his way of action is surprising for many politicians, and he always thinks out of the box. I bardzo często zaskakujący.
Meanwhile, the EU has proposed allowing London to continue clearing the bloc's trades until 2028, a departure from its previous vow that the arrangement would end this summer. The Commission says it will consult with member states on extending the transition period for another 3 years. Efforts by Brussels to move clearing from London have been met with scepticism from the financial industry, which believes Europe does not have the infrastructure to handle the trades. Meanwhile, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has announced plans to prevent legal challenges from causing delays to major infrastructure projects here in the UK, in the latest effort to convince investors that the government really is serious about economic growth. Local opponents and campaign groups will only be able to make one legal attempt to block projects. Speaking to Bloomberg at Davos yesterday, Chancellor Rachel Reeves said that when it comes to planning, the answer, quote, can't always be no. Plenty more coming up. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Any of us in the room could have a stroke or develop MS or develop ALS, a condition that stops your body from working. We're all at risk of that. And neurology, I'm a neurologist. We've traditionally, it's been the field in medicine where there hasn't been many treatment options. And so neurotechnology is having this moment now in medicine where it's becoming kind of the final frontier of medicine and a lot of excitement, but the challenge with cracking the skull and delivering technologies that way is that the infrastructure is not set up for scale, for applications of that technology. Cardiology has shown over decades that you can now deliver millions of stents or pacemakers a year. So we're translating what's known from cardiac into neuro, And I think we're entering a period where the treatment opportunities for neuro delivered through a catheter into the brain are going to become vast.
Earnings season is here.
Kicking off earnings season, there's a lot going on.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
Air France KLM.
NatWest well above estimates.
We have further earnings coursing from GSK.
With the smartest insights.
Clearly, the macro and geopolitical front is full of open issues that they come all together at one stage, they can create some dislocation.
Is that why you're cautious about the fourth quarter?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
I personally think that he's going to have to raise some revenue because the fiscal outlook for the U.S. is pretty bleak. And Donald Trump basically believes in tariffs. I mean, he keeps talking about President McKinley, who was the king of tariffs. And I don't think you talk about President McKinley unless you're serious about raising tariffs.
That, of course, was Bloomberg opinion columnist Bill Dudley saying he believes the fiscal outlook for the US is bleak, commenting, of course, on the prospect of tariffs as well. And the animating factor, clearly, when it comes to tariffs for Trump is the trade deficit that the US has with some of its trading partners. Top of the list, of course, is China. And these data points go back to 2023, but they are the freshest ones that we have in terms of the overall year when it comes to that trade deficit. And the trade deficit that the US runs with China back to 2023, $280 billion US. This year, the most recent number, China has a trade surplus globally of close to $1 trillion. That is the animating factor driving Trump's considerations around tariffs. He's voiced 10%. We'll see what comes into play. But the other list of contenders here, of course, includes Japan and Germany. And, of course, that is centre to his animosity, arguably, around the European Union, which he describes as treating the US as very unfair. Let's flip the board and have a look at what's happening in terms of the stock rally that's continued stateside. Bit of a pause in terms of the picture today, at least on the futures front. But we've had 3 straight days of gains. Interestingly, you have seen a broadening out of this equity market stateside. So the top 5 performing sectors so far this month have not included technology. We'll see if that changes on the earnings story, of course. But in terms of the equal weighted S&P index, that's actually outperformed the S&P over the start of the year in January. So the broadening out story, the breadth is starting to play out, and we'll see again if that happens. More companies trading above their 200-day moving average. Let's flip the board again and have a look at what's happening in China, because a number of pretty significant measures coming through in terms of China compelling, policymakers compelling the insurance industry and state-backed companies as well, state-owned companies, to lean into the equity markets there. That could provide some ballast if those tariffs come into play. So that is a story worth unpacking for you today as well. Here's some of the other interviews to look out for from Davos. The French Foreign Minister will be speaking to us, also the NATO Secretary General. But the opening trade is up next. This is Bloomberg.
What about artificial intelligence? Is artificial intelligence going to enable you and others to say, we have enough information to know exactly what something is going to be worth in terms of insuring it or not?
Artificial intelligence is finding its way into our business in a variety of different factors. I think the first piece is getting much better insight into data, which allows us to make better decisions on underwriting. It's also a great opportunity to service business better in terms of like call centers and different ways of what's using robotics and other AI will be very helpful. But it is an emerging practice within the industry and one that is evolving very quickly. So it's also going to present risks that other companies, how they use it and how they use large language models and making sure the decision making is very sound. So it's complicated, but it definitely is benefiting the business today.
In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be shaped by it? How will we capture the imagination of tomorrow's consumers? And overcome operational constraints to focus on future growth. How will we harness technology and AI to shape the way we live our lives? And how will we balance environmental responsibility with economic prosperity? With EY's full spectrum of services across sectors, we're all in to shape the future with confidence.
This is the game changer seat. Look, it even comes with binoculars. I just took a shower above the clouds. You know why? Because this is the Emirates A380.
Markets never sleep, and neither does Interactive Brokers. Discover more opportunities with CME futures across equity indices, interest rates, FX, energy, agriculture, and metals. CME futures offer around-the-clock access, deep liquidity, and capital-efficient margins, helping you seize opportunities whenever they happen. The best-informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Good morning from London. I'm Anna Edwards alongside Guy Johnson and Chrissy Gupta. We're an hour away from the opening trade. Here's what you need to know. Asian shares mixed after China urges insurers and mutual funds to buy more stocks, the latest support for markets in the face of Donald Trump's tariff threats. Billionaire bust up. Elon Musk spars with OpenAI Sam Altman over President Trump's $100 billion AI effort, questioning whether it has the required funding. Plus, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky tells Bloomberg that any effective peacekeeping force in Ukraine must include US troops.
In the meantime, a quick check on these markets. Risk sentiment pointing to the downside here in Europe. Eurostoxx 50 futures down about 0.2%. The underperformer, though, is the FTSE 100 down by about 0.3%. Even Eurodollar and the pound under some pressure. 104 on Eurodollar, 123 on cable. The countdown to the opening trade starts right now.
Good morning, Thursday morning. T+4 could have been worse. The world seems to be unclenching. That certainly is the message we're getting from markets. Everybody just exhaling gently. Certainly the Trump threats that we saw coming into the administration, the inauguration, appear to be not being fulfilled just yet. But we're waiting and we're watching. And stocks are loving it.
Yeah, that just yet's doing a lot of heavy lifting, isn't it, Guy? We're certainly waiting for when we get further information on tariffs. But in terms of the stock story, let's go around the world. US stocks doing well. Yesterday it was a tech theme, but more generally year to date it's been a little bit broader perhaps. The AI boost from Project Stargate helping things yesterday. And of course there's a lot of Trump trade in there. In Europe, is that Trump trade or is that just because stocks are cheap? John Alsler's out with an interesting piece highlighting how well European stocks have done since the start of the year. Defence stocks, of course, doing OK as well. And then there's China on top of that, trying to get more pension money and insurance money into their stock markets. And that worked for a little while, although that has faded a little this morning. But broadly, year to date, a positive stock story.
A positive stock story, but maybe Europe just kind of riding the tailwinds, to your point, of the other two major regions around the world. And given that so many European companies and corporates in the Stoxx 600 have that exposure to the States, if you're bullish on the U.S., maybe you're bullish on European equities by default.
So I read John's piece this morning, but why now? Europe's been cheap for ages.
Yes.
Why is it now that some reason that narrative seems to be coming to the fore?
A little uncertain, but it certainly is getting more attention. Bank of America survey, more enthusiasm for Europe for reasons unknown.
Do we think it's simply because we were waiting for some sort of kind of saber rattling on the tariff front that maybe we just didn't get for Europe just yet?
I think that's a point, and I think that's a point sort of generally for stock markets more broadly. Everybody was very clenched, waiting for Trump to arrive. What were we going to get? What were we not going to get? What was the tariff threat really going to look like? How bad could it really be? not all of it's materialised. Look at the dollar. The dollar's dipped on the back of some of this as well. So you can see the VIX coming down. You've got volatility gauges more broadly coming down. That encourages risk-taking. Val was pointing out this morning, FX vols come down, but the VIX is at 15. So it's all come together. It could have been worse, seems to be the narrative.
And tech stocks were part of that narrative yesterday, weren't they, Chrissy?
Yeah, they absolutely were. Even though so many of the tech stocks, maybe the tech companies that Donald Trump has been talking about lately, aren't actually publicly owned. They're privately owned, and they're figures behind the scenes. But that isn't really stopping that tech theme. Of course, now you're seeing maybe a little bit of a faltering in the bromance or lack thereof between Elon Musk and Donald Trump, because Sam Altman is now getting in the picture. $100 billion of investment promised, up to $500 billion. And it's creating some concerns about just how viable that investment looks like.
I wonder whether Musk is missing the point because of his antipathy, maybe, for Altman. The two clearly don't get on. And I just wonder whether the bigger picture here actually is that the US is looking to spend an awful lot of money. And that's the bigger picture. What part Musk plays in it remains to be seen. The other question I think, which is really interesting here, and you've got two different write-ups, is Microsoft. So the Journal's front page this morning is going with the idea that Microsoft is being left out, that the Microsoft CEOs in Davos and the OpenAI CEOs in Washington, that's important. We're writing it up slightly differently, saying that actually maybe Microsoft gets a kind of free ride here.
Because you don't have to pay.
Because you don't have to pay, you're not part of this, but actually you pick up some of the benefits. So it's going to be interesting to see how the market takes Microsoft and its relationship with this process as well.
Certainly that bigger picture message of the US taking AI very seriously, the infrastructure, the data centres around AI, that does seem to be the big picture. I'm interested, though, in whether this tells us anything about the way that Musk and Trump are going to get on and the way that Musk might handle some of these conflicts of interest that are going to come flying at us at a rate of knots, no doubt, as we get further into these tech stories with him in the White House.
Well, just the fact that Donald Trump has come in, it's just a couple days into his presidency. He's already talking about being a deal maker, being a big kind of bringing in investment into the United States. At what point does this infrastructure investment end up becoming critical infrastructure for the U.S. and therefore a government stake is somehow brought in? That's something he floated the idea of around the TikTok story when trying to find a buyer. How long before it extends to AI?
Absolutely. I think that's going to be one of the key... It clearly is going to be an AI story and an energy story as well. And the kind of the Venn diagram of the two are going to overlap really significantly because it feels like these companies are not just data center constrained, but the data centers are then power constrained. And that is probably one of the biggest narratives that we need to watch. Let's talk a little bit about what's been happening in Ukraine. Fantastic interview that we did yesterday with Volodymyr Zelensky. I thought that was really, really interesting to listen to what he had to say. Talking about the idea that actually we need US troops to be part of a group that comes together to guarantee the security of Ukraine, and the fact that he is not prepared to make that move to talk about talks until that security guarantee exists. How is Trump going to feel about this? Trump has made it very clear he doesn't want to put the US in harm's way as much as it has been in the past. But Zelensky's making the point that basically Europe doesn't have the resources to make this happen. I thought it was really interesting, the Truth Post as well, that Trump delivered yesterday to Vladimir, like a direct message, basically. Like the two could pick up the phone, but why use social media when like there are better opportunities? And it's basically saying, do it or it gets worse. And it was a really quite strongly sort of worded message.
Yeah, partly capitalised. Let's make a deal. Make a deal. No more lives should be lost. And the price that he is, or the card he is playing, President Trump here, is around sanctions. We've already seen a lot of sanctions applied to Russia, but he thinks there's more to go for. And you know, when you ask experts about this, they talk about oil companies, Russian oil companies, and perhaps that's where this one goes next.
And this was something that we know Joe Biden had kind of waited until the very last minute to really kind of flex his muscle on, because the ripple effect back onto the American economy is huge. The global, you put sanctions on these third-party cargoes, ships, for example, that puts oil prices up globally, even though U.S. consumers don't have that immediate Russia exposure, but that ripples back into that global price.
Just to bring this back full circle to where we started, European stocks. European stocks also, could they benefit from a deal being done in Ukraine? Like, is there a sort of element to that as well that maybe is starting?
That's certainly something that some strategists have been talking about, isn't it? Around this desk, they've talked about how that does provide some upside.
It would take away a negative, certainly, which you can argue is a positive. Let's talk about what we've got coming up on the show. Big theme, obviously, coming out of Davos today. Oliver Blum, the Schneider Electric CEO, is going to be talking AI, data, energy, all of those sort of things. The Prosus Napster CEO is going to be joining us a little bit later as well, as is the Egyptian Minister of Investment and Foreign Trade, Richard Noddy, Goldman Sachs Vice Chair, also joining this show a little bit later on. A packed schedule.
Certainly a lot happening on the show. Plenty more coming up around the world as well. Let's talk about what else is on the agenda. 9 a.m. UK time, we do have the Norges Bank rate decision. We were talking about the oil impact that's likely to show up, at least in some of the commentary out of Norway as well. The rate decisions continue with Turkey at about 11 a.m. UK time. And the focus goes back to the States on U.S. initial jobless claims at about 1:30 p.m. UK time. Just about 90 minutes after that, we get data out of the Eurozone, the Euro area, consumer confidence numbers. And then I think maybe the highlight of the day at 4 p.m. UK time, Donald Trump addressing the Davos crowd via satellite, we're told. And I think we have some earnings as well. But I think what Donald Trump has to say may just trump all of the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. So he addresses the group and he takes questions. That seems to be how this is going to work.
OK, talking about how is it going to work? Like, so we understand that Anna Botín, Patrick Poyan are going to be asking, are they going to stand up in the room in Davos with a microphone and ask questions to a giant Donald Trump on the screen? I'm just wondering what the visuals around that are going to look like.
Perhaps he looms down. I wonder what you ask if you're one of them. You're from the banking sector, you have exposure to the US. You're from the oil sector and you have exposure to the US. Do you go in with a question that's very much about your sector and regulation or oil supply and his interventions there, or do you go with something bigger picture around his view of the world and his worldview? That's going to be interesting as well.
And option 3 I'll throw in there is how's he viewing some of the other countries, right? Anna Botín has a lot of exposure to Mexico, for example, in Santander. The oil sector has a lot of exposure in Canada, for example. I wonder how much of this ends up becoming a tariff conversation at the end of the day.
So if it was me, stand up. How do we get growth in Europe? Give us the Trump playbook.
The recipe
for delivering growth in Europe. What would you do? How would you make Europe great again? I wonder how he would answer those questions.
I'm sure he'd like the question.
I'm sure he would like the question. It'd be certainly entertaining to hear the answer. What else do you need to know this morning? Let's run you through some of the details. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has announced plans to limit legal challenges from causing delays to major infrastructure projects in the United Kingdom. It's the latest effort to convince investors that the government is serious about economic growth. Local opponents and campaign groups will be given only one legal attempt to block major projects. Speaking to Bloomberg in Davos yesterday, Chancellor Rachel Reeves put it bluntly.
The answer can't always be no. And that's been the problem in Britain for a long time, that when there was a choice between something that would grow the economy and sort of anything else always won.
Rachel Reeves, speaking to Bloomberg yesterday. We have also learned that the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hezbollah is likely to be extended when it expires next week. Sources say both sides are unlikely to resume full-scale fighting despite not yet implementing the original terms of the truce. The deal gave Israel 60 days to pull out of southern Lebanese villages, with Hezbollah required to withdraw north. And parts of the southern United States have been hit with their worst winter snowstorm in 130 years, with as much as 10 inches of snow piling up in New Orleans. That smashes the previous record. Get this, the previous record was 2.7 inches. That was set back in 1963. We're now talking about 10 inches, a significant multiple of what we've seen before. Similar accumulations of snow were recorded in parts of Florida and over in Texas. California, though, is facing the opposite problem. Fire crews there are making progress on blunting the threat from an enormous new blaze, which is north of Los Angeles. The Hughes fire erupted before 11 a.m. local time and has already expanded quickly to more than 9,000 acres, leading to evacuation orders and warnings across the area. The wildfire has stoked fresh fears in the region of already devastated by deadly infernos that have killed at least 28 people and destroyed nearly 15,000 buildings. The fire and the ice. It's amazing to see the United States going through such extreme weather conditions in different parts of the country simultaneously. And at the same time, we've got a backing away by the Trump administration of climate initiatives.
Yeah, it's a fascinating one because it also comes at a time when, I mean, just growing up in Texas, when you have even the prediction of snow, the issue is you don't actually have snow plows in Texas. You don't have the infrastructure to deal with it the way you would, say, in New York City, for example, where immediately, you know, a millimeter of snow comes in and suddenly they're slushing it on the sides of the road. That doesn't exist really in the South. So it I'm curious how this shows up in the likes of the GDP and the numbers.
And talking of numbers, it's already showing up in European gas prices. We saw a spike on Tuesday, actually, because of fears that this would disrupt the LNG flow from the southern states of America over to Europe. And so that had an upward impact there. We've also got insurance companies talking about what they call rising bullseye insurance risk, which is that as US cities sprawl, the percentage chance of one of these events hitting the insured infrastructure rises. And so this is how this is increasingly being thought about in the insurance sector.
To make the ripple effects of all of this, I think we're going to be feeling them for quite some time. They're going to show up in the day. The employment numbers are going to be really interesting to watch and see what happens. What's happening? We're going to get claims data a little bit later on. What is that going to tell us? Maybe that starts to show up in some of those numbers as well.
Let's tell you what is coming up on the rest of programming then. Coming up, the Dutch Prime Minister says he expects President Trump to keep pushing to restrict exports of ASML's chip-making machines to China. More from that interview. That's coming up later on in this show. Plus, we'll also bring you our exclusive interview with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as he calls for US troops to be part of any peacekeeping force in Ukraine. Up next, we'll go back to Davos, back to the slopes. We'll speak to Charlie Nunn, the CEO of Lloyds Banking Group. If you have questions, if you want to get involved in any of our conversations this morning, we do like to hear from you. IB plus BBTV Go, that is the function to use whether you are in Davos or anywhere else around the world. Please get in touch. This is Bloomberg.
Joe Walk is helping steer J&J into a new phase of its history, expanding the frontiers of healthcare by discovering drugs and advancing medical technology.
Developing digital robotic capabilities where it's not just the robot doing a surgical procedure. It's garnering information from that procedure for your specific demographic or the patient's demographic, and then informing the next procedure down the road. Right? It's getting smarter. I would say it's starting to morph into personalized medicine, which we know will lead to the best outcomes.
Innovative medicine and medtech are run as separate business divisions, but in the culture of research at J&J, they interact.
If you look at some of the spaces that we're in today, specifically oncology, there is a lot of dialogue going back and forth. I think it's something that will position us extremely well as we talk about not only a continuum of care, but also a continuum of knowledge.
The convergence of technology and medicine is driving innovation in both sectors, with scientific and commercial possibilities just beginning to come into focus.
I'd like to actually see some partnerships down the road happen between healthcare companies and technology companies. I think we'd get to better outcomes faster if we did that. Right now, technology companies don't have the healthcare knowledge. Healthcare companies probably don't have the breadth of knowledge they need for technology. If we can figure that out together with great minds from both sides, I think that leads to a much better place.
So a number of people, I think from Homeland Security and or the CIA or NSA, have gone to Capitol Hill and said that TikTok is a danger to our national security. But the public hasn't been given that much detailed information about what the threat is. How much of a threat to our national security is TikTok?
The People's Republic of China acts adversely to the interests of the United States in different ways. One of those ways is through the dissemination of disinformation, the intentional communication of false statements. And TikTok is an extraordinary avenue through which to disseminate disinformation to millions and millions of people.
So you ever thought if you'd stayed with the Jets, you could one day have become a football coach at the NFL?
I could have. I probably wouldn't be with the Jets anymore after, as you know, their tenure doesn't last very long. So I think I made the right choice.
The policies that are announced are not particularly growth enhancing.
not only for Europe or for the rest of the world, but even for the US, if we take a long-term perspective, doesn't look like. I mean, and at the same time, I mean, the policies can be potentially inflationary in the US. It's less clear whether there's going to be spillovers to the rest of the world, but this is something which requires careful monitoring over time.
Careful monitoring over time. Growth does seem to be the conversation that is taking place in Davos at the moment. That seems to be the centre of gravity. The governor of the Bank of Spain speaking to Bloomberg in Davos yesterday.
Let's continue that conversation in Davos. We can get more from the World Economic Forum now and head over to our very own Francine Lacqua, standing by with a very special guest. Fran.
Kriti, thanks so much. I'm delighted to be joined by Charlie Nunn, the Chief Executive of Lloyds Banking Group. Charlie, thank you for joining us. A lot to talk about. A lot of the focus here is on trade. President Trump will address a lot of chief executives that will also be able to ask questions. What do you think the mood is like? Europeans are actually quite depressed.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting week. Obviously, it's early days in the Trump presidency, but our colleagues from North America are really excited about what's going on. Yep. There's real excitement in other parts of the world, parts of the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia, India. And of course, Europe is trying to work out where it goes from here and how it gets some growth back. There's a real concern about growth in Europe. And the UK is a little bit different, but we'll talk about that in a second, I'm sure.
Yeah, so how worried are you about the UK? Again, we've seen market turmoil that was started in the US, but the Chancellor is in some parts being blamed for. Has she done a good job here in Davos, convincing bankers to invest more?
Yeah, she was here yesterday, and I think she did a good job engaging with all of the communities and giving some very strong messages. As you say, the UK's had uncertainty in the last few months. It's not been significant uncertainty, the kind of uncertainty or volatility we've seen in the last few years. But obviously, it's been important for the markets to adjust along with the US and some of the global political uncertainty. In terms of the UK economy itself, it's a slightly more mixed picture. Actually, when you look at households and businesses, they are very resilient. One of my favourite stats at the moment is household savings and deposits have increased 6% over the last 12 months. So people have money. There's a nervousness around the economy. There's a negative sentiment at the moment. And the real opportunity for the new government, now they've got the foundation set, is to get the ambition and the growth back in the economy. And that's what we think is important in the next 12 months.
How does the Chancellor do that? Is there a spring statement that she needs to change where she talks about spending, or will market readjust itself?
So look, I don't think there's going to be any single event that's really going to make a difference. The Chancellor's talked about having set the foundations and got the foundations right. That was really important. We didn't have a kind of an economic plan for the UK that was stable and in a good place. But what we see over the next few months are the things they've talked about need to now be accelerated, and they need to come at pace. Yep. So some of the supply side reform around the industrial strategy we're expecting. The regulatory agenda is really important. There's an opportunity to get people to be able to take the appropriate level of risk and get the economy going as the regulators prioritise competitiveness and growth. Planning is really important, as we know. Everyone will have talked to you about that. So there's a set of these changes, and we now need to see action and accelerated pace of impact for our customers, for the UK.
Charlie, when you see a headline saying, look, Santander thinking of exiting the UK, that doesn't spur confidence.
Yeah, there's been a number of business leaders who have been concerned about what's going on at the moment. Obviously, that's one for the Santander CEO, Anna, to talk about.
So you're not buying?
We would never talk about M&A. As you know, we're very confident in our current growth strategy at the moment, and that's going well. We're year 4 of 5. But the sentiment has been challenged in the UK in the last few months. But as I say, the opportunity to get growth going is really available for the UK, and on a relative basis. When we just look at the kind of broader landscape this year, we see growth accelerating probably in the US. If tariffs do hit the rest of the world, I think the rest of the world will slow down. But the UK, with the structure of its economy, more services-based, very international, no supply chains heavily into the US, there's an opportunity for the UK to really stand out. And you've seen the IMF come out and say they think UK growth will be stronger than the other G7 economies apart from the US. And that's a great foundation for thinking about the future.
Yeah. But what kind of relationship does the UK need to have with Donald Trump? Elon Musk got involved, and that hasn't gone well at all.
So politics is way above my pay grade, as you know. But look, one of the things we learned from Trump is he does what he says. And from what I saw on Monday and the last couple of days, actually there have been no surprises. The real question is, does he follow through and can he execute? And that's where the uncertainty is now. We have no uncertainty around his policy and his priorities. And I think the UK needs to really navigate that carefully and then really focus on itself. What we see is businesses want to invest in the UK. There is capacity for households and businesses in the UK to get some growth going. And so focusing on ourselves and getting these changes made that we just talked about, that's the real focus for 2025.
Charlie, we understand Elon Musk is looking to have a kind of like payment platform, a little bit like the Chinese model. I mean, is it something that Lloyd's would be interested in providing the backbone for, a payment system online?
So, as you know, we're the biggest payments provider and actually the biggest digital bank in the UK, and when you look at our numbers in Europe, so we're very much about innovating in payments. We also, though, are really concerned around protecting our customers. You've heard me say before, one of the things we've been concerned about is the amount of fraud happening through new and emerging payments platforms, but also just through social media. And 40% of individual crime in the UK is fraud, and 80% of that is being facilitated by the social media and big tech companies. So our first focus is let's get the right control and focus on protecting customers. There's great digital instant access and free payment services to customers in the UK and for businesses. So let's get first focused on really protecting customers from fraud.
Is AI a help or a hindrance in that respect?
We are a real believer that AI is going to help us improve our services for our customers and differentiate. And we use AI today to protect our customers from fraud. It's one of the ways that we have a lower share of fraud than we do of our customers. So we think it's a really positive part of this story. AI used badly could absolutely expose customers to the kind of harrowing impacts of fraud. So, as always with AI, it's two-sided, and we really need to use it carefully if we're going to be able to navigate the next few years well.
Charlie, for example, on motor finance, you previously said that the rising cost of motor finance is actually a real hindrance for some of the banks. Is an investability problem in the UK also linked to things like that?
Yeah, it is. So we've got a unique situation in the UK. As you know, I've been in my prior life run institutions across 60 countries. We had a Court of Appeal decision last year on motor finance, which is at odds with 30 years of regulation. And 80% of people in the UK, when they buy a car, need finance. Yeah. And we are concerned both to make sure that the auto finance, the motor finance industry can continue to support customers well, but also that we can remain an investable location where international investors can think that regulation and the rule of law is predictable is a really important issue. So actually, we welcome the government getting involved in the law case in the Supreme Court hearing. There's a Supreme Court hearing later this year, and we really welcome those two events.
And Charlie, on mortgages, so interest rates could stay higher for longer because of inflationary pressures in the UK, but also coming from the US. Where do you see them heading?
Yeah, so we for a long time, I think, this time last year, people were predicting 5 rate cuts. We predicted 2. Because we saw the underlying strength of wage inflation and the services inflation. This year, at the moment, our guidance is there will be 3 rate cuts this year. So we've seen for a long time that there'll be a steady decline, but it'll take longer. Obviously, the markets at the moment are predicting that rates will stay higher for even longer. 10, 30-year gilts have gone up. But the dynamics are still very much the same. We have a very resilient household and business sector. As you know, real wage growth has been strong last year, so there is money in the economy. But actually, the overall level of growth we're predicting is only about 1–1.5%. So pretty resilient but slow growth at this stage. And we think rates will come down, but come down slowly.
Charlie, thank you so much for joining us today. That was Charlie Nunn, the Chief Executive Officer of Lloyd's Banking Group. With that, I'm going to send it back to you in London, and we'll have plenty more throughout the day.
Francine, thank you. Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix, of course, in Davos with Charlie Nunn. So Charlie Nunn then obviously welcoming the UK government's expected intervention in the motor finance case. And we saw that boosting stocks at the beginning of this week within that sector. So Lloyd's, Barclays and others that provide that motor finance.
There does seem to be a shift taking place. You can feel the kind of the early tremors of it. It's not kind of a Barber-like dash for growth. We're not talking about that here. But it does seem as if the penny has dropped, at least maybe in the UK, post the budget and the shock that the budget caused within the government here, that actually structural reform is necessary, that actually you need to be pro-business, that you need to be pro-growth. It's not just going to happen sort of by magic.
Yeah, and the sense we get from some investors we talked to, that we heard a lot during the budget about the tax side and the fixes, the finances, but not enough about the growth side.
Yeah, I mean, there's a believability, a credibility factor that's almost missing, but maybe that'll change in a little bit.
But this is the lesson that Trump is maybe teaching to Europe.
Yeah, perhaps. That'll be the question later on. Coming up on the programme, we head back to the World Economic Forum in Davos. We'll be speaking to the Schneider Electric CEO, Olivier Blum, joins the team. Data centres, no doubt, in focus. This is Bloomberg.
One would be generative AI. In the drop-down box there is the amount of capital that we're going to need to deploy in order to support generative AI. Data centers, as an example. Renewable energy or energy transition would be another of a macro trend. And the drop-down box of renewable energy and energy transition is how do we invest in the infrastructure that's going to allow us to remain competitive in energy transition. The other is, this has taken on a different nomenclature dependent upon who's communicating. It's either onshoring, friendshoring, deglobalization, or what I would call reglobalization. And the reglobalization means how do we invest in U.S. manufacturing? Remember, we peaked in U.S. manufacturing in June of 1979, where 1 in 5 Americans worked in a factory in the manufacturing base. Today, that's probably 1 in 20. And much of the dependence that we have in the manufacturing world for all the things that we do are dependent upon supply chain. The other factor that I would look to is the largest growing population that exists in North America is 65 years and older. And so how we drop down box, how do we engage in healthcare for that demographic? How do we manage the transfer of wealth or not? And the last is cybersecurity.
U.S. tech is influencing global markets.
Technology is driving business across Europe.
Companies in Asia are betting on tech.
The top names in tech are on Bloomberg.
I don't like anthropomorphizing AI. I sort of believe it's a tool. It is got intelligence, if you want to give it that as moniker, but it's not the same intelligence that I have.
I especially am afraid of whenever it's some kind of AI is speaking for me. I want to be myself, and I want to be the one speaking. I have AI myself, actual intelligence.
This industry of producing intelligence is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever seen. Instead of instruction-driven computing, it's now intention-driven computing.
There's been a lot of us who've been working in AI for a long time. It's great now to see other people using it and seeing what some of the challenges are.
To stay ahead in tech, it has to be much more than just software. So you need long-term investments in science and research.
You have an ecosystem of companies coming together. It's causing a new industrial revolution.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
Welcome back. This is the opening trade. 30 minutes until we get that opening trade. So the futures picture then for Europe looks like this. Pretty flat. Not expecting any great moves at the start of trade. US futures pointing a little lower. Nasdaq futures down 0.3%. But of course, we saw a lot of strength in tech names yesterday. A lot of strength globally. US stocks and European stocks hitting new highs intraday at least, even if not by the end of the session. Let's have a look at the bond markets. We do seem to be a bit of a holding pattern in bond markets and in FX markets to some degree, waiting for further clues on the Trump agenda. We'll probably get those a little later on today, but we need to go back to Davos, Guy.
We do. So tech, AI, data centres driving the market narrative over the last 24 hours. Let's get another take on what is happening there. I want to take you back to Davos, back to the World Economic Forum to continue this conversation with Joanna Basecci.
Hi, guys. Good morning. Yes, to continue that conversation, with me now is Olivier Blum, the CEO of Schneider Electric. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, before we talk about the business, I do just want to ask you what your plans are, what your roadmap is for this year, because you've recently been appointed as CEO of Schneider Electric. How are you going to do things differently from your predecessor?
Well, look, you know, the world is full of opportunities at that point of time. When you are a global leader in energy, you imagine how much the topic of energy is important. So it creates huge opportunity. So priority number one for me and my team is how we accelerate the growth, you know, how we can go even faster in this cycle, which is very favorable for Schneider.
Yeah, well, you say the cycle is very favorable for Schneider. You have top sustainability rankings, Corporate Knights. I believe it's the second time that you've done that, which is great. But then you also have a Trump administration that's coming in. One of the first things that President Trump announced is that he's pulling out of the Paris framework. What does that do to the sustainability agenda?
Well, look, number one, on the business side, I told you we are a global leader in energy. So what does it mean? We develop the technology that make energy more efficient in home, in data center, building industry and infrastructure. That does not change anything. At the end of the day, people want to find a way to secure energy, to better manage energy and to save. So that big part of the agenda of large company up to medium to your home, it does not change anything. At the same time, being sustainable is not only about what we are talking about today. For us, the journey started 20 years ago where we said, if we want to develop sustainably Schneider Electric everywhere in the world, we have to look at the entire ecosystem. So this is what sustainability is about for a company like us.
So what about the help that has come through from the government? Just an example, President Trump has announced that he's looking to remove things like EV credits. And for your business, say, building the infrastructure around electric vehicles, that's got to be a bit of a setback.
Well, look, first of all, we have to go into all those details and not overreact this week. I know Davos is happening at the same week.
Yeah.
But, there are a lot of things which are happening at the state level. And when we speak to our customer, because at the end of the day, it's about the end customer, we don't see any slowdown in investment in power infrastructure. You need energy. You need energy to support the reshoring, the manufacturing, the data center in the US. So all of that is extremely positive.
Yeah, talk to me about what you're actually doing with the data centers. It's become a huge theme in the last couple of months. And, where I'm from, in the region, the UAE, I know there are lots of conversations about how exactly to provide cheap, low-cost energy to data centers for AI, consuming a lot of energy, but you're massively involved in that place, in that space.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
What are your plans?
It's new and not new, because we need data. In everything you do in your life every day, you need data, and we need even more data. What AI brings is definitely data center, which has a different type of infrastructure, higher power density. You need different technology to cool the data center. So all of that is creating a massive opportunity and acceleration in the data center industry. And Schneider Electric is uniquely positioned because we can help our customer to have access to power, to manage energy, to have the best IT infrastructure. And we have a unique positioning because we can help them from the design to the delivery of the data center. So of course the AI hype trend, which is real, according to me, because we see it in our company, is creating massive opportunity for a company like Schneider.
Where do you see the biggest growth in that space?
In that space, of course, a lot is coming from the US in data center. But if you travel around the world, you will see that in India, in the Middle East, there is also a big growth in data centers. Of course, US is a driving force, but we see that in many parts of the world, including in Europe, by the way.
Are you encouraged, actually, on the flip side? On one hand, the Trump administration has expressed, transition skepticism, but on the other hand, is very excited about AI investments with some of the initiatives announced this week as well. How do you see that as advancing your business?
Yeah, absolutely. And we are following, like you, every day what is being said. But as you know,
easy.
Yeah, it's not easy. But as you know, a lot has been said on data center. And it's very, very obvious that the Trump administration want to support the AI trend. And to do it, of course, it means there will be a lot of investment to support the infrastructure which is needed, which is, again, good for Schneider at the end of the day.
Olivier, I've been having conversations with executives here, and I've got to say the mood differs depending on who you're speaking to. I feel like American CEOs, executives are really excited about the prospect of a pro-growth, pro-administration agenda. People in Europe are perhaps not as optimistic. One of the consistent themes that has come up is lack of productivity, lack of competitiveness, and over-regulation. How do you see the scope for business in Europe this year?
Well, look, the Europe trend or the growth in Europe is not as fast as other part of the world. So we are watching that, of course, very, very, very closely. But again, if I'm back to the agenda on efficiency, even the companies in Europe, number one, they are looking for data center. They are looking for more efficiency sometimes to manage their costs. So for us, it creates a lot of opportunity. Now, if you ask me, the growth trajectory of Europe will be a bit lower than what you have in, for instance, in India, in Middle East, or even in the US. But it's still very attractive for a company like Schneider. Now, like many companies, we would like Europe to be a bit more simple, to have simpler regulations. So we are advocating that in Davos. But even from a market standpoint, we see a lot of opportunities in Europe.
Yeah. You and I were just speaking offline about the fact that the company is quite global, but obviously listed in France. There's been a bit of a political turmoil in France and also German elections coming up. What is the feedback that you're getting from clients over there?
Well, look, by and large, our clients in Europe are looking for simplification of regulation, more alignment at the European level. Of course, France and Germany are two important countries in that landscape, and we hope that we'll get to that level of simplification. But you know, at the end of the day, our clients are business people. They are very practical people. They are looking at their business, their industry, how we can help them to be more efficient. So, you know, we have been in business for very long, and we move regardless of what's happening in the political environment.
Yeah. Well, speaking to the global hub sort of discussion that we had earlier, you and I have something in common. You also live in Dubai, but you have operations in Asia as well. How do you think about being an international company in an environment where trade protectionism is going up, geopolitical concerns, there's direct exchange of words between US and China? Do you worry about getting caught in the crosshairs?
Well, look, for us, you know, it's a trend which has started more than 10 years ago at Schneider Electric. And as you probably know, more than 10 years ago, we've decided to distribute the global leadership of Schneider Electric. So even if we are listed, as you rightly said, in Paris, I am in Dubai, my management team is spread out everywhere in the world, and likewise with the top 500 global leaders of Schneider Electric. So we are a global company with global strategy, global direction, but in the way we operate through our different hubs. So we want to be Chinese in China, we want to be Indian in India, and we want to make sure we adapt our solution to those different parts of the world. So you're absolutely right to say it's top of the agenda, but that's something we started 10 years ago, and I think so far we have been quite good at navigating through those kind of up and down in different parts of the world. Our model is extremely reactive at the end.
But what is the biggest risk then to the outlook this year then? I mean, we discussed a whole number of factors. What is the one thing that you're keeping a close eye on?
Well, look, like everyone else, we are watching what's happening. War is always a concern. You know, you never know what can happen in different parts of the world. We had the Ukraine, we had the Middle East, so we are also watching those extreme situations. For the rest, again, as I said, we've built a model which is quite resilient. We have been used to go through those different crises, and I'm quite confident that we are still on a good growth trajectory for this year and beyond.
Yeah. Just to round up the discussion, you're sitting on quite a bit of firepower, and I just wonder whether within your expansion plans, M&A could be part of that.
Yeah, we are always opportunistic in M&A. You know, we have declared to the market a very ambitious plan last year for the next 3-4 years. We keep the same plan, regardless on what's going to happen on M&A. It's not, you know, included in the plan, but of course we are watching, because this transition which is happening today creates opportunity, creates threat, and of course we are very attentive every time we can, you know, invite other companies to join us in our growth story.
Any specific sectors you're looking out for?
You know, everything which is related to energy and process, on how you can make energy and process more efficient is what we do at Schneider in different parts of the world. So there are always a lot of opportunity in different sectors.
All right, fantastic. Well, we wait to hear more about your plans and how they're going. Schneider Electric CEO Olivier Blum.
Jumana Bercecci there, talking to the Schneider Electric CEO in Davos. We thank you so much for bringing us that interview. Let's go to another spot in Davos where Bloomberg's Haslinda Amin is moderating a panel called The New Trilemma, Climate Development and the Middle Class. She's joined on stage by the former U.S. Vice President Al Gore and the EU Commission Teresa Ribera in charge of the antitrust space. You can catch that conversation in full using the function LIV Go on the Bloomberg terminal.
Okay, coming up, we're going to take you back to a different part of Davos. We've got a new interview coming up for you. It's going to be plenty this morning. The Process and NAPSA's CEO. That conversation coming up on Bloomberg next. This is Bloomberg.
Interactive Brokers pays up to 3.83% on instantly available U.S. dollars in your brokerage account. How much interest can your bank or broker pay? Interactive Brokers' conservative and prudent risk management uniquely positions us to pay up to 3.83% on uninvested, instantly available U.S. dollars in your brokerage account. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
To succeed in Wall Street, what skills do you need? You need to be somebody that claws people on the back, people that you have to be tough, you have to be fighting people all the time. What are the skills that really take to succeed in Wall Street?
Great question. Of course, you have to work hard. So I can tell you what I found for me, and it's probably counterintuitive. I had to stick out, which is interesting because I made the decision earlier. Being really the only woman, I already stuck out, and I thought I might as well double down on that. I can't hide. So how did I do that? It was by being a contrarian. And I refused as a research analyst to ever publish research reports that said me too. that said, oh, IBM reported earnings. They came in 2 cents ahead. One of the pennies was currency, the other penny was lower G&A, blah, blah. Forget it. Big calls on big stocks. My very first piece of research I published was very negative at a time nobody did it. I stood the heck out. And when I was right, that elevated me. And David, I've done that as a research analyst, but I did it in business as well. Here's a business strategy. If everything's fine, just keep your head down and execute. Every once in a while, you have a big insight, and you can build an entire business, in fact, an entire industry around it.
In case you missed it, from Bloomberg's coverage at Davos.
Do you think there's one particular thing that you'd like Trump to change in terms of what some people see as the over-regulation of banking in America?
I don't believe, honestly, that we should have a huge amount of deregulation for larger banks. I think that you look back at COVID and any crisis, big banks now are strong, are able to step in and being part of resolving issues rather than being the one that creates issues. So I wouldn't really welcome a huge wave of deregulations. What I can see is that, of course, what happened in the US doesn't mean automatically that you will see in Europe or in Switzerland or in Asia deregulation. So the fact is that US banks may become even more competitive internationally through a more benign environment.
Nobody covers Davos like Bloomberg.
I think there's a lot of changes coming for sure with the announcement of a variety of executive orders. But as with any administration change, we're happy to work with the incoming administration and just need the time to work through all the changes that are coming.
That was the Google DeepMind COO, Leela Ibrahim, talking about kind of the new administration, how you're going to work with it, how you're not going to work with it, the deregulatory process that is coming through.
Yes, and the thought process, really interesting to unpack, isn't it, from all these executives and world leaders in Davos, so new into a second Trump presidency. Let's continue to do that, perhaps. With our next guest, we'll go back to Davos. Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix is standing by. Francine.
Yeah, Anna, thank you so much for joining by Fabrizio Blasi, the Chief Executive of Prosus and Naspers. Fabrizio, thank you so much for joining us. There's so much to talk about. Look, all the talk in the Congress Center, outside the Congress Center on Promenade is AI, how you deploy it, if Europe is too late, if they're regulating too much. I mean, you have a sizable amount of money to spend on this. First of all, do you look at US and you're a little bit jealous of AI, or do you think, look, it'll help the rest of the world?
Look, I think the US is right. They're saying this is very important, this is going to change the world, and we have to prioritize it together, invest in as a government policy. And I think this is a great wake-up call to Europe. I'm CEO of Prosus for 6 months, and many times we're trying to push to move faster, to do more, to innovate faster here, and the reaction is, have you checked the regulation, how you're reporting regulation? I think this is a great wake-up call to we European companies, Prosus is based in Europe, to think how we are going to really play to win and not to innovate in regulations.
So on AI, what do you expect for the Trump administration? How does that change the rest of the world?
Trump administration is saying, here in Davos last year, the big thing was how we can avoid AI to move too fast. Yeah. And Trump administration changed the narrative to we are going to move faster than everyone else. So I think it's time to the rest of the world. Obviously, there are risks in AI. In every new technology, there is risk. There is risks in airplanes, there is risks in cars, or in nuclear. But this technology that changed the world completely, you have to move to win. You have to move to be the first. And look, Europe was the leader in the world in 1500s, during the navigations, during the Industrial Revolution. That's where the welfare state of Europe came from, because Europe led the world in innovation. But right now, we are talking about how to regulate it more. Right. It's wrong, and I think we can do better. And companies like Prosus, we are a $150 billion company in technology based in Europe. We need to invest substantially more here to put Europe in this race and not to keep looking from outside.
Okay, so how much do you have to spend in Europe? And actually, do you want to create an infrastructure? Is it a kind of, Prosus managed base, or are you looking for other targets?
Definitely. The big thing on Prosus
since I'm CEO, is the ecosystem. We have 30,000 people only in the controlled companies of Prosus doing technology together all around the world. So our competitive advantage is innovation inside an ecosystem. My point is our ecosystem in Europe is going to grow much more, and we are ready to invest. We have close to $20 billion to invest.
In Europe? 20 billion in Europe or
we have
worldwide?
Almost $20 billion in cash in Prosus. Okay. We are based in Netherlands, and we look forward to invest close to our home.
What are you looking at that's close to your home? Is it specific markets, or is it a type of innovation technology?
We are looking to create the future in business that can connect to our ecosystem. So today we have a few businesses in Europe, for example, OLX or eMAG or Delivery Hero, but we want to invest in companies that we can connect to this ecosystem and move faster. Obviously, companies that can move faster in innovation and AI.
In the UK as well, or do you see the UK separate to the rest of Europe?
Oh, UK as well.
Are you in active negotiations? I mean, could we see a big deal quite soon?
Yes, over the last 6 months, I'm CEO just for 6 months. We invested a lot in India. We just made an IPO 2 months ago of Swiggy for $13 billion. We invest a lot in Latin America. We just bought a company like 3 weeks ago for $1.7 billion in the travel business in Brazil. And the reason we are doing that is because we believe we can put this company inside our ecosystem in Brazil and innovate faster in AI there. Said that, my priority is to do that here in companies that we can connect to our ecosystem too.
Do you think AI will actually be rolled out faster than we think? And what kind of AI? Because we talk about AI, but actually there's the ones that kind of reform the brain, and then there's the one that tells you how much you've run and how fast.
Yeah, but you just asked, are you actively negotiating? Yes, and we expect to invest soon. Much more in Europe. So we are doing many deals, and we are going to announce much more soon.
Oh, wait, soon in like the next couple of weeks, or soon in the next year?
I think let's stop talking about years here in Europe. Weeks, months, we need to move faster, and that's what we want to do at Prosus.
Okay, give me a little bit more of what kind of company you're really looking at.
Better than that. As soon as we can talk it, I'm going to call you we talk more about that. Okay. But then, trying to run away from you, trying to know more, you asking me what kind of AI? We are talking about many people ask what specific segments. AI is just like electricity. AI is just like smartphones. You are going to do your job better because of AI, and every single sector is going to run better because of AI. And if you are listening to us now and you think not mine, then you are wrong, and you are going to lose market share. So there is opportunity to AI all around. That means, for example, digital AI workforce, how people are going to work more or have colleagues working with them that are digital colleagues. Or we talk about large commerce models that using AI to e-commerce, or AI in healthcare and education, what is critical to Europe and to all emerging markets. So many, many opportunities. And I want to reinforce, people keep focusing in the language models, and the 3 or 4 companies doing that, most of them in US. There is 100 times more opportunity than that. This is the base. This is like the microchip. But we are going to build a whole industry and all segments leveraging on this technology to build new companies.
We need data centers. We need renewables. Do you want to be part of the infrastructure? And if so, how?
I think the focus of Prosus is to invest in the applications, not in the infrastructure. However, I think US inspired us yesterday, saying you can partner to be stronger and faster. So as I said, Prosus has close to $20 billion, and we are looking to partners that can invest more in infrastructure to invest together in big, strong European players on AI.
Your largest shareholder is China's Tencent. How do you expect the U.S.-China relationship to be there?
My largest participation.
Participation,
my shareholder. I have we have around $100 billion in Tencent.
Yeah.
Tencent is the #1 company in China. It's the #1 company in a very big market. Yeah. So, and with very good fundamentals. Yeah. So,
but do you worry about the U.S. and China going at each other?
I worry because they are going against each other. I think Prosus Play is not China. Prosus Play is a shareholder of a Chinese company. What is good, because it's a good company, but our companies where we invest and where we want to grow is in Europe, India, Latin America, Africa, and that's where we are investing.
Would you buy TikTok?
Not for us, but wish luck for US and China on this negotiation.
Is there going to be a lot of social media play again? Are there going to be, could you build an app where you also have payment system? Is this, something that you could be looking at for Europe?
Definitely, we are doing that today in Brazil. We have a very big food delivery business there, and when we integrate with a travel business, as we just said, we are looking for how is the future of the assistant for the customers. It's not only an app, but there are assistants that can supply all kind of service to the customers. So we are already doing that in a few markets, and hopefully we can do that in Europe too.
Who's the most impressive person on AI that you've met here in Davos?
I think it's great to hear from OpenAI, obviously, but also from Google. I think last year we had they were talking about the monopoly of NVIDIA. Also, last year we had the monopoly of OpenAI because they were so much ahead. But I think today it's a different play. Obviously, OpenAI is amazing, but we have other 5 players doing amazing basic models. What is great for the market? We have opportunity to use many players to innovate on top of that. So I met many of them here, and I'm super excited to partner with them all.
Fabrizio, thank you so much for joining us. That was, of course, the Prosus and Naspers CEO, Fabrizio Blasi. In the meantime, I'm going to have a double espresso Critty, so I talk properly for the next interview. I'm going to hand it back to you, London.
Francine, I think we could all use a double espresso, even right here in London. We thank you so much for bringing us that interview. I think the most kind of interesting thing that he said among a flurry of news was he said we can't talk in years. We've got to talk in weeks and months when it comes to deal making and when it comes to kind of catching up, basically, to the States.
Echoing things he said to us in this room when he came in to talk to us about how Europe needs to be more positive and needs to grasp the growth agenda. He was quoting Draghi and liking what he'd heard there. So he's always been a big advocate for Europe doing things differently and innovating.
In theory, Europe has the greatest opportunity to deregulate, right? So if the regulatory burden here is the greatest, if you start to deregulate, if you start to cut red tape, presumably you get a bigger growth effect coming from that than maybe even you see in the United States.
But this isn't something you see in the banking sector, I think, most notably, where you've seen kind of these capital requirements kind of almost deregulate, to your point, to catch up with what's going on in the States. So I wonder if this is the fire that's being lit
We've heard
in Europe.
plenty on the banking sector talking about wanting to see less regulation, haven't we? And other sectors, in fact, in Davos, but certainly the banking sector stands out. You know, these things, do they go in a pendulum? Is that where we are? Does Europe follow the US as this pendulum slowly swings towards less regulation, or faster than slowly?
How do you get growth in Europe? Does Europe need a cheaper cost of money? I think that's probably arguable. I think it probably would help, but is that the structural, is that the centre of the problem that Europe faces right now? Or is the centre of the problem, actually we need to deregulate?
Yeah, because if they go for a cheaper cost of money, you're pushing against the US, where the Fed is not going to necessarily be able to deliver that. But if you go for less regulation, then that is in line with what the US is doing. Is it easier to follow that US course, I guess?
Yeah, especially when the US is looking great, but it's really expensive as an international investor to hop into the States in AI, in energy. Pick a sector. It is hard to get into it as an individual investor or even as a company.
I was slightly stunned yesterday to read a piece in the Wall Street Journal talking about that maybe a slump in US stocks would be a good thing, because maybe the Trump administration wouldn't welcome it, but it would be good to allow actually money to get back in, for people to get in, to create a more dynamic market. Anyway, coming up, we're going to be talking about those markets. It's the opening trade. We are 5 minutes away from the start of trading here in Europe. This is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Good morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Menace Credit.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
11 years ago, I bought a Bitcoin on this set.
It was $800.
Yeah, $800, but I spent the Bitcoin on beer and groceries and gas and video games.
And
I wish
hugs.
I had kept it. I wish I would buy a Harley today if I had.
Yeah, but you probably wouldn't be a TV anchor, and you probably wouldn't still be on this set. And what a joy that is.
I'd be my feet in the sand and the beer in my hand.
Don't miss the next Open Interest.
You've released, I think, a Bollywood song, a reggae album, a gospel album. You've done a bunch of different genres. Is there any genre you haven't tried that is, because it feels like this next one you're doing is sort of back in your sweet spot.
I did a jazz album that I haven't released yet. It's more or less like spoken word over jazz music. That was a genre that I've always wanted to go into. Quincy Jones hit me to Mr. Mumbles, Clark Terry, which was his teacher. And we had an opportunity to spend time with Mr. Terry, and we did a record together. And that was a genre that I always wanted to venture into because I felt like I had a jazz voice.
So your role in a jazz album is just your singing?
No, I'm spoken word.
Or spoken, sorry.
My voice and my conversation, my poetry, you know.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. Prudential's reputation as an insurance giant is rock solid, but it's not resting on tradition. CFO Janella Frias is playing a key role as the company resets its strategic priorities.
We've been on a journey to be higher growth, more nimble, and more capital efficient.
Watch Chief Future Officer January 29th on Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close, weekdays at 3 p.m. only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at the Forbidden City in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
Thursday morning, good morning. T+4. Trump definitely setting the agenda over the last few days. Equity markets have been ripping around the world. Certainly you've seen that in the United States. You've seen it in Europe here as well. Does that continue? Is Europe beginning to get to overbought territory? I know that feels a peculiar thing to say, but near term, maybe just that's what we're getting to. This is the story in terms of the picture yesterday. We actually sold off into the close in Europe. Remember, we hit highs yesterday, so just bear that in mind, the kind of the absolute levels that we're watching here. The US kind of rolled over a little bit. I'm not sure there's a clear steer out of what we see on this chart into what we're going to be seeing in Europe this morning. Remember, Trump speaks a little bit later to the World Economic Forum. Is that the big moment of today? Or it could be futures, kind of how they pick up in the States, Critty, or it could be maybe that labour market data as well to focus on.
Yeah, perhaps that weakness you saw into yesterday's close continuing today. You're seeing it already in the futures picture, down about 0.2% in the FTSE 100. The Euro Stoxx 50 futures down about flat as well. There is a moment of outperformance, marginal outperformance, Anna. It's in the French and German indexes, only higher by about 0.1% at the moment.
Right, let's go to some of the individual stocks that could be on the move then, Critty, because we've got a different story to tell about the athletic leisure market this morning. Adidas was yesterday. That lifted Adidas and it lifted Puma. Today we've heard from Puma, and the story is not as good. We are expecting to see weakness in that share price after they reported preliminary net income that came in below estimates. Let's go to another fairly negative corporate story. AB Foods, the owner of Primark, they are now targeting Primark full year 25 low single-digit sales growth. They're keeping the other areas of the business the same, but lowering the guidance there. And Swedbank in focus, a better story there, better than expected profits from that banking business guy.
Let's talk about the index levels. Let's talk about what is happening here in Europe. It's been a really good run recently, hasn't it? Let's see if that continues into the open here this morning. We're expecting a fairly flat picture. Critty's just been laying out what the futures picture looks like, and I think we're already going to see evidence of that coming through with the FTSE 100. No clear sense of direction emanating early out of the European story. But does that change a little bit later? So many potential moments in today's session that are going to be interesting. Is it the claims data? Are we going to see some sort of an effect coming through from California? What does that labour data tell us about the trajectory for the economy? I know it's week to week, but it's high frequency. What is that going to tell us? Or is the main event what comes out of this event with Donald Trump speaking to the delegates of the World Economic Forum a little bit later on? So much maybe to throw into this market. But early doors, I would argue, maybe not a clear sense of direction coming out of Europe. As you were, seems to be the narrative.
I think that's a fair one, and one that's kind of a tale of two tech stories, at least from the initial reaction that you're seeing in the opening trade here. The Stoxx 600 under seeing some weakness, but it really is those heavyweights, that core six, the sensational six. Not so sensational today, where some of your biggest weights are coming from that bunch, but some of your biggest outperformers also coming from some fan favorites. Schneider Electric, for example, moving to the upside. But I mean, I think it's the right characterization, Anna. Like I said, it's kind of a mixed picture today.
Right, it is a bit mixed. Nice moment then to reflect on. Yes, interesting that Schneider Electric is doing okay, because I was looking at some of the names connected with data centers and AI that have been doing well recently. According to Bloomberg Intelligence, they had a nice chart, and you have to go quite far down to find those European names. They are in there, but they're far down the list, and lots of US names above them. In terms of things that are moving around this morning, interesting to look at where I don't think we've got an opening price on Puma just yet, but interesting to see how weak that goes because of what they've told us overnight, but because of course, the yesterday story around Adidas was so strong, and that pushed Adidas up, but it also pushed Puma up, and so you would expect to see something of a pullback when that one opens.
EQT out with numbers this morning, private equity, actually talking about an increase in exits, which I think is interesting as well. That stock's up really strongly at the top end of the market, so we're seeing some evidence of maybe a little bit of positive news from private equity coming through, so that's fascinating. ASML is quite weak, which I think is interesting too. Where does that stem from? Given that actually the chip story has been relatively positively recently, and it's interesting that the miners are kind of hot on its heels, but it's actually European tech is under a little bit of pressure this morning. ASML is down. SAP is also soft, which I think is interesting too.
We've gotten a downgrade to ASML, but you know, there are plenty of other analysts out there with a different view, so I'm not sure how much that is driving today's move, but there is one downgrade to them today out there, so that could be something to factor in.
But this whole tech outperformer this morning, Schneider Electric having a good day despite some of its tech peers, as you point out, on the back foot, ASM as well. But it's interesting that alongside tech, and you have energy dropping as well. We should also mention we're keeping an eye on Puma as well. Puma shares are taking a little bit of a hit as well, so we're going to dive into that story shortly. Let's take a big picture look, though, at this market and whether or not Europe is maybe having a moment. Let's bring in an expert. Markets Live executive editor Mark Cudmore joins the program. Mark, we've been talking all morning in the last hour or so about what the bull case for Europe actually is. Is it cheap enough to own at the moment? Your view?
I think the long-term bull case is still not very exciting, but I think you've hit kind of nail on the head there, Critty, that it's the negatives are largely in there. It's very, very discounted. And remember that we're trading this week a very positive macro tailwind. The big bad wolf of very aggressive tariffs has not been delivered. It's not been delivered anytime soon. Sure, it may come in the future, and that means that risk assets can rally. They can focus on the fact that earnings are generally good. So I remain positive stocks generally, globally, and I think the discounted ones, the ones that were pricing in perhaps a new world that was all about like US companies, I think probably incorrectly so, are going to gain the most. That's why I think that many around Asia, Europe, they're the ones that can gain. It's really important to emphasize, though, that while I'm painting this very, very positive picture, I don't think this is a long-term one. I think it is a window that lasts for a couple of weeks. We're still going to have a volatile new US administration, and we still have expensive valuations in the US. So this is not about an aggressive bullishness, but it's that we've got a window to be positive that lasts to at least the end of next week. Let's see how much longer.
If you look at the options market, there's not a great deal of call buying at the moment. This doesn't feel like a market that's being chased. Does that kind of, how self-limiting is this rally if the market is waiting for more bad news? How far can it really take us, and how convinced do you think traders really are about it?
So I think this ironically makes it more sustainable but less powerful. You're absolutely right. The people are kind of going, yeah, we've got no tariffs now, but they still could come at any point, and things can change quite rapidly. And we already have expensive valuations for a lot of US stocks in particular. So people are not going to get enthusiastic just because we're given a relief window. But it's actually because that people are nervous out there. We don't have excessive positioning. We don't have excessive bullishness out there. We saw that from the sentiment, the AAII sentiment survey only a week or so ago, that the bullishness had suddenly dropped despite stocks being near the high. It's because of that nervousness that I think that we keep on kind of grinding, to slightly higher highs, despite the fact that we don't get any ebullience out there, any effusive bullishness.
Let me ask you about Chinese stocks, Mark. We've heard some initiatives from various regulators over in China trying to get more pension money, insurance money into Chinese stocks. The bounce as a result of that was pretty short-lived. We are still positive on Chinese equities, but only just. But it did deliver a sugar rush to markets. Do we view this in the context of, now we're in the Trump presidency, now China can start to unleash some of the measures it's been keeping up its sleeve? What do you make of that news flow?
I mean, first of all, you're right, Anna, to make the point. I'm going to repeat it. It was pretty underwhelming reaction out there. I mean, this is a market where there's a large retail participation. It would be hoped that this kind of institutional boost would make a difference. But it is, you know, over a long period of time. It's not going to necessarily be an immediate impact. I think this is just yet another measure, which we've seen many over the last 4 months now, of trying to a marginal measure to stabilize the market. And I think it's the same story. Look, this is a market that's up about 25-30% over the last 4 months, and that's the idea that it's not going to keep on going on up at that pace. And in fact, this is an economy that has structural problems. They are now acting very aggressively to counter those structural problems, but this doesn't get us back to the old school China bull market that people really, really want. It gets us back to a market that's probably going to return better than average returns. It's probably going to be an overall good investment, but it's not going to be an exciting one, and there'll be something else out there that beats it. But if Chinese, Hong Kong stocks, if they can return 15% this year, that's a good return.
Well, Mark, when it comes back to European stocks, what is the bigger read-through? The headline risk you get out of the United States, or perhaps some of that fiscal stimulus read-through from China?
I think it's still going to come down to America. I think that's the more important one at the moment. As I said, I am very much in the camp that we're probably not now getting tariffs maybe to April. It's still likely tariffs are going to come through at some point. We've got the new arm of the U.S. government that Trump's setting up to collect those tariffs. We know he's in favor of tariffs. We know they'll likely come. He might even impose them just temporarily for negotiation points. But we know tariffs are likely to come at some point. On who and at what level we don't know, and what sectors we don't know. And I think that is ultimately still going to remain the big story for 2025, even if it's not the story this week that we thought it would be. So I think that's still going to be the biggest driver for Europe. The other issues for Europe is that, as I said, in the stocks market, much of the negativity around European growth is priced. It's a valid negativity. It's not like Europe is suddenly a bull story. European growth is problematic. European debt problem is problematic. European politics is very problematic. The German election, people aren't really focusing on that enough. What was happening in France around its fiscal situation, I know it's not an election anytime soon, is also problematic. So I think we've got many problems in Europe, but much of them are in the price, and therefore this is just a short-term relief rally, and ultimately it'll be more about what happens out of the US this year rather than the China fiscal story, which is going to support, it's going to help Europe, but it's more about stabilization. It's more marginal. It's not a new super bull market.
Mark, great stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Marcus Love, Executive Editor, Mark Cudmore. Let's talk about how European equities are performing this morning. Let's show you some numbers and give you the core six to give you an idea of what the centre of gravity looks like. A little bit of outperformance coming through from Schneider. I wonder if that's on the back of the interview that Jemana did a little bit earlier on with the CEO of that business. But elsewhere, actually, tech is showing a little bit of weakness. SAP's down, ASML is under ASML's down a lot this morning. 3% move to the downside on ASML is a significant move for a heavyweight stock. Elsewhere, you've got weakness in LVMH and Ferrari. Novo's flat. But the standout story, actually, to my mind, is weakness in materials, but also significant weakness in tech. Let's get some details on other stocks that we're watching. Joe Easton standing by.
So we are seeing some big weakness in Puma today, guys. It's been a bit of a volatile day for these sportswear stocks. Remember, yesterday we had that massive beat for Adidas. That stock was up 6%, but Puma today going the other way on their weak net income. Now, analysts I've seen over at Citi pointing to double-digit % downgrades for the company in terms of their sales for the year ahead. So that does look to be the biggest weak spot in the market today, and potentially going to weigh on some peers later as well. AB Foods, meanwhile, Primark giving us a rare downgrade to some of their sales guidance. They have seen a big miss on their like-for-like sales in the last period, the key Christmas period. We do think of Primark being absolutely indestructible, don't we? But that stock really is surprisingly weaker. It was weaker by around 2%. It's actually coming up a bit at the moment. It has sold off given the weakness we've seen in UK retail over the past month or so. Then in terms of EQT, a couple of big financial movers. As Guy was mentioning, a lot of exits at the private equity company. 70% increase in exits in the latest period, according to the firm. So that is the best performer on the stock 600 at the moment over in Sweden. And then another stock also on the Swedish market. This was Swedbank in the banking space, the first of the Swedish banks to report, and it does look like like strength in net interest income coming through once again, and the mortgage market looking pretty stable as well. We're going to get results out of Handelsbanken over the next couple of weeks and a few other firms, SEB as well. But this potentially looks like a good reader for that sector heading into those key updates from the Nordic banks. Then in terms of ratings, did see a couple in the commodity space catching my eye today. We had Total Energies, a buy over at Redburn. That looks to be a valuation call given some weakness versus their price targets. That one comes up to buy. Not too much of a reaction in that one. But the other one was Norsk Hydro back in the Nordics. I like this one because Kepler talking about a massive looming supply deficit in the aluminium market, which I thought was quite interesting. They're citing China and they reckon you should be buying into there. Again, we are seeing a bit of a broader weakness in commodities given some softness in some base metals today. But Norsk Hydro, a buy over at Kepler, that one stood out to me. Keep an eye on that one over in Oslo later today.
Joe, thank you. Joe Easton from our equities team with a briefing on some of the stocks that are moving this morning. Thinking of sectors that are moving, technology is an area of weakness. We'll talk tech shortly. Coming up, Elon Musk and OpenAI's Sam Altman spar over the US president's announcement on hundreds of billions of dollars in AI investment. More on that next. This is Bloomberg.
In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be shaped by it? How will we capture the imagination of tomorrow's consumers? And overcome operational constraints to focus on future growth. How will we harness technology and AI to shape the way we live our lives? And how will we balance environmental responsibility with economic prosperity? With EY's full spectrum of services across sectors, we're all in to shape the future with confidence.
Slightly minutes, slightly better. You want to talk business? Meet me in the On-Board Lounge.
At JP Morgan, we're taking ETFs to the next level with active equity and fixed income strategies designed for today's dynamic markets. Invest with a leader in active management. Search JP Morgan Active ETFs.
One of the very critical things is that a lot of young entrepreneurs don't realize is that when you start as an entrepreneur, you're not just building your business, which of course you are, but you're also building your organization. And most people don't realize that. And building an organization is not just about hiring people. It's about the culture, it's about the systems, the values, the mission. It's about how you operate, how you do things, how you retain people, how you keep them motivated. So it's all of those things put together. And over time, you realize that a lot of effort has to go into it, and then eventually you have an organization that has a life of its own. It's sometimes you look at it and you marvel and you think about, how was this created? And was I the person that was behind getting this thing done?
Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day, powered by 2,900 journalists and analysts in more than 150 offices across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
15 minutes into the equity market session here in Europe. There's a few little things that are on the move at the moment, which I think is quite interesting. This is the kind of the broader picture we are seeing across Europe. At a headline index level, you're not actually getting very much. At a single stock level, there's actually some quite big moves that we're watching out for this morning. But the Stoxx 600 is unch at the moment. That kind of tells you everything you need to know about the kind of the bigger picture story. But let's talk about some of the individual stock names that we want to be focusing on. Shares in Puma are one of the real standouts this morning. The stock is really under pressure. The sportswear company, do we call it a sportswear company? I guess we can call it a sportswear company, announcing a new cost efficiency program, disappointing earnings. Where did this come from? Nobody saw this one coming, certainly judging by the stock reaction. Tim Lowe joins us now from Munich. Tim, that's the question. Where did this come from?
Yeah, exactly. If you go back a couple months in November, as Puma was putting out its Q3 results, a lot of the signaling was that things weren't going so bad. The guidance was going to be hit for the full year. Things were still looking good in the midterm. And then this came out last night. The news was also a little bit vague in the releases, I think, and it's taken a couple turns for analysts and traders to sort of digest the news. The thing that sticks out for me is a profit warning. They're pushing back their profitability targets by about 2 years, and that comes after some disappointing fourth quarter results. The whole thing raises the question of Puma, where's the brand heat? What's going on here? And their crosstown rival Adidas just yesterday put out stellar results.
Yes, Tim, tell us more about that contrast, because disappointing enough to put this news into the market, but even more disappointing for investors when they sent the shares up 3% yesterday in sympathy with strong numbers out of Adidas, and then today looks starkly different.
Absolutely. And I mean, for Puma, they're in a tough spot. The Adidas CEO, Bjorn Gulden, had been the Puma CEO for about a decade, and it was a very successful era. So the new CEO, Arne Freund, he's a young guy. He's been trying to sort of come out of the shadows. And as soon as Bjorn goes to Adidas, Adidas starts taking off. They've really benefited from the retro footwear, the Samba, the Gazelle. They were first out of the gate with that at Adidas. Puma they have also in their archive similar shoes that should be able to compete with that, the Palermo, but they were slower to get it out there. And last year, Puma tried to come out with a brand marketing campaign, first in a while, just really raise the excitement about the brand itself. And it just hasn't seemed to connect with the consumers. And a day after Adidas had stellar results, this is, I think, just throwing into sharper relief the challenges that Puma is facing.
Well, Tim, walk us through these specific numbers then. I mean, we know we've been talking about this cost-cutting program in response to that margin pressure, but just how pressured are those margins?
Yeah, so the company reiterated its midterm targets. It wants to get, its EBIT margin to 10% in the long term. Right now it was 7.1% last year. That's below Wall Street estimates. The number of people are really focusing on is 8.5%. Puma had said as recently as November that could arrive in 2025. Now they're saying 2027, assuming that these new cost-cutting measures bear fruit in conjunction with this brand campaign that I just referenced. So, some analysts have said there's going to be some significant consensus cuts today, looking at 2025 and beyond. So the shares are reacting to that right now, and one wonders when a sort of trigger may arrive that can resurrect that.
All right, Bloomberg's Tim Lowe walking us through the Puma story. Of course, those shares down pretty aggressively. We'll see just how far that drops.
Yeah, talking of stocks that are under pressure, ASML also under pressure over in the Netherlands, and the Dutch Prime Minister says he expects President Trump to keep pushing to restrict exports of ASML's chip-making machines to China. Dick Schoof spoke exclusively to Bloomberg's Chad Thomas at the World Economic Forum in Davos.
It's very important that the security of Europe is on top of our minds and also on top of the mind of the new American president, and therefore it relates very strongly, of course, to Ukraine, and make sure that peace in Ukraine is with Ukraine and with Europe. And economically, it's very important that the open relationship and the open trade relationship we have is still in place. So we are looking very carefully at import tariffs and what that could mean for our trade and our companies.
Do you expect Europe to remain united if there
becomes a tariff war? Obviously, that's not what anyone wants, but is there a worry that it's sort of every man or woman for himself and countries within Europe don't stick together?
Well, there's always that worry. But in the European Council, I think we have the idea that we should do it together, that's important, whether it's on the positive side in making sure that Europe is competitive, but also, you might say on the negative side, if we have to react to what the Americans can do, and that's going to hurt our economy.
Are there discussions already taking place within the European Council of how you would potentially react if you had to?
Well, of course, we had some discussions about how could we react, and one of the most important things is that we should react from a strong position. I mean, Europe has a strong economy, has a strong competitiveness already, has a strong consumer base, so that's important for the United States as well. So that gives us a strong position, so you can really rely on a good discussion with the new administration and see how you can work out all kinds of deals.
You have a strategically important company based in the Netherlands, ASML. What do you expect from the Trump administration when it comes to ASML?
Well, I think that in relation to the China policy of the United States, and also when we look at the Netherlands, we are aligned, more or less. But when it comes to ASML, we have on a weekly basis, we have discussions, and we want to make sure that ASML, which is a very important tech company, and it's very important for the Dutch economy and also very important for the development of high tech in Europe and in the Netherlands, we want to make sure that that position is in place, and therefore we also made all kinds of arrangements with ASML and with the local government and the technical university to make sure that ASML can thrive, but also the whole community around Eindhoven, it's called Brainport, can thrive.
Dutch PM speaking to Chad Thomas. Let's stick with the tech theme. Elon Musk is questioning whether the companies behind President Trump's $100 billion AI investment venture can follow through on their promises. The CEO of ARM, one of the companies providing technology for Stargate, he's indicated that the project has, quote, solid financial backing. Rene Haas spoke to Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde.
ARM will be the CPU of choice, if you will, inside these AI data centers. We power Grace Blackwell, which is the NVIDIA product that will be used, but lots of opportunity for all kinds of ARM technology. But most importantly, the CPUs that power Stargate, they'll be ARM.
So already, as you say, integrated into Grace Blackwell, what sort of innovations could this stir on your side? What way will we see your designs progress into this supercomputer and more to come, maybe?
$500 billion of investment and multiple gigawatts of energy require incredibly efficient processor solutions. So I think as we go forward, as these plans get more and more defined, I think there'll be more and more opportunity. But right now, we're super excited to be involved with NVIDIA and Grace Blackwell.
I think that's so key as these plans get more and more defined. These are, at the moment, pretty new announcements coming, but people questioning how new the ultimate decision to spend has been, because we already had Massa, of course, this leader of SoftBank, which in many ways owns a large part of ARM, talking about this $100 billion investment in infrastructure in the US, but a few weeks ago. How long has this been in the making?
These discussions have been going on for many months. Something like this does not happen overnight. I think the world has seen that to reach AGI or ASI or some of the capabilities of artificial intelligence, a tremendous amount of capital is going to be required. Obviously, a lot of power is going to be required. A lot of compute is going to be required. Massa has been looking at this for quite some time. We've been talking to the OpenAI folks and Oracle and MGX and Microsoft and NVIDIA. So I think what you're seeing that just came together was the culmination of all those conversations, but it didn't happen overnight for sure.
Does it have the money? I'm afraid some shade being thrown on this project by one Elon Musk. Do you have anything to provide? I know you're the technology partner, but what about the capital?
Yeah, I haven't seen Elon's tweet, although I certainly have heard about it. There is a lot of backing for this, Caroline. Believe me, it was not taken lightly to make the announcement yesterday at the White House with President Trump. So I think you can feel pretty good that the financial backing behind this is quite solid.
That was the ARM CEO, Rene Haas, speaking to Bloomberg, saying the financial backing behind this Stargate project is quite solid. And just backtracking then what Caroline was saying, yeah, Musk questioning if the company's if the project has the money that it says it does. Not the only voice, actually. I saw the Anthropic CEO also questioning whether there is the money that is needed for this. And Sam Altman kicking back and saying, yes, we have the money, and Elon Musk, you should be more pro-America. Was his message.
I mean, that's quite the rivalry now showing up on the stage. I think it's fascinating, though, but this isn't the part of the issue of trying to quantify and trying to price in just how far this rally actually takes, because nobody actually knows, one, how long this rollout is, how much investments it's going to take. We just know that it's a lot. We don't actually know what those numbers are.
They're going to be big, though, aren't they? But we already
how
know,
big is big?
But we already know they're going to be big, and that's the point. Like, how much of this is already factored in? How much of this is new money? How much of this is already existing projects that are kind of in train and already being talked about? I think that's a key question as well. I haven't talked a lot about NVIDIA around all of this. Presumably, it's going to be a pretty big beneficiary of this. Kind of, what are the companies that are also going to benefit from this process too? Is this enough to keep the AI train on the track? I think that's a question that investors are going to be looking at.
It certainly was yesterday.
Yeah,
wasn't it? Pushed NVIDIA's share price and the share prices of some of the other companies involved a little bit higher in yesterday's session.
Yeah, I think it also brings up the idea that so many of these are private companies. Does this now, if we start to see a little bit of lightning in the deal glut, maybe some of these private companies go a little bit more public? We'll have to see, and then give NVIDIA a run for the money. Coming up, we're going to take a little bit of a pivot here. We're going to return to the Swiss Alps for a conversation with the Egyptian Investment and Foreign Trade Minister. That conversation live from Davos next. This is Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week. This week, how the annual gathering in Davos is adjusting to a changing world order. What the tragedy of the LA fires may do to the business of insurance. Whether President Trump's immigration policies could lead to a return of inflation.
Very simply, put America first.
And what the growth in non-alcoholic beer could mean for the liquor business. Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Any of us in the room could have a stroke or develop MS or develop ALS, a condition that stops your body from working. We're all at risk of that. And neurology, I'm a neurologist. Traditionally, it's been the field in medicine where there hasn't been many treatment options. And so neurotechnology is having this moment now in medicine where it's becoming kind of the final frontier of medicine, and a lot of excitement, but the challenge with cracking the skull and delivering technologies that way is that the infrastructure is not set up for scale, for applications of that technology. Cardiology has shown over decades that you can now deliver millions of stents or pacemakers a year. But so we're translating what's known from cardiac into neuro. And I think we're entering a period where the treatment opportunities for neuro delivered through a catheter into the brain are going to become vast.
Earnings season is here.
Kicking off earnings season, there's a lot going on.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
Air France KLM.
NatWest well above estimates.
We have further earnings coursing from GSK.
With the smartest insights.
Clearly, the macro and geopolitical front is full of open issues that if they come all together at one stage, they can create some dislocation.
Is that why you're cautious about the fourth quarter?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
U.S. tech is influencing global markets.
Technology is driving business across Europe.
Companies in Asia are betting on tech.
Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
This is the opening trade. We're at 30 minutes into today's session, seeing some green on the screen, not massive gains, but certainly marginal ones, a little bit of a reversal from what we saw just 30 minutes ago in the futures picture. But of course, it's not maybe the markets that are driving the news agenda this morning. JP Morgan's EMEA CEO told us earlier this week that the Middle East region appears to be a clear winner for investors. The optimism comes despite geopolitical tensions and global uncertainties with Donald Trump returning to the White House. It's a key topic our very own Jumana Berseji is following at Davos. Jumana.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for the intro. And interesting to see the JP Morgan perspective on the region. Joining me right now is Hassan Al-Khatib, the Egyptian Minister for Investment and Foreign Trade. Trade, obviously, very much in focus over here in Davos. With the return of the Trump administration, the touting of potential tariffs. And I've got to think, from your perspective, you hear that and you think this isn't going to be good for us.
First of all, it's a pleasure to be with you, Jumana, and with Bloomberg. I think on trade, Trump policies have been in action for some time. In his first term, we've got to know his actions, and he put tariffs on China and several other markets. And to be honest, actually, Biden administration did not revoke many of those tariffs. So what we're seeing is actually a trend that has started, in my view, almost 10 years ago. So the globalization as we knew it is, in my view, is a chapter that is actually fading away.
Yeah.
We're now in a new chapter, which is all about tariffs, borders, bilaterals will replace the global alliances or the WTO in nature. I still believe that the WTO rules should be the game, or at least the ground for trade. But in reality, most of what we see globally today is governed by the trade remedies, safeguard measures, monopolistic protection is the name of the game. All in all of these measures are inflationary in nature.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing. So globalization over the past 3 to 4 decades have produced massive economic growth globally, lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. And the modus operandi, as we put it, was actually the most efficient way of production. Now, after COVID and after these measures that has been in action for 10 years, and more of which will be in place with the Trump administration, we call it the resilience model, nearshoring, trying to bring it close. But all of these would mean that you're producing at a higher price, which is inflation.
Yeah, and interesting what you're saying about the push for bilaterals. I'll get to there in a second, but something else that I think is really relevant to Egyptian trade right now is shipping and the Red Sea shipping routes. You've got the Houthis saying that they're likely to stop the attacks now that there is a ceasefire in Gaza. What does that mean to Egypt? Because you really took a hit from all of the receipts that were coming through the Red Sea.
Absolutely right. I think the Suez Canal proceeds are down by 60 to 70%, which is massive. In a year like last year, it's a tough place to be in. I think with the ceasefire, we need to be cautious. We're cautiously optimistic. It's the first ceasefire that has been enacted for a long period of time, and it's still early to judge. I think the Houthis announced that they could stop their attacks on the ships. But all in all, I think we're cautious. We want to study it. We will talk to ship owners, or at least ship liners, and we will try to see their line. It's not going to be an immediate switch back to Suez Canal as we envisage. What matters for us as Egypt, as we've been always engaged in the negotiation to try to bring this ceasefire, is how resilient that is and what follows.
Yeah.
And more importantly, what follows.
Yeah. Let me ask you about the Egyptian economy. If we had been sitting here a year ago, the prospects for Egyptian economy were a little bit different. And then, of course, you had the big investment from the UAE into Egypt that turned things around. You had a series of reforms that the government started to introduce, a massive currency devaluation. How do you see the economic picture right now?
Let me give you the perspective of how we see the Egyptian economy, and I'll take it on a longer period of time. The Egyptian economy last 10 years followed 2 revolutions, 2011, 2013, almost 2 to 3 years of complete stoppage. The government stepped up its action to stimulate the economy. So the last 10 years title is a government-led economic growth.
And in doing so, the private sector share in investments went down from 70 plus to almost 24%. This government mandate is to bring back the private sector, is to make sure that we have a business environment that is conducive for the private sector to prosper, to grow, and to lead the economic development. That's the title. This is what we're trying to do. And in doing so, we're clearly put forward what the investors would want, which are clear, predictable policies that are investor-friendly, that will bring the economy to a real competitiveness.
Yeah. I mentioned UAE with the big investment. I know that other countries in the GCC have also been engaged with Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. Can you give us an indication on some of the potential deals that could go through there?
I think the deals are always in nature a one-off. What we want is a sustainable growth. And that's why I go back to policies. The job of government is to put the policies that attract FDI, investors, make sure that the investors in them operating already in Egypt are doing well, and then we attract the FDI. And these are the monetary policy, the fiscal policy, the trade policy, and the role of the state policy. These are the four policies that we're mandated. I'm a member of the economic team, working closely as a team. But I go back to what you highlighted in terms of the evaluation that took place last year. The important is not a devaluation anymore. The importance is a monetary policy that is understood, that is investor-friendly. And that's what we have today.
Yeah.
This is part of the central bank role. But the central bank narrative today is very clear. For me, it's something that we can put forward to investors, and they would actually like it, because simply it's inflation targeting and a flexible exchange rate, which means that when you do a business in Egypt, you know that your currency will be always competitive rather than a fixing currency, and then after 3-4 years, then you're expecting a devaluation. Yeah. That's one policy that is clear. And so on, we can talk about the others.
Now, I do want to ask you, I want to go back to what you were saying about bilateral trade deals, because I know Egypt has been in discussions with the EU, and obviously the EU are looking for different markets now for their exports. What scope is there, do you think, to get this across the line, and how much of a tangible economic impact do you think it's going to have?
We have an agreement with the EU-Egypt partnership, and it has been there for some time. The trade balance is actually in the favor of Europe. What we're trying to do now is to open a new chapter. Historically, we've been, again, the negotiation with the EU has always been, we've put certain limits on imports. On the case of Egypt, they actually complain about it. So actually, when I visited Brussels, what we told them is actually we're going to take all of these out of the discussion. We want to have a WTO guidelines, and we're actually we're following the checklist of what we have. What I want a narrative, and actually the government we want a narrative whereby we will balance the trade, investments for trade. And I traveled to many countries in Europe so far, Germany, France, Denmark, Norway, Northern Ireland, and our discussion is all about it's a win-win situation today. If you come today, if you look at the European competitiveness in manufacturing, cost of labor is possibly 10 times that of Egypt or the Mediterranean between Egypt and Morocco. But Egypt is very competitive today in terms of labor force, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of connectivity to the rest of the world. We're at the center of 3 continents. Africa is a huge potential. And we have the trade agreements that actually put forward the products for 70 markets. So the reality of the matter, that's what we told them. We tell them it's a win-win. Come and invest. We need your technology, but we also you can produce at a very competitive prices, and you can maintain your competitive edge. And that's the narrative that we're trying to put forward.
Fantastic talking to you. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to Bloomberg. That was Hassan Al-Khatib, the Egyptian Minister for Investment and Foreign Trade.
Jumana, thank you very much indeed. Bloomberg's Jumana Basechi joining us from the World Economic Forum.
Let's talk a little bit about the other geopolitics around the world. President Donald Trump is threatening more financial penalties on Russia over the war in Ukraine. Trump said on his Truth Social network President Vladimir Putin should make a deal soon or face more taxes, tariffs, and sanctions on Russian goods. Meanwhile, Ukraine's president says any effective peacekeeping force in Ukraine must include U.S. troops to support European allies. Vladimir Zelensky spoke exclusively with Bloomberg's editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite, at the World Economic Forum in Davos.
It's great if we will have troops. But we have to understand that the troops will not be in the center of the capital.
Yes. they will not have relaxed time. Yes, it's very important because I heard that some allies said that yes, but it's okay, we can be in the center of some city, and no, we don't need such contingents.
You want them at
No,
the
no.
front line?
Yes, with our people, of course. Yes, because this means security, and that's it. So, but it can't be. It can't be without the United States. I will explain you why. Even if some European friends think that it can be, no, it will not be. First of all, nobody will risk without the United States. The second, that's what can divide NATO, divide EU and USA. That is a goal and dream of Putin, to divide this unity.
You mentioned China. How important is China in these negotiations? I mean, China is the backer of Russia. They seem to have had an impact on things like Putin not using nuclear weapons, those sort of things. Can China push Putin, and do you have any contact with the Chinese?
I had some contacts with Xi Jinping. We had phone call during the war. Not too much, not enough, I think. Yes, he can push Putin to peace, I'm sure. I think that only President Trump is the strongest, and Xi Jinping. I think that there is no other allies who can really do it. Yes, because his economy, Putin's economy, after sanctions, after everything, depends very much of China.
You would like Donald Trump and Xi Jinping of China to work together to push
I think yes.
Putin.
Yes, but not without us.
Not without you.
It's important.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky speaking exclusively at Davos with Bloomberg's editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite.
Coming up, we're going to head back to the World Economic Forum. We are going to bring you a live interview with Richard Oddie, the newly appointed vice chair over at Goldman Sachs. That conversation coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Asia is a continent of contrast. The region is a nexus of rich cultural traditions and a vibrant hub of trailblazing innovation and modernity. How will it push the limits of technology even further?
Going to space should become as easy as, taking a flight.
If NASA is designing a lander, their approach is they're designing a Formula One car. So we take, say, a Jeep approach.
Min-Seok, give us a sense of how you translate Korean architecture for the rest of the world.
We call this madang. In general terms, it's where we can be ourselves, where we belong.
There is an old saying in Korea that says, "Call me blue, hwai 불치." It means simple but not humble. So it has a tremendous impact on Korean architecture.
People tend to think the robot AI taking the job from them. We want to use the robot as a basic asset, meaning people have an income through the robot.
From space tech in India to robotics in Japan, Asia is driving the future, reshaping industries, societies, and the way we live. Join me as I take you through the bold innovations. Discover Asia's next-gen technologies on Momentum.
What about artificial intelligence? Is artificial intelligence going to enable you and others to say, we have enough information to know exactly what something is going to be worth in terms of insuring it or not?
Artificial intelligence is finding its way into our business in a variety of different factors. I think the first piece is getting much better insight into data, which allows us to make better decisions on underwriting. It's also a great opportunity to service business better in terms of like call centers and different ways of what's using robotics and other AI will be very helpful. But it is an emerging practice within the industry and one that is evolving very quickly. So it's also going to present risks that other companies, how they use it and how they use large language models and making sure the decision making is very sound. So it's complicated, but it definitely is benefiting the business today.
In case you missed it, on
Bloomberg open interest?
11 years ago, I bought a Bitcoin on this set.
It was $800.
Yeah, $800, but I spent
Which
the
is a
Bitcoin
lot, by the
on
way.
beer and groceries and gas and video games.
And
I wish I had
hogs.
kept it. I wish I would buy a Harley today if I had.
Yeah, but you probably wouldn't be
Bitcoin.
a TV anchor, and you probably wouldn't still be on this
True.
set. And what a joy that
I'd
is.
be my feet in the sand and a beer in my hand.
Don't miss the next open interest.
I don't like to talk about deregulation. Rational regulation in our sector, in any other sector, could be good for growth. But if things go too far, then the Fed may have to hike rates and deal with inflation. Hopefully it doesn't happen.
Daniel Pinto there is JP Morgan president on regulation and U.S. growth. We return to Swiss Alps now to join Bloomberg's Francine Lacqua. Fran.
Thank you so much, Cristina. I'm joined by Richard Nade, the newly promoted vice chairman of Goldman Sachs. Richard, first of all, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. But look, a change of job, a change of title. How do you feel about it?
I feel fantastic. For the overall firm, it's a hugely exciting and energizing time. If I put it into a broader context, if I think about 2023, 24, it was really nailing the firm strategy, which we've really got set. Putting in the organizational structure. But of course, people is the most important thing here. And we've now put in place a broad set of leaders that can really take this forward, execute, and deliver over the next 5 to 10 years. And so that's what this is part of. For myself, I've given up my CEO responsibilities for GSI, but I'm thrilled to have the remit to really operate broadly around the world and spend time with our people, our clients, and I'm very excited about the next period of time.
So what's the one thing that Goldman has to do now? Is it talent retention more than actually getting the strategy right, which actually has proven to be the right thing to do?
We've got to have the right people and we've got to have the right culture. And if we get people and culture right, Goldman Sachs will continue to be a great firm. And so we focus on that day in and day out. We invest in it. This is part of that investment. The other thing I'd say is, we focus so much on making sure that we've got a deep bench. But there's no point in having a deep bench if you don't use it. And this is an example of us really using that bench and bringing the next generation off. And there's going to be a huge amount of energy, and our clients will feel it, our people will feel it. It's an exciting time.
Are you expecting to also hire a lot more, given all of the animal spirits that could be unlocked in the U.S., and what does it mean for the rest of the world, including Europe?
Well, we always try and modulate this. It's easy to get carried away. None of us can predict the future. We all know how it feels right now. If you're sitting here and you're talking to someone from the US, it's huge optimism and enthusiasm. If you're talking to someone from Europe, it's a little bit less the case. And we try and hire with a longer-term view. These are long-term careers. We're not bringing people in for the next 12 months. We're bringing people in for a career. So hiring in at the bottom continues to be hugely important. We do that whatever the cycle is. But of course, we're adding all the time to our organization. The organization is growing.
I haven't met one single person, almost, that's really optimistic about the UK or Europe. Are you?
No, the mood's not good. My takeaway would be, and we all know the numbers, so there's no point in or need to rehearse them now. The sentiment across, the big cap, the big name European industrial companies, that CEO community, there's an increasing level of frustration because obviously they can see what's happening in the US. Frankly, a lot of them are investing significant dollars into the US. That's where the money's going. But they also want to invest and grow and build in the European economy. And so there's an increasing sense of frustration. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see that community broadly becoming much more assertive. Assertive with the regulatory framework, assertive in Brussels, in their own domestic capitals, and really leaning in. Because I think everybody knows what the program needs to be. But I think people are done with the talking. People really want to try and push this into action. And if there is no response from the discussions, then one's ready. And I think we'll see more assertion going forward, I suspect.
Richard, how do you see client behavior? Are they going to spend more money? Are Europeans and international investors just going to be spending more money in the US, or are they staying put for the moment until they figure out what happens?
Both things are happening. So
the opportunity and the returns are obviously there in the US, and we've seen the activity of this week. That's only going to encourage that behavior. So we'll continue to see capital flowing in that direction. But look, Europe is a very, very large and significant economy, and people want to participate here. So I think we'll see more restructuring. We'll see more consolidation. There's a real need across Europe to build global champions of scale that can compete globally. Certainly in our backlog and our client discussions, M&A activity, big strategic transactions, we're seeing, frankly, as much of that as I can remember. So I think things are going to move.
Private credit, what's your ambition there?
Well, as you know, we've got about $130, $140 billion of private credit sitting in our alternative asset management business, and we aim to double that. We want to get that through $300 billion, and then we'll take it from there. This is a really important source of financing for our client base, and they will continue to use it. We're obviously managing that alternative asset platform for investors. But if you're a user, if you're a corporate, you can go to the bank market, you can go to the public credit markets, and you can go to the private credit. And having that choice is important. It all ties into the capital markets union concept in Europe. We need to develop these markets. We need to develop the securitization market. Let's see what gets done.
I mean, what do you think Donald Trump's administration will unlock in terms of crypto? Are we going to see a really big deregulation, which would also prop up private markets?
All I can say is if you're an entrepreneur and you're getting out of bed in the United States this week, you are full of optimism and energy. And whatever your chosen field, it may be crypto, it may be fracking, it may be just starting a business, you're going to be optimistic that you can drive something forward. So I wouldn't isolate it sector by sector. I think the energy will be contagious, and it'll be contagious across all parts of that economy, and I think that's what we're going to see. Now, we can't predict the future, as I said, so let's see how all of this plays out. Obviously, the markets themselves have anticipated a lot of this. Last year, the US market up 20%. It was up 20% the year before. That market's not going to grow 20% year in, year out. So, we need to have some sense of moderation in terms of where the market is. But the underlying energy across the economy, the economic growth, plus 2%, does it get to 3%? Time will tell, but there's a lot of energy there.
I mean, there seems to, equities are priced to perfection in the U.S. Should that be a worry when there's a lot of talk about inflation being a concern for the Fed?
Well, let's judge perfection with hindsight. It depends what happens. Maybe they're priced for perfection, maybe they're not. But obviously, rates are a huge focus. We've seen 100 basis points of rate cuts over the last 12 months. We expect another 50 this year, maybe another 25 in 2026. But the data is going to determine how that plays out. And obviously, if the economy is running really hot, it's going to be more difficult to have those rate cuts. The tariff discussion, we'll see how that plays out. If that is on the margin inflationary, again, that'll make it more difficult for rate cuts. There's a lot in front of us. And so, the range of outcomes is as broad as it's ever been. And I think both the left tail and the right tail, they're long and they're fatter than they've been. So I think one needs to be forward-leaning. The wind is at your back. But I think you need to be a risk manager at the same time and be looking left and right and make sure that you're anticipating all the potential outcomes. They're all possible.
Is that your biggest concern? This kind of bifurcation or trying to understand, the positive and the negative?
That's our job. Our job is to be ready for whatever the outcome is going to be, and we advise our clients in that way. We manage our own risks in that way. Because, as we said a couple of times in this discussion, the future is hard to predict.
Richard, in terms of the announcements that we've had, I think you've doubled the management committee. If you look at the numbers, more women would probably be welcome. What's the secret sauce on that?
We continue to drive those initiatives. You're absolutely right. It's a huge priority for the organization. Our most recent partner class, which we announced at the end of last year, in our European partner group, actually 38% of that class was women. It was the highest number ever. Globally, it was in the high 20s. We would love to have more representation on the management committee. We will get more representation on the management committee, and we're pushing people forward. And I think if you look beyond the management committee and some of the recent announcements, there are a lot of very, very important jobs, which are going to women. The leadership bench there is growing in a very, very good way. We'd all like it to go faster.
Thank you so much for joining us. Richard Nade, they're the Vice Chairman of Goldman Sachs. With that, I'm going to send it back to you in London, Guy, and we'll have plenty more throughout the day here from Davos.
Francine Lacroix at the World Economic Forum in Davos, talking to Richard Noddy. Thank you very much indeed. The Trump theme is definitely going to be very present at Davos today. What is it, 4 o'clock? He's joining
WEF. He's going to be addressing WEF, and there is going to be an opportunity within that for CEOs in Europe to ask questions. You had a great suggestion earlier about learning lessons from the United States about deregulation, that kind of thing. I wondered if you were going to ask a question about China, if you're a European CEO, maybe getting a sense of his evolving thinking around China, because it does seem as if it is evolving. He seems less aggressive on China, on the tariff side of things, on his impression of what they can do with TikTok and spying intention. So I think his evolving thinking on China and how it is shifting would be an interesting one to explore.
Yeah, absolutely, and just what the extent of that actually looks like, because he's already building on top of a farm deal that he had kind of pushed in his first administration, a farm deal that I'm now curious if he pushes on Europe as well. At least that was a comment he made in the press conference.
If I'm a European CEO, do I need to pick sides? Do I need to pick the United States over China? Is it zero sum?
Maybe you don't want to know the answer to that.
well, we experienced this with NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA's already had to make one chip for the U.S. and one chip for everybody else, and that has already kind of undermined one of the world's largest companies.
Or for a European CEO, how much gas does Europe have to buy to make this whole thing go away? If we could just nail
Patrick Poyen's going to be the Total CEO apparently is asking a question, so that energy story is going to be front and centre.
Yeah, and it's fascinating because that's exactly what is about to get deregulated in a very big way in the United States. The LNG story was one of Joe Biden's big points that he wanted to have more restrictions on, not less, as serving the climate agenda. We'll see if that ends up helping or maybe hurting the bottom line of Shell.
Okay. That wraps up the show. It doesn't really wrap up the show. The show continues. The show is definitely continuing. The Davos theme is going to be absolutely front and centre. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is going to be joining us later. Nadia Calvino is going to be joining us. Ted Pick is going to be joining us from Morgan Stanley. The Saudi finance minister is coming up. You get the picture. There's a lot coming up, but we are building towards that Trump event a little bit later. The Pulse is next. This is Bloomberg.
Create your own destiny in a world of chaos. Seize opportunities on thousands of instruments. Trade like a pro.
DraftKings hit a milestone in the second quarter of 2024. For the first time as a public company, it turned a profit.
Is this a new era for DraftKings?
There's an inflection from when you're cash flow negative and you're operating off of equity raises from the past to when you're self-funded and you're cash flow positive and able to control your destiny a lot more.
You've had your first quarters of profitability now. Does that take pressure off? Does it increase pressure?
I think it increases pressure. I mean, once you start making profits, people expect you to make more, and all of a sudden you're valued on a multiple of those profits as opposed to the theoretical what could be. So very important, I think.
When you're cash flow negative, you've sold a vision of what the company should be working on, and you're very focused on working on that and delivering against that. When you've pivoted to profitability, the world of what you can work on is a little bit open, and there's a lot of different ideas, and it requires more focus than ever to make sure that you are prioritizing on the most important things that are going to deliver the most value.
DraftKings' solid standing in a booming sector gives them the luxury to play the long game. They're not under pressure to cut costs.
When you have really strong revenue growth, you don't need that. If you look at where we are today and where we want to be and where we believe we will be, the vast majority of the incremental EBITDA is not coming from any cost reduction. It's coming from increased revenue.
We don't feel like we need to cut costs because we're growing our revenue so much. We want to grow our revenue into our existing cost structure, and there's no need to reduce the cost as long as we're being efficient with what we allow our cost growth to look like.
You talked about how governments are not looking at healthcare and investing in healthcare as much as they should. What's the message you'd like to send to those governments?
Well, I think a healthier population is always going to be more productive. It's just that sometimes the political will isn't there in some of these countries. So I hope that they can keep this as a priority, because a workforce that is 20 or 30% down during a pandemic or an outbreak, or there's certain diseases that keep spreading, is not healthy, it's not productive. And if you want everyone to perform at their best and you want healthcare costs to be down, you don't want to be burdened with insurance costs and other costs, I think it's important to invest early in health, in child health, in women's health, and I hope that continues both in India and other parts.
Bloomberg surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern. Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse with Francine Lacqua.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua, live in Davos from the World Economic Forum annual meeting. Now, there's a lot going on. Donald Trump will address, of course, the plenary today with a lot of chief executives on stage. We'll get to that in a moment. But it's also very telling what markets are doing. So we've seen, actually, we're day 3 after inauguration, and we've seen stocks whipsaw a little bit. So a bit of zigzagging. Stocks definitely today taking a breather after gains since Donald Trump's inauguration had taken European and U.S. benchmarks close to record highs. Look, I'm going to speak very plainly. It feels like when you speak to chief executives from Europe and Davos, they worry. They worry about security, they worry about investment, and they actually worry about tariffs. When you speak to American chief executives, they're much more bullish about their outcome. Now, this hour, we'll speak to the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, the European Investment Bank President Nadia Calvino, and the Marsh McLennan President John Doyle. So Donald Trump, as we were saying, set to make this virtual address here at Davos today, just 3 days after his inauguration as U.S. president. It's fair to say it will be one of the most closely watched appearances at the World Economic Forum. Now, Trump's presidency and his plans have been dominating conversations here. Amongst his first orders were pardons for nearly all January 6 defendants and a reprieve for shutting down TikTok. Well, speaking on Fox News, Trump also downplayed the national security risk posed by the social video app.
I'll tell you, people want to buy it. People want to buy it.
But those that say they know say it's a spying app for the communist Chinese.
But but you can say that about everything made in China. Look, we have our telephones made in China for the most part. We have so many things made in China. So why don't they mention that? You know.
Let me get to
the
some
interesting
issues.
thing with TikTok, though, is you're dealing with a lot of young people. So
they love it.
Is it that important for China to be spying on young people, on young kids watching crazy videos and things?
I don't want China spying on anybody.
No, but they make your telephones and they make your computers and they make a lot of other things. Isn't that a bigger threat?
Well, let's bring in Chad Thomas, Bloomberg's Europe executive editor, who also runs our Davos operations. Thank you for joining us, Chad. I mean, there's a lot going on, so we're all on Trump watch. There was a rumor yesterday that he'd come to Davos. We don't think he's coming to Davos. He'll be, of course, in the plenary virtually, but a lot of focus also on this Fox interview.
Yeah, in that Fox interview, it seemed like he was backpedaling a little bit on the whole shutting down of TikTok in the U.S. or that they have to sell it, saying it's not as big of a threat and it's something that kids look at. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. First, there was the reprieve that they got of 60 days to see if they can find a buyer, but now maybe they won't be pushed into doing that. The thing, though, to watch is there are a lot of people in his own party who say that this is a threat, and so he will have to get them on board as well if he does, in fact, decide to back away from actually making them sell their U.S. operations.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to say what, he's addressing the World Economic Forum for, whether he's going to ask chief executives to do something for America or whether he wants to talk about tech and AI and U.S. supremacy.
Well, it's kind of funny for someone who's doing a virtual address, who isn't physically here. As you said, there was a rumor that maybe he's going to show up here today. It's what everyone's talking about, right? And so that in that address, people will be listening closely to what sort of either demands he makes or requests he makes, and also then the questions from the chief executives. And it's a select group. It's 3 finance executives, 1 energy executive, 2 from the U.S., 2 from Europe. What kinds of questions are they going to ask? Clearly, that is something that has already been pre-discussed, and so it'll be interesting to see
given that was pre-discussed, what is it that the message that he wants to get across in those questions that they ask? Of course, it's Brian Moynihan, Steve Schwarzman, Anna Botín, and the Total Energy CEO. They're all also people that President Trump knows.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a natural tension of chief executives wanting to have stability or knowing exactly what will happen, and to Donald Trump's negotiating tactics, making that, very difficult, certainly at the beginning of his tenure.
Yeah, it's interesting when you talk to people here. On the one hand, some have an excitement about things that his presidency might unleash and changes that might come. Other people who are nervous. I was talking yesterday with a couple of European prime ministers who were saying, right now we're going to just step back and watch and see what actually happens. Let's be clear, the European Union, if there are tariffs slapped on European companies, the European Union is preparing to retaliate, and those prime ministers were telling us that yesterday.
Jan, I mean, the other story, of course, it's AI. I mean, you can see it from now, it's AI everywhere, and we're really trying to understand what the relationship between the tech companies or the tech bros are. And there's been, one of the first, not the first, since the inauguration, one of the first spats with Elon Musk.
And really interesting, right? Like the President Trump makes this big announcement, and we all know he likes grand pronouncements. And then Elon Musk goes out on X and says, "I don't think they actually have the money to do that," and is kind of tweaking Sam Altman a bit. I mean, is it the first spat that they're having, and how is that going to play out? Certainly, President Trump would presumably not like that Elon Musk was doing that, but we're in new territory here, and we'll have to see how this is going to continue.
Yeah, I thought that was very interesting because it was definitely a dig at Sam Altman.
Yes.
But through that, you're basically kind of also unnerving POTUS.
Well, and it's interesting because is this also a repackaging of things that they were already going to do potentially anyway? That was what happened in the first Trump presidency. A lot of companies, I remember the German automakers, they were sending out press releases about their investments in the U.S., and I was looking at them closely thinking, but didn't we kind of already know that? But they did it, and then they would have an event with President Trump and say, look at all the money we're spending. And so I think we're going to see more of that as well, like making sure that they're showing the president that they are investing in the U.S.
Yeah, and I was told, look, you have to get in front of him to really try and show, look, Mr. President, that's what we're doing. Chad, thank you so much for joining us. Chad Thomas, there, Bloomberg's Europe executive editor. Now, coming up, President Volodymyr Zelensky says any effective peacekeeping force in Ukraine must include U.S. troops. Well, later this hour, we also discuss all of this with the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte. This is Bloomberg.
This market update is brought to you by Crypto.com. This market update is brought to you by Crypto.com.
The world has seen spectacular progress over the last century. And the pace of change is getting faster and faster. That's why, as long-term investors, we focus on the companies that are not only changing the world today, but are also shaping the future. The Scottish Mortgage Investment Trust. Invest in progress.
World-class journalists, global leaders, influential thinkers, cutting-edge data. This January in Davos, Conversations at Bloomberg House will provide the context you need on the biggest stories that will shape the year ahead. From AI and the future of tech, to geopolitics, markets, sustainability, inequality, and more. Join us in person or watch live. In case you missed it, from Bloomberg's coverage at Davos. Could it spell disaster if there's fear in the markets? Or again, are there catalysts that you're watching out for?
It doesn't have to spell disaster, but what it probably will mean is that you have important trade-offs on the policy side, uncertainty and volatility in financial markets. But rates have gone up. We have $10 trillion in money market funds waiting to be deployed. So I think these things, create opportunities as well.
Nobody covers Davos like Bloomberg. President Donald Trump is threatening more financial penalties on Russia over the war in Ukraine. Trump says on his Truth Social network that President Vladimir Putin should make a deal soon or face more taxes, tariffs and sanctions on Russian goods. Well, meanwhile, Ukraine's president says any effective peacekeeping force in Ukraine must include U.S. troops to support European allies. Volodymyr Zelensky spoke exclusively with our editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite, here in Davos.
It's great if we will have troops. But we have to understand that the troops will not be in the center of the capital. Yes. They will not have relaxed time. Yes, it's very important because I
executive branch. You really saw it under George Bush. It wasn't just executive orders, executive actions. He'd do things called signing statements, where he'd basically say, okay, I'm going to sign this law, but we're kind of not going to enforce it to a degree. But by and large, the executive orders are a clear sign for those who are interested in wonky history that Congress is failing at its job. The most powerful branch in the United States government is actually Congress. It's the only branch that can write laws, pass laws, kick a president out of office, reshape the Supreme Court, overturn basically everything. But it is so paralyzed by partisan politics, essentially can't do anything. That creates a vacuum, and in that vacuum, the executive branch, the president has filled, and the Supreme Court to a great degree as well.
Yeah, that's a very, very interesting thing. Congress can't even pass a budget at this point, let alone do any of the other powers.
They can barely name a post office these days. So that might change a bit because this Congress is, though the margins are small, controlled by Republicans, and by and large, they view Trump, well, they even call him daddy, as the boss. So you're probably going to see Byron Donalds, for instance, well, a fellow Florida man who is probably on track to being governor. He literally said, daddy is coming home. It's a riff on something that Tucker Carlson had said at the RNC, and actually something I'd written about a year ago, where people at Trump's campaign had said that after he had taken over control of the party by winning the primary, that, quote, daddy's home. So this is the general view of a lot of Republicans in Congress. So this Congress might be a little different. Nevertheless, there are going to be people who are going to resist his agenda. But Donald Trump is governing from a position of the greatest strength he's ever had, the greatest support levels he's ever had in his party and overall. And he also knows what he's doing, and he has a staff that knows what it is doing. And that's different from when he first took office.
That's right. These people are well-versed. They have a mission. They know what they want to do and how to go about it. I thought what was interesting, because it's not a surprise to me to see him overturn things that the Biden administration put in. It's just the swing back and forth of executive orders. But in going back, what I had not realized he was kind of targeting was he revoked decades of executive orders, including the Equal Employment Opportunity Order of 1965 that was signed by Lyndon B. Johnson. Now, that is something that trying to get DEI out, trying to go against all of those issues and change things. It's not just in the federal government. He also directed each agency to identify what it is, up to 9 potential civil compliance investigations of either publicly traded companies, large nonprofit corporations, associations, foundations with assets of $500 million of more, higher education institutions, on and on. So they want to make sure that this is not just the federal government, but it sets the standard for the nation.
Yeah, and in addition to that, the Office of OPB, the Office of Policy and Management, they had put out a memo that told employees and all the agencies subsequently have repeated the language that in order to get rid of DEI, they believe, the Trump White House believes, that some agencies have tried to implement these DEI programs but by another name. So they've directed all employees to find these secret DEI programs and to report them with a special email. So critics are calling this a, quote, snitch email. It's a good example of how Trump is creating this sort of total information awareness aspect of his administration to get a handle on the entire executive branch. Also, there's the Schedule F issue, which gives him more ability to hire and fire more federal employees. It goes on and on and on. It's a really broad, deep, and wide number of executive orders that touch every aspect of the government and perhaps even American life.
Mark, it sounds like you've got more digging to do. We certainly want to hear more about it, but we appreciate how thoroughly you're covering all of this, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Andrew?
Thanks, Becky. Coming up, a big lineup still to come. We're going to talk to Morgan Stanley CEO Ted Pick in the next hour. But first, champion skier Lindsey Vonn is here in Davos for the first time. I spoke to her about her comeback bid on the slopes. We'll bring you that interview right after this.
In a world of uncertainty and disruption, how will your investments stay resilient? We've been navigating change for 125 years, always looking forward, anticipating risks. and trusted to manage over $1 trillion in assets worldwide. Solving for the needs of investors today and tomorrow. That's the power of Nuveen.
In the age of digital disruption, get fresh business perspectives on the fast-changing world of tech, innovation and startups from one place. CNBC.com/technology.
Macau, the world's gaming capital, is undergoing a transformation.
Macau has really entered into a new era, especially with the awarding of the new licenses.
It's now focusing on cultivating new industries.
The nature of the business has really changed. It's really cleaned up a lot.
And gaming operators are going all in.
Sands China is committed to invest over $4.5 billion.
Join me for all that and more on the next CNBC On Assignment, Macau.
Ambition doesn't always look like you think it might look. I can remember reading The Economist on my lacrosse bus trips in college. I've just always been super fascinated by what's happening in financial markets and what is that telling us about where the world is going. I want to democratize access to that high-level information and help explain to every single person out there watching why what's happening in these complex markets matters for their lives today and in the future. That's what drives me. I love being part of this.
Before they talk to Wall Street, they talk to John Ford and Morgan Brennan. Closing bell overtime.
Welcome back to Squawk Box here in Davos, Switzerland. A number of CEOs taking some time away from the meetings on the promenade to, yes, play hooky and hit the slopes. Earlier this week, I spoke with ski legend Lindsey Vonn, who's here gearing up for her comeback in hopes of competing in the 2026 Winter Olympics in Cortina. While she's skied before in Davos, it's first time being here during the World Economic Forum.
I am here skiing with Cloudflare and the US Ski Team.
And how did you get hooked up with them?
They're actually a US Ski Team sponsor. So a bunch of us, Peekaboo Street, Darren Rolfs, some current athletes, Jackie Wiles and Laura Masuga, we are all here skiing with clients and business leaders, just testing out their skills on the mountain and see if we can do business together. It's like golf, skiing is a great place to do business.
So there are a lot of CEOs and the like that are good at golf.
Yes.
Do you find that there are a lot of CEOs that are good skiers?
Yes. Golf, skiing, tennis. I mean, we're kind of high-achieving people. They're very ambitious, and skiing is, I think, a sport where you're getting some adrenaline, and it's a little risk factor. So a lot of businessmen, I think, and women enjoy skiing.
Let's talk about what happened this weekend. You were at Cortina. Crash before the competition. What happened?
They added some new terrain into the course, and from the last time I was here, which was 6 years ago, and I just kind of got too much air off the jump. My edge caught when I landed, and I just kind of fell.
Did you know it in the air, or you knew it when you hit?
When I landed, it was very quick, and it was clear that was going to happen. My airbag went off, but I was fine. I was fine.
Everything totally.
Everything was great.
That's a special place for you, though, because
Yes.
you won a lot of World Cups there.
Just a couple.
Just a couple, and that's what the Olympics are going to be.
Yes, it is. It was my first World Cup podium. I've won there 12 times. I broke the women's record at the time. And it was my last World Cup race, so it was really great to be back. And the Cortina Olympics next year, it's a good place for me.
How's the knee?
It's great. Titanium.
Titanium.
It's a pretty strong
Is this
material.
do you think this is the future, though, of sports? I mean, of being able to get back on your feet and do stuff that people thought that was never possible?
I mean, I would hope that athletes don't get to the point that you need a knee replacement at, my age, but I do think that it's a very real possibility, and I think that it changes the perception, not just for athletes, but for people in general. I don't think you need to wait until you're 60 or 70 years old to get a knee replacement. If you're in pain,
right,
there's a solution. It's pretty high tech.
The foundation's a decade old.
Yes, we started with the foundation in 2015, and we've given over $1 million in scholarships. Our goal is to empower and inspire underserved girls through scholarships and programs. So, I'm really happy with what we've been doing. We've helped thousands of girls, and I really want to continue to do that in a really meaningful way. We have our own curriculum now, our empowerment curriculum. And
what's in the curriculum?
It's when someone tells you something negative, how to turn it into something positive. There's a lot of kids that really need the basics and need to find their self-esteem and realize that their uniqueness is what makes them special. A lot of kids, especially with social media, it's really hard for them to find themselves, and so it's just a basic guide and journal for them to, find their confidence.
And Becky, most importantly, we always talk about Oura rings and, my terrible scores on my Oura ring, and Lindsay wears an Oura ring. I have a very low HRV, so viewers who have a low HRV through their Oura ring and they're
What's HRV?
Like scared about it. Heart rate variability. This is like your parasympathetic, how relaxed or not relaxed you are. You don't want to have a low one. You'd want to be 30s, 40s. It's supposed to be measured to yourself. Anyway, I've always had a low one to the point where doctors think it's terrible. And then I saw Lindsay, who's an Olympian, and we have the same HRV. And
See, I think that would be a good thing. It means you have a good resting heart rate, so you don't get stressed out about stuff?
No. So there's two measures. There's a resting heart rate, which is mine probably not as low as you want either. But the HRV, you want to have high, you want lots of variability. So some of the great Olympians have HRV of 140 or more. So to be at 17, 20, I mean, you start to worry you're going to have a stroke. Anyway, it's a longer conversation.
But you have the same as Lindsey Vonn, so you must be doing something right.
That's what I'm trying to tell That's what I'm trying to tell you, but I don't know if that's really true or not. Anyway,
I would say take it. Stop worrying.
In a minute, with somebody who, by the way, just skied with Lindsey Vonn on Tuesday. They played hooky. That's a tease for you. So we'll tell you about that.
Oh, that's a good tease. I want to see. Also, when we come back, we're going to talk about the future of work, from remote and hybrid jobs to the push to return to offices. That conversation is next. And later, Charles Schwab CEO Rick Wurster will join us in his first earnings interview since taking the top job earlier this month. That exclusive interview is coming up at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Squawk Box will be right back.
CNBC. Live ambitiously.
There is one death from cancer anywhere around the world every 3 seconds.
75% of patients don't actually know that they have heart failure until they've gone into a clinical setting.
As healthcare demands grow, the urgency for innovative solutions has never been greater. With every challenge comes an opportunity, a chance to redefine what's possible.
Dyson is known for its home appliances, but the company is looking to take that one step further. And all that work starts at its research lab managed by Dyson's robotics research manager.
This setup that we have here has been set up by our capable robot learning engineer. What he's going to show you is how the robotic arm understand the scene, make sense of it, and perform the task of tidying.
The robot has 2 cameras that visually map the scene, and then it decides how it will execute an instruction.
He already provided the demonstrations, and now he's going to give them text prompt instructions to say, okay, now open the drawer.
You think opening just one drawer is simple task, but it's actually pretty complicated when you think about it.
Yeah, it's difficult for my son to do it as well.
I love how this is equatable to your 4-year-old son.
Everything we do is for the consumer at home.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. We are live in Davos, Switzerland at the World Economic Forum. President Trump has ordered millions of federal employees back to full-time office work, mandating that, quote, heads of all departments and agencies shall require employees to return to work in person at their respective duty stations. Joining us right now to discuss the state of work in the U.S., maybe across the globe, Glassdoor's CEO, Christian Sutherland-Wong, and organizational psychologist. I call him really a behavioral psychologist. So I don't know what's the right term. Author and Becky Quick, a ski partner of Lindsey Vohn's, Adam Grant, who's just named Glassdoor's chief work-life expert. That was the tease. He just spent a day skiing with Lindsey Vonn. I thought that was worth mentioning. How you guys doing?
Doing great.
Let's talk about the state of work, because it does seem like there was a major shift or it feels like we're under a major shift right now in terms of just the power of workers, labor, relative to management. Something, seemed to have shifted maybe 5 years ago in favor of management, or rather, I'm sorry, in favor of the employer, employees.
Yeah.
And now it seems to be shifting back. What's happening?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly shifted back in the last couple of years that we've seen. Go back a couple of years, a huge demand, intensity of hiring. And then 2023, 24, that shifted back. And so now I think with that, and we've been talking about a lot at Davos, is that there's these new policies coming out as employers are back in the driver's seat around return to office, around changes to DEI policies. And so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Adam, you now have a new title. You're the chief work-life expert.
It's hopefully more than a title.
For these guys. So what does that mean?
So my job is basically to work with Glassdoor to figure out what are the most important trends affecting companies and employees and leaders, and how can we have better conversations that are data-driven.
Right.
Andrew, we've talked about this before, but one of my biggest frustrations with both corporate and government policy is people make choices based on opinion as opposed to based on evidence. And when we talk about return to office, for example, there was evidence pre-COVID that if you take a big government job, patent examiners were more productive when they worked fully remotely. And it's the kind of independent knowledge work that doesn't need to be co-located. And I worry that we're not learning from that kind of evidence. And so working with Glassdoor is a great opportunity.
One of the things that I keep hearing over and over from CEOs here, and I've been to now a number of dinners, cocktail conversations about this very topic, which is that the CEOs feel that during the pandemic, a lot of things got loosened up to try to help the worker, right? To make everything sort of work. But that meant shifting out deadlines, shifting out sort of performance. A lot of things got a little bit easier for everybody. And the question is whether that is helpful long-term or not. And a lot of them obviously are saying, get back to work. We can't do it that way forever.
I can't imagine that either or makes sense. So I feel like it's been a pendulum shift back and forth between, okay, we're going to care about people, we're going to care about performance. In the short term, there are trade-offs, but in the long term, what we know is caring about people is the best way to drive performance. And so when we study organizational culture, one of the things we see is there are some cultures that are more results-oriented and others that are more relationship-oriented. Ironically, if you are a results-oriented company and you bring in a relationship-oriented CEO, that CEO drives more value than if you had a fellow results-oriented leader, because they're bringing something that's absent.
What's the difference between, you're saying, what's the difference between a results-oriented versus relationship-oriented?
It's basically people first versus performance or profits first. And I think the surprising lesson from that research is if you really care about maximizing profits, and that's what your culture has been all about, accountability first, then if you bring in somebody who puts people first, that's actually better for your profits.
And we see that same thing on Glassdoor in terms of, with Glassdoor, we're the world's leading platform for workplace transparency, and it's built on hundreds of millions of workplace reviews. And so we've studied it, looking at all the ratings and reviews, and then we've cross-referenced that with stock market performance. And it turns out the companies who do the best by their employees are actually the ones
How much
who
do the
have business
CEOs call you up and say, I can't believe this is happening? I mean, this is a little bit like, people who put down reviews on TripAdvisor and the hotel can't believe that there's something terrible happened. Do you get a lot of complaints?
I get it, but I'd say rewind.
I mean, you're empowering the employees to actually tell people what's
Absolutely.
really going on.
And 10 years ago when I first joined Glassdoor, I think people their heads were in the sand saying, I hope this thing kind of goes away. And you fast forward 10 years to today, I think employers are much more constructive, and they start to really understand the whole premise of that if you engage your employees, it's actually good for business. And so the narrative has changed.
Let me ask you this. The other thing that happened in the last 5, 6, 7 years was obviously a move inside HR departments to develop DEI programs and the like. And there seems to be 3 things going on. There's some folks who are sticking with it. Maybe they haven't gotten a call from Robbie Starbuck yet. There's some who have completely abandoned it, or at least say they're abandoning it. And then there's a third group that says they're abandoning it, but actually is continuing it, just sort of rebranding it as something else. What do you think is really happening here?
Well, I mean, from our perspective, I think DEI is not just a fad that's kind of begun in 2020. If you go back to the beginning of Glassdoor 18 years ago, when we first started having workplace reviews, one of the key topics that people want to talk about was diversity. And so we've seen this trend over time where employees are wanting to talk about it, leadership are coming to the table to talk about it. I think Adam was saying, we're seeing maybe a pendulum swing back, and you're seeing different reactions from different employers. But again, we've seen that the best employers who engage with their employees, who lean into diversity, are the ones who actually perform better as businesses. So I expect, that the conversation will be very different when we're meeting again a year or 2 from now.
Really? What do you think happens?
I think that there's danger right now of throwing out the baby with the bathwater. So I think I've seen a lot of leaders get sort of mired in this zero-sum. Well, if we make space for certain kinds of people with underrepresented backgrounds, then we're reverse discriminating against a historically privileged group. And that was not the original intent of this movement. It was to say we want to create opportunities for people who are motivated and talented but didn't have access. And we want to make sure that everybody has a sense of belonging. And I don't think those imperatives go away.
So I think, let me ask you this, and maybe we're going to get into like a little bit of treacherous, sensitive area. I think one of the things that has happened and that CEOs talk about is as they sought to diversify their staffs and things, they changed the parameters for the experience necessarily for some roles. They in some cases, they said, you know what, because we actually care about diversity in this instance, we're going to take somebody who maybe has a little bit less experience, who thinks is really a promising person. It may take us 6 months to get them totally ready, and that might be a little different than being able to hire somebody else who's plug and play, right? The plug and play person says, I can't believe this is happening, if they in fact are not part of that diversity pool, right?
Yeah.
How do you think about that?
Yeah. Well, I think if you look more broadly at the war for talent, and it's only going to get more and more intense as you have aging populations, lower birth rates in developed countries. You're going to have to figure out ways to engage a broader talent pool. And that's what I think many of these initiatives were about, of how do I tap into broader talent pools, because it is getting more and more intense for talent. So, I think that's when you kind of view this not just as something that's about social justice, but actually, again, this is about how do I perform better. I think this can make sense.
Yeah, and Andrew, this, the pace of change is accelerating. And I think what that means is the currency of success used to be ability. Now it's agility. And in the long run, the people you want to invest in are the ones who have the motivation and capability to learn.
Adam Grant, Christian, thank you for coming in. You going to go skiing again? More skiing?
Probably.
Okay, good for you.
I don't have a real job, Andrew.
We'll see you. Appreciate it very, very much. Becky, back to you in New York.
So that's got to be intimidating, skiing with Lindsey Vonn, no?
Yeah, do you want to comment on that? What was it like to ski with Lindsey Vonn? Were you nervous?
It was a lot of pressure. I chased her down the mountain, and I thought I was flying, and then she said basically it was a leisurely stroll for her.
Yeah, she's like, bye-bye. Adam, I give you credit for trying. I would never attempt.
It was a great challenge.
Yeah, well done. All right, it is 7 a.m. on the East Coast, and you are watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, live from the NASDAQ market site. Andrew is in Davos at the World Economic Forum. The futures at this hour are mixed. You're looking at the Dow futures up by about 26 points, but the S&P futures down by about 10 after touching a new high yesterday. The Nasdaq's indicated off by triple digits, down by about 106 right now. And if you take a look at Treasuries, maybe not a surprise to see that yields have picked up. The 10-year yield back above 4.6% at 4.63. The 2-year is just below 4.3%, 4.29. American Airlines out with its quarterly results. Let's get over to Phil LeBeau. He joins us with the numbers right now. Good morning again, Phil.
Good morning, Becky. And as you take a look at shares of American Airlines, you'll see that the stock is down, about 7%. That's a reflection of the guidance. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. But in terms of the fourth quarter, look, this was a beat on the top and the bottom line with record quarterly revenue. Company earning 86 cents a share. 22 cents better than the street was expecting, with revenue coming in better than expected at $13.66 billion. The numbers within the numbers in the fourth quarter, revenue per seat mile up 2% compared to the same quarter in 23. Cost per seat mile up 5.7% compared to Q4 of 23, an operating margin of 8.4%. Importantly, the debt at the end of the fourth quarter is now under $40 billion, coming in at $38.6 billion. Paying off that debt has been a big, big motivation for the management team at American Airlines, making progress there. Now let's talk about the revenue by segment. International up 2.6%, domestic revenue up 3.5%. And this is the story in terms of why the stock is under pressure. The guidance for the first quarter, EPS, it's a loss of between 20 and 40 cents. The street is expecting a loss of 4 cents. Why is there a difference there? American believes that perhaps some of the analysts did not fully account for all of the labor contract costs that take effect in the first quarter. That may be true because when you take a look at the full year guidance from American Airlines, its guidance is to earn between $1.70 and $2.70, and the street's estimate right now is at $2.42. So perhaps the street has just factored in across the entire year the costs from all of the labor contracts, but did not fully factor it into the first quarter. Regardless, the stock is down 7%. We're going to be talking with Robert Isom, CEO of American Airlines. That's coming up in about 15 minutes. Becky, I will send it back to you for now.
All right, that's going to be interesting, seeing what the street has taken into account and what they haven't. Phil, thank you. We'll see you in just a little bit. When we come back, Saudi Arabia planning $600 billion in new U.S. investments. We've got the details right after this break. Plus, we will get reaction from BlackRock's Larry Fink on that and his thoughts on what we've seen from President Trump's first several days in office. Squawk Box will be right back.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO. The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO.
To me, ambition is drive. It's the fire in your belly. I didn't go to college right out of high school, and I worked full-time while doing school full-time. Somewhere along the way, I got bitten by the journalism bug. No one's going to give you your dreams. You have to roll up your sleeves and work hard to achieve them. Money doesn't make the world go round. Information does. And CNBC is the great economic equalizer because we provide that information so you can make the decisions that are right for you. CNBC is an adventure beyond my wildest dreams.
Want to make some extra money but not sure where to start? CNBC Make It will teach you the skills to earn passive income online. Take our new online course that will help jumpstart your business idea. Get expert advice and hear real-life success stories.
Soon, you'll have the tools that you need to start your own passive income business.
Learn how to start generating additional income right now. Register at cnbcmakeit.com/passive income today.
The biggest interviews and most crucial conversations on the world's pressing issues. Catch highlights from our unmissable coverage of Davos 2025 this weekend on CNBC.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. A news alert this morning. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince, MBS, and President Trump reportedly closing a deal that would see the Saudis commit $600 billion into expanded U.S. trade and investment over the next 4 years. According to Saudi Arabia's state news agency, the two leaders spoke on the phone yesterday but didn't comment on whether it would be public or private spending or how the money would be spent, though the expectation is around infrastructure. Trump has promised his first trip overseas would be to Saudi Arabia. We're going to continue our conversations here in Davos. I want to bring in our next guest, Larry Fink, BlackRock chairman and CEO, somebody who's invested a lot these days in the world of infrastructure.
I have.
There's a lot of questions about what the Saudis could ultimately do with that kind of money in the United States. Right. There's been a lot of debate even in the past 24 hours here about talking about infrastructure. This big Stargate transaction, $100 billion, $500 billion, depending on what you think. How much money do you think actually how much money do you think actually needs to get raised to fulfill all of these promises?
Right now, data centers represent about 50 gigawatts of power. And if you use the U.S. estimates of how much power we're going to need for data centers, it's estimated to go up 5 times, about 300 gigawatts of power. If it's all for data centers, it's all for AI, you should assume for each gigawatt, it's about a $40 to $50 billion spend on the framing, the chips, the coolant and all that stuff, the power sourcing and all that stuff. So we're talking trillions of dollars.
So would you just be long anything and everything that touches data centers right now? Or do you think that it's in terms of the way the equity markets are, that it's already built in?
Some of it's built in, but the areas that are trading at lower PEs, companies that provide HVAC. Right. I mean, there is going to be a shortage of electricians here. So we already have shortages in our country with electricians. So all of this is going to stimulate the economy. Now the key is how do you, to me, it's a triangle of 3 major powers are coming into force. You have technology, and most technology firms thought, okay, whether you're in software or you're in social media or some sort, but now AI intersects not just technology, but power and power sourcing. Right. And as with all these announcements, the biggest change in all of this, it requires access to the capital markets. And that is what is probably the most instrumental that's going on. This is not going to be any one pool of money that's going to be raised. You're going to have to be raising money throughout all the different areas. The beauty of this, and this beauty of this growth for the United States is most of this money is going to come from the private sector. It's not going to be ballooning our deficits. It's actually going to probably reducing our deficits. It's going to create more revenues and more jobs.
Let me ask you about the Stargate deal, because I think there's a question mark about it, and you probably saw Elon Musk taking to Twitter saying they don't have the money to do this. Then, by the way, Satya Nadella saying he has $80 billion. He says, I've got that money. That's real money. What do you think's really happening? You, by the way, have a partnership with Microsoft and MGX. MGX, I think, is a partner in this Stargate enterprise.
I'm not sure of that, but I'm not here to discuss that. You know, we announced a few months back our partnership. We're raising $30 billion. We have our GP capital already. We're going to have a few more announcements in the coming weeks. We are going to be going out raising another $22 billion of equity. We have a lot of it already lined up. And then by project, we'll probably need another $100 billion.
You'll need another $100 billion.
Well, that's for debt. So each project we're going to be financing.
You need some equity.
We have the 30 billion is equity.
Right.
And so we are differentiating and trying to describe to everybody, you know, you need the equity first to be able to attract the debt, to finance it. First on the stack, the equity comes first, and then you start raising debt. I spend time with Masa. I spend time with Sam. We want them to be successful. As we said, the enterprise value of all this creation is going to be enormous. And what I just talked about is a need in the United States. We're talking about every country in the world is going to be needing it, and this is going to play into a very large geopolitical issue. You had the Biden administration the last week put restrictions on where we could give our advanced technologies to.
Right.
And it is my opinion, the country that we deny our advanced technologies, the next phone call is to China.
Right.
And so we have to, this is as large as we've ever seen in the role of the capital markets and in issues. And so, but we're, with our partnership right now, we're working with many different companies and countries. And we really have the money too.
Right. You have the money too. Are you going to subtweet Satya? I never saw that.
I don't do that. I got the tweet from Satya.
You got all the tweets.
And I got Elon's tweet too.
Let me ask you a different question, which is, we talked a little bit when I saw you last week about the markets.
Yeah.
Jamie Dimon was here yesterday, and he was not pessimistic, but he was, as he would say, cautiously pessimistic insofar as he believes that stuff is relatively priced for perfection right now. Does that feel right to you?
So I'm cautiously optimistic.
Okay.
That being said, I have scenarios where it could be pretty bad. I believe if we could unlock all this private capital, we're going to have enormous growth. At the same time, some of this is going to create new inflationary pressures.
Right.
And I do believe that's probably the risk that is not factored into the markets. I think the bond market is going to tell us where we're going. And I've been saying now for some time, I may have said it last week, you know, there's a probability we could see the 10-year over 5%, maybe even 5.5%. That would shock the equity market. That would not be a good scenario.
And do you think that would be a temporary scenario insofar as the bond market says effectively to the U.S. government, we're not doing it this way, folks. And then you'd see
a
the
pivot.
Trump administration pivot, and then the equity market would shift again?
I think it would start actually would start a conversation that we need in our country, and that is, how are we going to bring down our deficits? The positive side of what the Trump administration is doing, they are trying to find growth from the private sector.
Right.
So depending on how that all plays out and how quickly the private sector can effectively put capital in the ground and start building, that's one side. At the other side of it, there are some very large inflationary pressures that we all have to be aware of. And depending on how this plays out, there is a scenario where we're going to have much more elevated interest rates because of inflation. And that's going to have a very negative impact on the equity market. It's going to change, it's going to force a revaluation, but it will probably create a real conversation. What are we going to do about the deficits?
Becky's got a question back in New York. Becky?
Hi, Becky. Happy New Year.
Hey, Larry. Happy New Year. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about this. That's not your base case, I assume, this higher inflationary situation and higher interest rates. What do you think the Fed does? First of all, how likely of a scenario is it that we see that higher inflationary issues? And second of all, what do you think the Fed does? Because we've got another FOMC meeting next week. You think they're going to be sidelined for a while, just waiting to see what the impact of the new administration's policies are? Or how do you kind of figure this out from the market perspective?
Well, I don't think the Federal Reserve spends any time focusing on what policy issues are going to be affecting the future. I think they're going to be focusing on the data at the moment. And the data at the moment is fine. Whether they're going to ease one more time or pause, I do not see any scenario in the short run that the Federal Reserve is going to reverse course. And my base case scenario is we're going to have rates staying stickier. And what I mean by that is we're going to have probably a more normalized yield curve. The yield curve is going to become steeper and steeper. So I could see a scenario of the Federal Reserve easing shortly. But at the same time, I think the 10-year is going to be locked in this zone where it's been trading right now. And we'll see how this plays out. In all my scenarios, too, by the way, the yield curve is going to get steeper, not flatter. Remember, we've been living in a world where the yield curve has been inverted for so long, which harms, savers, benefits capital because the long rates were at lower rates. If we have a normalized yield curve, borrowers, savers are not going to get that benefit, but borrowers are going to get more harmed. So it has all these implications in our society.
Hey, Larry, talking about society, one of the questions I had is there's a vibe shift here, not just in Davos, but around the world.
Yes.
Around climate, a topic you've talked a lot about and written letters to many of these CEOs that became the topic of conversation here in Davos for a long time. DI, ESG, all of it seems to have been rebuked in many ways by the election perhaps of Trump and a lot of companies that have now turned the other way. What do you think about all this, and what do you think about, on a very personal level, just your role in it as somebody who I think was an advocate for a lot of these ideas?
Yes. Well, we're in the midst of raising a $10 billion decarbonization fund. We have, first of all, everything we do is on behalf of clients. We have clients who are investing more and more money in decarbonization technology, especially it's gotten so much cheaper. Some of these enterprises' stocks have fallen dramatically. So we have more and more clients who are looking at this, not as a counter trade, but they're looking at it because they still firmly believe it. I've had many conversations with different CEOs here in Davos who are saying they're still moving forward in it. But the narrative has changed. I would say it's a more pragmatic conversation today. It is not being driven by NGOs. It's being driven by client demand and being driven by economics. And so, look at, as a frequent visitor to Davos, let me be clear. I have always done the best when I've gone against every Davos week.
Right.
And, what I learned this week in Davos is the abject pessimism from Europeans. I've never seen or heard more pessimism on the future of Europe. So I'm actually coming around now and saying we may be near a bottom.
Interesting.
Two, the euphoria we have in the United States. As Jamie said, we all have to just be mindful that we've had these big macro trends. If you look at the performance of the S&P over the last 20 years versus any other equity index, it has outperformed everything. I'm a believer it will continue, but I have to ask myself, I have to judge myself in making sure, are all the ingredients in place for that? And so Davos, in my mind, I come here to learn, but I come here to hear the mood. But I don't.
And you usually think it's the opposite. So
I generally don't invest with the mood.
Let me just ask you one related question, though, to the vibe issue.
Yeah.
Which is that, we had Jamie here yesterday. We had David Solomon here yesterday. There are now activist shareholders who are taking on these companies over their ESG policies. Others have taken on. There are folks who have gone to court, American Airlines, over using firms like a BlackRock who are looking at certain metrics like, ESG or other things.
But in that case, we weren't. I don't want to go to the case, but that's not even a fact.
But I guess my bigger question is, what should companies do as it relates to these things?
And I'm sure both of those CEOs said it. You got to stand by your clients every day. You got to be authentic every day. You got to be doing the right thing on behalf of your clients every day. and that's it. And you have to, there are fringes on all sides.
Right.
But you have to stay true to your convictions, true to your clients. I mean, despite all that noise, we talked about it last week, where we raised $641 billion on behalf of clients. No firm has ever raised anything close to that, of which 300 something of the $1 billion was from the United States. So yes, I am being attacked from the left and the right. At times, it's actually being diminished because we're listening to our clients. We're doing the right thing. But I do believe what you're raising is something what I hope the Trump administration does with the SEC.
Which is?
Under Gary Gensler's SEC, they made it much easier for proxy, votes. I mean, so there are so many proxy from the far left and the far right.
Right. There's folks coming out.
I was talking to a CEO of another company, very large. I think this CEO was on your show in the last 2 days. He has 14 proxy inclusions, and he said half of them are from the far left and half of them are from the far right, and they actually are against each other.
Right.
And he said if we could net them, we had none.
Right. So you got to figure out how to change that dynamic.
I think we have to review what is the role of a proxy vote.
Right.
And it's too vast today, and it's the amount of money we're spending, legal and all that stuff. And I'm talking across the board. I mean, every CEO is complaining right now that it's just like an open warfare, and we need to find ways to minimize that. And it's just not the banks or the asset managers who get it. We're talking about real companies, really strong consumer brands that are getting the same type of attacks.
Are you planning on issuing any either meme coin, ETFs, or anything like that now that the animal spirits seem to be very much alive?
I think the Sorkin coin should.
Sorkin coin. We got to do a squat coin. We've talked, Becky and I, we talked about a squat coin.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are you fascinated by this, by the way, just the whole phenomenon?
No, I'm not.
You're not?
As a huge believer of crypto and blockchain and tokenization, I want the SEC to rapidly approve the tokenization of bonds and stocks. That will simplify things, make things easier. Some of the tax on BlackRock would never have to vote on a proxy vote anymore because every owner of record would be notified through a tokenization of equities. And it would save more money for more people. It would bring down the cost of ownership of stock and bonds. So those are the type of financial reforms we need.
Right. Larry Fink, thank you for coming to see us.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate it for doing this in
Thank
the
you,
snow.
Becky.
It's gotten colder here, Becky.
Yeah, it got colder.
Literally, as the interview's gone on, I could tell we got hand warmers going.
I think it fell 5 degrees while we talked, so I don't know what we did.
I don't know why.
I saw snow behind you too.
Yep, we got the snow. It's coming. It's coming.
It's 11 degrees here too, so don't worry. You're not alone. You'd be cold here too. We will be back with Andrew in just a few minutes. In the meantime, American Airlines reporting results just a short time ago. We want to get over to Phil LeBeau. He joins us with a special guest this morning. Hi, Phil.
Hi, Becky. Robert Isom, CEO of American Airlines, joins us. You beat on the top and the bottom line in the fourth quarter, but the stock's under pressure because of your guidance, especially for the first quarter, lower than or a greater than expected loss. What's the disconnect here between what your guidance is and what the street was expecting?
Well, Phil, great fourth quarter for us. Record revenues, record free cash flow. And it was all about setting up for the future. Really proud of our team. Difficult operating conditions. We were excellent in terms of performance from a reliability perspective. We're setting up for the future. So record free cash flow allows us to address our balance sheet issues, strengthening that, hitting our debt reduction target 1 full year earlier. The Citi deal is a really big thing for us as we take a look out into 2026. But the other thing is we were able to get labor contracts done with all of our major work groups. That is hitting in the first quarter. Probably, analysts didn't take that into account. But as you take a look out into the future, this is going to be the first time in my career where I'm not going to be at the negotiating table. Our team won't be at the negotiating table for 3 years. That brings labor cost certainty. We're going to be able to manage that very well. And as we take a look out into the remainder of 2025, those cost pressures moderate, and you're going to see us really do a nice job as we move through the year.
I don't want to belabor this, but I know you guys, your investor relations are constantly in touch with analysts.
Right.
Shouldn't this have been more clearly communicated, or shouldn't the analysts have taken into account I mean, this is a big disconnect here in terms of their estimate versus your guidance.
Well, certainly it's a known issue, but it hits in the first quarter. That's the quarter in which we didn't have our flight attendant contract represented, and also our mechanic and fleet service contract. We'll do a better job as we go forward, but I think as we explain and take a look out into the latter half of 2025 and you look into 2026, our labor costs are going to be able to, we're going to be able to keep those well under the cost of inflation. I'm very optimistic about the efficiency of the airline, and the revenue backdrop is such that I'm very pleased with what we saw in the fourth quarter. As we look into the first quarter, you're going to continue to see outperformance from American, and that's going to be shown. We're projecting revenues up 3 to 5% on capacity that's flat to down.
How much of your corporate travel that you lost last year have you been able to regain because of the issues that you have corrected in terms of direct booking versus going through third party?
Well, what I like to cite is the facts, and from that perspective, that our large corporate travel, our revenue grew 8% in the fourth quarter. That gives us great momentum as we move into 2025. And the work that we're doing with the travel management companies and also the large corporates, it's brought me closer and our team, and I really like what we're doing. We're on target to be able to win back all the share we lost, and hopefully more as we move through 2025.
You talked about the revenue growth and the limited capacity. You're keeping your capacity in check, and if the industry does as well, are we in for a year where we see fares continue to move higher because of it's a supply and demand issue?
Well, I know it's a supply and demand issue, but it's also a premium issue. And from that perspective, as we take a look out into 2025, we see our revenues growing 4.5% to 7.5% over this year on capacity that is low single.
As you add more premium seating.
As in overall capacity is low single digits. And for us, for premium, we think that that's going to continue to grow, and we're skating to where the puck is going to be. And on that front, over the next 2 years, we're going to grow our premium seating by 20%.
Last question. Trump administration, new transportation secretary likely to be confirmed here in the next few weeks. What are you expecting from the transportation department relative to what you saw the last 4 years under the Biden administration?
Well, I'll go back to the first Trump administration, and let's face it, without the Trump administration's quick action in the first term during the pandemic, the airline industry would be in a very different shape. I know that the administration understands the importance that airlines bring to the overall economy. As we take a look out into 2025 with the new Trump administration, I'm looking for a couple of things. One, from a regulatory standpoint, I think that there's going to be a more favorable group to work with. And then the second thing is, I think that there will also be a desire to invest for the long term. We can really do a lot more in terms of efficiency. There's a burden that is brought on the airline industry with all the regulation, and also in terms of air traffic control not being able to keep up.
Not the first CEO has told me that. Air traffic control. I'm sure the Trump administration has heard you talk about that, and other CEOs. Guys, we'll send it back to you. Andrew, back to you.
Hey, thank you, and thank you for that great interview, Phil. Meantime, still to come right here at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, we've got Morgan Stanley CEO Ted Pick. He's going to join us right after this. And then later, Elon Musk and Sam Altman, they've been sparring over that $500 billion Stargate deal announced by President Trump. Satya Nadella jumping into the mix as well. We're going to hear from Musk biographer Walter Isaacson about the billionaire battle when Squawk Box returns after this.
In the age of digital disruption, get fresh business perspectives on the fast-changing world of tech, innovation and startups from one place. CNBC.com/technology.
If you're watching CNBC, it's because you want to get an edge. You want to get ahead. It's our job to deliver that. My ambition is just to be the best that we can possibly be. More often than not, I kind of forget that the cameras are there, but when there's really a burning question, I'm thinking about what my mom would want to hear. I'm thinking about some of the investors I know who are watching. Those are the same questions we have. People always ask me what I want to do next, and I always think they're a little crazy. This is what I want to do. It's the best job you could possibly have.
you have 1,200 people dancing and you're capturing the heat from those people dancing, you can heat about 70 houses. So it's quite significant.
This venue in Glasgow uses the same techniques as geothermal energy, a low-carbon technology capitalizing on the Earth's energy stored underground.
The body heat system is a heating and cooling system that captures heat from a venue here, SWG3, cools down the space, keeps everyone the right temperature by taking that body heat out through some heat pumps in a plant room and then into an array of boreholes, charging up those boreholes as a big thermal battery in the ground. And then during the week, during the day, when the venue needs heating, we pull the heat back out through the heat pumps and back into the venue.
It's like, come here and dance, do what you do every Friday, Saturday night, and you're playing your part.
Sponsored by
We are watching shares of GE Aerospace after the company reported its fourth quarter results. That company beating on both the top and the bottom lines. GE Aerospace says that it plans to increase its dividend by 30% in 2025 and up its share buybacks to $7 billion. The company is expecting fiscal year earnings a share of $5.10 to $5.45. The estimate was $5.23. The stock right now is up by about 6.5%. Andrew?
Yeah. Thanks, Becky. We got to talk about Morgan Stanley right now because shares of that company up more than 50% over the past year. The company recently reported strong quarterly earnings that beat on the top and bottom lines. Here to discuss all of that, the banking sector, the path of interest rates, the Davos vibe shift, and everything else. Ted Pick is here. He's the CEO and, of course, now the new chairman of Morgan Stanley. It's very good to see you, sir.
Thank you for having me, sir.
Okay, so we're all trying to figure out, and we've been sort of taking the temperature of everybody who's joined us, just what the level of confidence is and how much you think the feeling here in Davos is actually accurate. Because, as you know, oftentimes...
The contraindicator.
It could be a contraindicator. So tell us what you think the feeling is, and then you can tell us whether you think it's positive indicator or contraindicator.
Okay, well, I had a view on this, but the temperature here has dropped about 5 degrees in the last 5 minutes. So you got to factor that in.
You got to factor the temperature. Okay.
I think the temperature is mild and positive.
Okay.
And I just think the enthusiasm that is typically, you know, people don't want to be exuberant, but I think there's definitely a fresh step to
Are you feeling that? So I've heard that from a lot of the U.S. CEOs.
So there's
then
another
you go to
part.
Europe, and it's like
more reflective.
People feel like they're on the death's door.
No, I don't think it's that. I think it's a reflective moment. There's been talk about capital markets and banking unions since, again, the Draghi report of the fall, which everyone read, but nothing happened. And I think the new administration is a catalyst. Catalyst is we should really talk about where we fit in the global community and what the new framework is. And I think there's the beginnings of a real discussion. So I think, in a sense, it's positive. Now, there's some folks that say Europe, the negativity is such that maybe the assets are available and there'll be activity. But I think in the short term, what's more important is that we're thinking about what's going on in the U.S. And clearly there's a sense of greater connectivity of the business community to new administration and
what about
positive vibe.
How do you think about given you own E-Trade, how do you think about the equity markets? I mean, are they priced to perfection? You look at some of the PE ratios and the like, and you're like, this is pretty high.
Right. So the index looks pretty full. But the reality is we've been talking about growth. And so you really have to not look at the earnings we've seen, but the earnings we think we're going to see over the next 12, 24 months. That is kind of the indicator. And the earnings continue to be strong. How many companies right now are really talking about recession? If anything, they're talking about inflation. So I feel like the earnings pull-through looks pretty sanguine. But more importantly, I know we like to look at the index, but the index is dominated by the half dozen technology companies, which, by the way, are all doing great. But if you look at the deregulation possibility in the energy sector and the financial services sector, those sectors are still at multiples that aren't actually that expensive. So I just think in the sort of, if you're an investor and you think about allocating over the next 6, 12, 18 months, maybe Sure, there could be a drawdown at the index level, but you really want to be thinking about where do I have sector exposure.
And what about country exposure?
Country exposure matters too. I mean, I think the two themes, Andrew, right now are kind of the end of financial repression I've talked a little about, which is sort of zero interest rate, zero inflation. That's behind us. And whether we're going to have one or two moves by the Fed this year or none at all, we kind of know where we are in the bond market, somewhere around 4.5%.
Do we, though? Because there is real questions about, we're going to hear from President Trump this afternoon about tariffs. Jamie Dimon was here. Mary Erdos was on stage talking about how they're building war rooms at J.P. Morgan to sort of analyze these executive orders and what's going to happen with tariffs, both for the clients and the firm. I don't know if you have war rooms.
No, we all got them. But I think what's important here is that in the broader context of the post-pandemic period where we're trying to figure out what rates would generally be when we had a roof off the back of the inflation burst, we know for this moment, for the next period of time, we're somewhere in the fours on a risk-free basis. And as you know, if you're an analyzer looking at a portfolio company, you're a private equity sponsor that's sitting on 2,000 companies, as you know, they're out there each worth $1 billion or more. They want to move them. So what's been one of the arguments not to move them? The argument has been the uncertainty around rates. So I'm not saying there isn't rate uncertainty at all. I'm saying we're kind of have that in a box. And the second box, I think, is kind of the end of history, which is we're going to have nation-state rivalries and interests. And you could argue, oh, but isn't that a chilling effect too? And I would argue, no, actually, if you have the combination of some certainty around general rate framework, and you know now that there is going to be discussions at the nation-state level, well, gosh, I have to act then. Am I going to be a buyer? Am I going to be a seller? Am I going to do some financial engineering? And that's why I'm bullish on the M&A cycle. I know some folks are still wondering, like, when's it coming? And there could be a pacing of that. But I feel like it's those two coming together, zero behind us and, kind of the global race in front of us, that breeds M&A and capital markets activity, which is great for Morgan Stanley.
Given the confidence you're talking about, there is an animal spirits situation going on in the markets right now. You have a wealth management business. E-Trade obviously is a big part of that, so you got the retail side of it. What do you make of crypto under Trump, this Trump administration, and what may happen and what that speaks? I mean, we're talking about meme coins. I don't know if you're following the Trump coin or the Melania coin and what that says about what's happening here.
Well, I think there is liquidity, and the liquidity, express itself in all kinds of different ways. I think the broader question is whether some of this has come of age, whether it's hit escape velocity. And, time is the friend. The longer it trades and, perception becomes reality. For us, the equation is really around whether we as a highly regulated financial institution can act as transactors, sort of follow the money. And there we'll be working with Treasury and the other regulators to sort of figure out how we can offer that in a safe way.
Let me ask you a different question. You've now been a year in this role, and people look at this succession plan, this transition, as one of the great successes. Your former chairman, former CEO, is now managing the succession plan at Disney. People give him a lot of credit for it. What do you think that you guys did that worked? What didn't work as other companies sort of, to the extent that you're supposed to be a role model for this? What was it?
Well, the way you asked that is excellent. I think it worked principally because of the people. And when
the other people?
Yes.
Not you.
No. I mean, I was happy to participate, and I was honored to participate. But it doesn't work without James saying, my time. I'm going to go on and do the next thing. I mean, he was spectacular CEO and chairman, transformed Morgan Stanley. I mean, he just said, I'm done.
I mean, we just talked about the great results, though. And I assume when you walked into this job, were you scared? Were you thinking, oh, I can make these numbers jump by 50%? Like, that's possible?
Well, I think some self-awareness would be, you should be a little scared every day. Oh my gosh, there go your notes for the next set of questions.
I don't know. I don't know what to ask you.
Now we're going to see. No, I also think Dan Simkowitz and Andy Saperstein. I mean, people talk about collegiality, and there are lots of memos around that, but we're friends. We deeply care about each other, and that's what's made this partnership work. And the vibe at Morgan Stanley's, our history. Right. You've written a little about that. The reality is that we have some humility, because very rare is a financial institution that gets to the brink and comes back. So in our good days and our good moments, we don't forget that. When we're hosting dinners for our global clients, we did last night, and we'll do again tonight, we talk a lot about that, because, you don't want to get imprisoned by it. You got to transform. But you kind of want to remember where you've been, and that's important.
Okay, last one. Maybe easy, maybe hard, but the Wall Street Journal's reporting it was a note that fell on the floor.
Yeah.
Morgan Stanley's star banker Michael Grimes discussing job in the Trump administration. What can you tell us?
Michael Grimes, one of my favorite people.
One of your favorite bankers.
Yes.
Banker to Elon Musk.
Broadcast.com for Mr. Cuban.
Yep.
We worked on that together, and then we worked on the Google auction back in 04, I believe that was, for a year. Michael's one of the star bankers and one of the culture carriers of Morgan Stanley. If he in the end decides to do something away from us, we need him back.
You need him back when it's over.
Of course.
Okay. Ted, thank you for coming in.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. Becky, back to you in New York.
Andrew, thank you. And I just want to say to Ted, I admire what you're saying, Ted. Good to see you, too. I admire what you're saying about being humble, having a little bit of fear every day. I think a lot of people are afraid to admit that, but I think that's how you stay on your toes, how you don't get complacent, and I appreciate that you're willing to say that.
Appreciate that. Every day we just got to get a little better.
It's a good attitude. Everybody should think that way.
It's a good attitude. We all
appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thanks for having me, guys. Really appreciate it.
Good to see you, Ted. When we come back, the push to create oil and gas jobs while lowering prices. Senate GOP Policy Committee Vice Chair James Lankford is going to join us to talk about his new bill and much more. Squawk Box will be right back.
Gaggenau creates luxury kitchen appliances for those who appreciate the extraordinary. Since 1683, we have always been guided by the ideas of timelessness and perfection. Every aesthetic detail is in place to create joy. This is life as it should be. We are for those who know. The difference is Gaggenau.
We speak to the world's most influential people.
I love what I do, and it means so much to me.
From celebrities.
When we took a break, I thought that was the end of it.
To the C-suite.
I started on the factory floor, and here I am 35 years later.
The economist and author Dambisa Moyo.
A lot of boards, many of the ones I serve on, went back to the drawing board to say, well, we need to do better here.
He turned a dream into a global brand.
Join the conversation on CNBC.
Master the art of salary negotiation.
Everybody who walks into a salary negotiation is nervous.
Salary negotiations are really awkward.
The number one soft skill is flexibility,
preparation,
confidence.
Learn how to negotiate a higher salary with CNBC Make It's new online course.
I'm going to give you a roadmap for doing the hard work.
Because ultimately, if you don't fight for yourself, nobody else will.
Register right now at cnbcmakeit.com/salary.
When I did my master's, I was having a concentration in the area of artificial intelligence.
So you're secretly a tech geek?
I wouldn't call myself a geek, but I certainly am very interested in technology.
On the next Managing Asia, an exclusive interview with Singapore Airlines Goh Chun Pong.
I think the most stressful time really during the pandemic was the initial period when we're trying to raise funds.
Looking back, would you have done anything differently?
More of my interview on the next Managing Asia.
James Lankford is pushing a bill to get oil and gas drillers relief from the corporate alternative minimum tax that was imposed by the Inflation Reduction Act. Senator Lankford joins us this morning. He is the vice chair of the Republican Policy Committee. He's also part of the Majority Whip team. And Senator, first of all, thank you for being here. Why don't you tell us a little bit about this bill?
Yeah, the corporate alternative minimum tax caught a lot of different entities on it, and really it was focused on, primarily on the energy side was the initial target coming out of the Inflation Reduction Act. If we can't get rid of that entirely, we at least need to give some relief to those folks that are those independent producers. We're not talking about the mega companies, but a lot of independents, because as folks know, if you actually grow to a level that you actually get caught with the KMT, you're stuck in it at that point. So we need to be able to get some relief to them so they're not constantly worried about it. The last thing we want to do to a business is say, you can't keep growing. You've got to be able to cap your growth. That's not good for our economy, and it's not good for our energy future.
Yeah, I understand the idea of wanting companies to be able to consider intangible drilling costs as a way of really promoting drilling, doing what the president has talked about. But do you think this flies as a separate bill, or shouldn't this get wrapped up in the one big, beautiful bill that's going to do everything from, figure out the taxes to figure out where we're doing with tariffs and other issues along the way? Why do this as a one-off?
We're dropping it to be able to put it out there and to say, let's talk about this as one beautiful amendment and one big, beautiful bill. So the focus is, how do we actually get this out there, get it into the conversation, and make everyone aware of it, to say we're not just talking about the 2017 tax bill and moving that forward. We're also talking about some other areas as well, including some things that were done in the IRA that really hurts our economy. Quite frankly, the intangible drilling cost really incentivizes companies to drill the next well, to make sure we're doing more domestic production. And it's a basic expense that every single business has. So right now we're treating energy production differently than we're treating other manufacturing. This just levels the playing field for them.
Okay, this is interesting, though. Is this what we're going to see? A lot of bills that are put out for discussion to really elevate the issue, make sure that people understand it, the public, the other senators, the House potentially on these issues. Is this what we're going to be looking at for the next several months? Everybody trying to say, look at this very carefully, because we're talking about one big, beautiful bill, but it's going to have a lot of moving pieces. And I would guess that the negotiation began 3 days ago and will continue until that bill gets put forward.
Actually, the negotiation began about 9 months ago when the Finance Committee, Ways and Means Committee, we sat down privately and said, okay, let's say all the different, for instance here, one of those was, what if we win the House, the Senate, the White House, and we have an opportunity for reconciliation? So we started gaming that out to be able to determine what could be done, what should be done. So we've got all the things on the whiteboard on it, but we've actually got to get the language right in each individual segment. So you don't write the whole bill all at once. You write the different pieces, do the technical work that's on that, and then be able to say, let's get this piece into the whole.
That sounds like a protracted and kind of messy process. What are the odds that these things each get picked up? And even if this gets voted on, what are the odds it winds up in the final? I mean, there's so many stories we hear about the back and forth, the negotiations, the deal making. Let's just take SALT, for instance. You have the New York and New Jersey Republicans who have said that they would vote against it in the House if they can't get the SALT deductions lifted to 20,000 or maybe more. How does this all work out? As somebody who's on the policy committee, as somebody who sees everything that's taking place, describe the process.
It's a big, messy process on that. So I serve on the Finance Committee, which is that tax writing committee in the Senate. So we'll take different pieces. Let me take not just the intangible drilling costs, but let's take bonus depreciation. Bonus depreciation, the 2017 bill, tax bill, was diminishing each year. Well, we've got to get a stable, higher bonus depreciation up there to be able to incentivize, again, businesses to be able to compete with China and to be able to do more manufacturing, more energy production, more semiconductors, all the things that we need to be able to do here, but that allows those businesses to be able to write off that deduction faster. That doesn't change the amount of income coming into the Treasury. It incentivizes business activity and for them to be able to write it off right now rather than in the future. That's a way that we can actually impact the economy. That's one slice of that I'm working on among many. So we work it out in our committee. We work it out with the House members. I met with some of the House members on Ways and Means earlier this week, and we start talking through what's the parameters, what's the fence that we're going to try to put in, how we're going to manage this, and to be able to make sure that we get the pieces in that help our economy and take the pieces out that don't.
All of that has to be negotiated behind the scenes, and at the same time, I would assume you're working pretty closely with President Trump to make sure that he's on board with the proposals you're putting forth.
Sure, yeah, they've got ideas. The White House has ideas. Ways and Means has ideas. The Senate Finance Committee has ideas. So we work those together, and then once we put that out, then other members not in those committees, they also have ideas, and they'll say there's something significant they want to be able to do. Welcome to a very messy republic. We're pretty noisy, and this is how we work things out.
Yeah, I bet the lobbyists are going to be working overtime trying to get their words in on this,
They
too.
will. Yes, they will.
It's all happening at the same time that the president is carrying out his own negotiation on a global level, talking about tariffs, talking about security issues, talking about things that he'd like to see happen. We're now looking at potentially February 1st for tariffs of 25% on Canada and Mexico, 10% additionally on China. You think that that happens, or how do you even prepare for that with the legislation that you're putting forward and all of this? I mean, is that in the back of your mind? You think that's a negotiation? You think that actually happens?
Yeah, it affects the global economy on it. So a couple of things. We want more international trade. That should be a basic benefit. We've been free traders in America since before we were a country. It's one of the arguments in the Declaration of Independence from England is that they were suppressing our trade around the world. So we've been passionate about trade for a long time. When other countries put high tariffs on us to be able to block our products going to them, the president's been pretty clear. We're going to put tariffs on you. We're going to try to bring levels down on this, or we're going to equate to you. But if you want to get access to the American market, you've got to open up your markets as well. President Trump and his team was very active in doing trade agreements. President Biden was, to our great frustration, would not go get new trade agreements. He would tweak existing, but he wouldn't go get new agreements. We need to go get new agreements around the world. And as far as Canada and Mexico, it's pretty clear. The president's said, hey, I want to negotiate. I want to talk about border. I want to talk about fentanyl. I want to talk about the issues that we've got in all these trade agreements, whether it be softwood lumber, whether it be dairy products coming from Canada. Those are big issues to be able to negotiate. And he says, let's actually get them resolved. And in the meantime, I'm going to put a tariff to try to get you to the table to try to get things resolved. I don't think he's looking for tariffs long term, but I think he's looking for things to be right for American companies to be able to trade more.
Is Canada really the problem with fentanyl?
Our issue with fentanyl in Canada is just enforcement there and seeing what's actually coming from the northern border to the south. We're seeing some movement of fentanyl from there as well, much more from Mexico. The primary issue is, quite frankly, China. I think that's why the president put a big piece on China to say if China actually stops sending precursors to Canada and Mexico, we'll have less supply actually coming at us. We got to deal with our desires with the issue of demand in the United States, but also we got to deal with the supply issue at the same time.
Senator Langford, thank you for the peek behind the curtain at the messy process that's taking place. We hope you'll come back and tell us more as things progress and you get a better feel for what's going to wind up in that final bill.
You bet. We look forward to the conversation.
Senator Langford, thank you. Let's get back over to Andrew in Davos. Andrew?
Hey, thanks, Becky. I want to discuss the future of work with our next guest, Workday CEO, Carl Eichenbach. It's great to see you, sir. As always.
Great to see you, Andrew.
One of the things we talked about yesterday, I think it was yesterday, all the days come together now. Mark Benioff from Salesforce, a partner of yours, was talking about AI and was talking about the future of the workforce with Agentforce and the like. But then we started talking about how many new engineers he was thinking he would need to hire. And he said none, because AI was that powerful in terms of helping his firm really be able to do things that they couldn't do, make them that much more productive.
Yeah.
And I'm curious how you think about that, because we all think about like the future of labor.
Yeah.
Your whole business is dependent on labor, I imagine.
Yeah.
And how you think about that dynamic.
Yeah. You know, it's a great question, Andrew. Our business is dependent on labor. Today, it's dependent on human labor.
Right.
Going forward, it's going to depend on both human labor and digital labor, right? So there's always going to be incremental labor that's being added. And someone has to protect all of those employees, whether they're human and digital. They have to onboard them, right? They have to have policies. They have to have controls, right? They have to have access, right? Someone has to manage them. And we think we're uniquely positioned to manage.
But you're thinking, when you use the phrase digital labor, you're thinking that you're actually going to be onboarding a digital labor, like not a real person, but a digital labor that's going to have instructions about what they do and how they do it.
I absolutely do believe that. If you think about what everyone's talking about here in Davos is agents, and we're moving into this world of agentic future. If you think about what we do today, we onboard human employees. In the future, when these new agents come into work, someone's got to manage them. Someone's got to secure your enterprise. Someone's got to protect your enterprise as they come in. And I think there will be people, and we're going to be one of them, that manages the entire labor force, whether it's human or digital, and they're going to peacefully coexist on a platform in a secure way. And there's no one better positioned than Workday to do that. So while you may see some decrease or moderation in human capital from a human side, there's also going to be increase in digital labor.
What is the defensive moat, though, around that? And I asked because if AI is as good as we keep hearing it's going to ultimately be, won't I, too, be able to build that app or that software package that is able to instruct my digital labor to do what it's supposed to do?
Yeah. So the moat is all around data. Everyone spends a lot of time talking about AI, and I think you would agree at this point, Andrew, the output of AI is only as good as the data you're training off of. And the moat we have today is we have 70 million employees on our platform in a highly curated platform, all the same data set. And not only do we have all that data, but we understand the context of what's happening with that data. And we're processing now 800 billion transactions a year on that platform, which gives us an ability to train off of that data that is so clean to drive true output that will drive business value around AI. One of the things I see everyone talking about, even here this week, is the impact of AI. And everyone's talking about it and how it's going to reduce your costs to operate the enterprise. While that is true, it's going to drive efficiencies. I think we need to turn the conversation, how can we leverage AI to drive growth in our corporations? How do we drive enterprise growth through the use of AI? We need to take those savings and apply it to growth. That's the opportunity around AI. It's not just a cost-saving exercise.
Are there any trends you're seeing? I mean, I remember talking to you were his successor, or he's your successor, Neil, about different trends over the years where there was stuff in the data about what's happening to employees right now. I mean, is there anything right now that's jumping out at you?
Yeah, so listen, we do see a lot of data. Today, we're processing almost 1 million applications a day on top of Workday. That's a 3-to-1 ratio on the number of job recs we see on the system. So while there's still jobs being created on top of the Workday platform, it's actually harder and harder to get access to those jobs because the demand is outweighing the supply for jobs today. So we are seeing that, but we're still seeing growth. Everyone talks about AI and the impact of the human workforce. It's moderating, but there is still growth, and that growth will continue with every tectonic shift.
We keep saying that there's a shift in terms of the power, that actually labor is losing power to management, right? There was a period of time where everyone said that labor had more power over. Do you see that being the case? If you're saying there's a shortage?
So here's what I see. We talk about the power of AI. We're truly in one of the most revolutionary tectonic shifts we've ever seen in technology with AI. We think that is going to drive an AI, skill set revolution. And what I mean by that, we're going to move from a world, Andrew, where today we work with technology. You work with technology. In fact, most people spend the majority of the day using technology. We're moving to a world where technology is going to work for humans. And what that's going to do, it's going to free us up from those mundane tasks, and we're going to go reskill our workforce, and we're going to go reskill management. And I don't call it soft skills because I think they're life skills that we need to bring back into the enterprise. Empathy, being authentic, having conflict resolution. How do we think about emotional intelligence? All of these things I think we've lost because we spend so much time using technology is going to free us up to go focus on those life skills and soft skills. And I think management is going to be even more effective because of the power of AI going forward.
Okay. Carl, thank you. It's great to see you, sir.
Great to see you.
Hope to see you back stateside. Meantime, it is just past 8 a.m. right here. I shouldn't say on the East Coast. It's just past 8 a.m. Just past 2 p.m. If you're watching here in Davos, Switzerland. We're on Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin. I'm at the World Economic Forum. Becky is at the NASDAQ market site in Times Square. Joe is off today. I want to quickly show you where markets are headed right now ahead of the jobless claims data we're going to be bringing you very, very shortly. Futures right now, 44 points up on the Dow. The NASDAQ off about 93 points. The S&P 500 off about 6 points. And let's show you Treasuries. You're looking right now at the 10-year and the 2-year note. The 10-year sitting just about 4.642. The 2-year at 4.3. Becky.
Andrew, thank you. Shares of Charles Schwab are up more than 8% so far in 2025 and 26% over the course of the last year. On Tuesday, the brokerage giant topped the street's revenue and profit expectations for the fourth quarter pretty handily. That stock was up sharply on Tuesday as a result. I think at one point I saw it up by 7%. The company said investor engagement surged following the election. The company, of course, has a new CEO, and that would be Rick Wurster. He took the helm at the beginning of the year, and he says the company is positioned for strength and poised for liftoff in 2025. Rick Wurster joins us right now. And Rick, it's great to see you this morning.
Becky, really nice to see you. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for coming in. So let's talk about why you think you are positioned for growth. The numbers were really strong, stronger than the street was expecting. I think you beat by 10 cents or something on the top line, 101 versus the 91 cents the street was expecting. Revenue was up 20%. That was a pretty strong turnaround from what we'd seen in the quarter before. What happened?
Well, we have engaged clients. In terms of our being ready for liftoff, we're number one or number two in the two fastest growing areas of the financial services market. We have what we think is the broadest set of ways for investors to engage and the broadest methods for people to come and find us, whether it's digitally, whether it's walking into a branch. And there's a bull market for ease. And so being able to find us in multiple places and do more in one place, that's leading to lots of client growth. And that growth is what's accelerating our stock.
Where are the clients that are coming in? Who are they?
We see clients across the board. I think a little known fact about Schwab is that about 1 out of every 6 households that have more than $20 million in our country work with Schwab. And at the same time, we're crushing it with younger investors. Roughly a third of our new to Schwab households last year were from clients under the age of 30.
That shocked me. I was reading through some of the demographics numbers on that. A third were under age of 30. How many were under the age of 40?
It was more than 50%, close to 60%. So we really are doing well with young clients. And our model is that we attract them, and then what we do is we try to do everything we can to delight them and grow those relationships over time, both through digital channels and through in-person interactions.
What delights them? What makes them happy with that? What makes them stick around? And I guess I ask because if you think of younger investors, a lot of times people think it's Robinhood, right? That stock was up about 192% last year versus the 26% that you guys were up. What are you doing to find these younger people, and how do you keep them once you find them?
Well, our success with young investors is driven by the fact that we can do so much to help them. So young investors often are figuring out how to pay off their college debt, or they're figuring out how to buy their first home. And investing is an important part of that journey. And we can help them both with the investing part, but with also their broader life and how it's all going to come together from a financial standpoint. That's where we really stand apart. It's not just about a trading app. We have what we think is the best trading app in the market. We do more trades than the next 2 closest competitors in the retail brokerage space. But it's also because of everything we wrap around it.
And where do you find them? Are you finding them online? Are you say you bring them in person too? Where the majority of these new younger customers come in?
I think our younger clients tend to engage with us first digitally, and we have a great brand. We have a terrific marketing department that goes and finds young investors where they are and introduces content to them that's of interest to them. We have about 35 hours a week of content that is curated specifically for newer investors that are just figuring out how to invest. We have a capability in our Thinkorswim trading tool that allows young investors to practice investing without using real money. So it allows them to get used to what trading and what investing is like.
So they're like, whoops, what did I just do?
Yeah, right. That's a good way to learn.
Right. So what do you think when you hear the hotshots like a Robinhood or an Interactive Brokers or somebody who comes in? How do you guys measure up? How do you think of them as competitors?
We feel great about our positioning. Being number one or number two in the 2 fastest growing segments of our space is a great starting point. Having the breadth of capabilities that we have, which we don't think can be matched in a period where people value that more because they value ease and they want to get things done in one place. Having that breadth of capabilities is very helpful. Having the lowest expense base in our industry relative to client assets is a big advantage, and being able to work with clients in multiple ways. We often find that as clients' lives change, big moments, whether it's paying off their college debt, whether it's buying a home, whether it's having their first baby or getting married, all of those things, people tend to want to come into one of our branches and have a discussion about it or talk to one of our experts on the phone. And being there for them in multiple ways, I think, is what sets us apart. It stems from seeing through clients' eyes and doing right by them.
So you get frustrated when you see the stock gains of somebody like a Robinhood?
No, listen, I think we're focused on delivering for our clients. So I don't look at, with envy at anyone else's stock price. I look at nailing it for our clients. And what I feel great about, we had a lot of outstanding quarterly numbers that we just reported on Tuesday. The number that gave me the greatest satisfaction was the fact that our clients' satisfaction scores across our major businesses are all at all-time highs. That's what I'm excited about.
Let's talk about some of those other numbers. Net interest income was up 19% to $2.5 billion. That's the biggest portion of your revenue. What happened there? Why did it ramp up like that? Net interest income obviously is the difference between what you are paying or what the interest that you have to pay to people to get them to keep their deposits there versus what you get paid on your interest.
We've seen a real stabilization of cash deposits at Schwab, and that's what drives our net interest margin. And if you look back the past couple of years, what has happened is clients have been, at our suggestion, finding places to put their cash where they could earn more.
Okay.
And now we're down to levels of cash where it's really about their transactional needs. And so we saw in the last 4 months client deposits grow by about $52 billion, and so that has added to our net interest margin.
And the net interest margin, again, with rates, let's just talk about what the Fed has done right now. Is it harder for clients to find more attractive places to put their money? And that's just a broader example of where the Fed stands right now?
I think it's a great time to be a fixed income investor right now because you can find yield. It wasn't too long ago we were talking about zero rates, and now clients can find great rates in a lot of different places. For me, if you're a retiree right now, buying 30-year tips, you can get a 2.5% real yield. Not really any inflation risk and not a lot of risk generally to be able to go out and earn 2.5% real. It's as high as they've been in a long time. It's a good time to be a fixed income investor.
You all have talked about some opportunistic buybacks at this point, stock buybacks. We haven't seen that in about a year. What are you looking at? Because it would have been more opportunistic maybe at the end of last year than right now, just given where the stock's taken off. What would make you do the share buybacks at this point?
Well, we've been building capital, and we've been building capital towards what we expected to be the new Basel III regulations.
Right.
And we're now at a place where we meet the new Basel III regulations should they take place, and we're at a point now where we do think we're getting ready to be able to opportunistically buy back our stock.
And if Basel III goes away, you would buy more aggressively?
Well, I think we'd want to think about the safety and soundness of our firm and what the right level of capital is. But certainly, we would be well above the capital targets that we shoot for.
And Basel III, in your opinion, was that? I mean, most bankers will say that they thought that was too aggressive.
There were elements of it that I think made sense and other elements that didn't. We commented on it like many other financial institutions, and I know the Fed is thoughtfully looking at it and likely to repropose some form of it. And I think it's been a good example of being able to have a voice and share collectively our industry's thoughts with the Fed, and they've been responsive.
You all have been looking at having spot crypto trading later this year. What has to happen before that comes out?
Well, first, crypto's been of incredible interest to our clients. We had a 400% increase in traffic to our crypto site in the fourth quarter alone, 70% of whom were prospects that we don't work with. So what's exciting to us about crypto right now is there's a lot of interest, and when there is interest, they come to Schwab because they know it's a place they can trust, and we offer lots of ways to invest in crypto at Schwab. We don't yet offer spot crypto because of the regulatory environment. We think that is likely to change, and when it does, we're going to be quickly, we'd like to be quickly into the market.
Because you want to be able to offer everything that somebody's interested in.
Yeah, we want to be able to meet someone's crypto needs in a variety of ways. Today they can invest in ETFs, they can invest in futures, they can invest in closed-end funds. We'd like to add spot crypto at the right time.
What did you see post-election? Additional interest in trading, additional optimism from the retail traders that you're dealing with?
We did. We saw one sentiment increase. So we saw in November and December, we measure sentiment among our trading activity, seeing what they're buying and selling. Trading activity increased in November and then increased again in December. And then we saw activity increase. And so our December daily average trades were up about 30% over the prior December and up over the prior month. So there definitely has been an increase in sentiment and activity.
Rick, I want to thank you very much for joining us here in-house. Rick Wurster, again, the CEO of Charles Schwab. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
It's great to see you. Andrew, we'll send it back over to you.
Great interview, Becky. When we come back, we got some more interviews in Davos, including a chat with Scale AI's Alexander Wang. Speaking of AI, Elon Musk biographer Walter Isaacson is going to be weighing in on a brewing feud between Musk and OpenAI's Sam Altman that involves Satya Nadella here in Davos as well. Stay tuned. Squawk Box coming right back after this.
CNBC. Live ambitiously.
Today's Most Active Stocks Update is sponsored by Interactive Brokers. 150 markets, 33 countries, 27 currencies. Today's Most Active Stocks Update was sponsored by Interactive Brokers. Trade worldwide from a single unified platform.
You know, for me, ambition and passion go together. One fuels the other. You love something, you want to get better at it. You want to learn more about it. And I think CNBC allows our viewers to fulfill their passions. There's no doubt that the people who watch us care. I am very much focused on trying to land interviews where there is something at stake and asking them fair but tough questions in which their answers are important. I could not imagine covering anything else.
Tyler Matheson, Kelly Evans, Power Lunch, CNBC.
Things were all smiles for tech leaders attending President Trump's inauguration, including Elon Musk. But in the last 36 hours or so, Musk has caused friction for the new administration. He got into a spat on X with OpenAI's Sam Altman over the White House's new Stargate AI project. Hours before that, Altman had appeared at the White House with Trump as he announced the Stargate plans. Joining us right now to talk about this and Musk and other billionaires' impact on the government is Elon Musk author Walter Isaacson. Of course, he's also a professor at Tulane University. He's an advisory partner at Perella Weinberg and a CNBC contributor. And Walter, you're a great historian who has looked back at some really phenomenal figures in time. I think of Ben Franklin, your book on him, your book on Einstein, your book on Leonardo da Vinci, Steve Jobs, and now Elon Musk. And Jamie Dimon was with us yesterday. He said, you know, Elon is our Einstein. And I think that is true, but I think part of the reason people think it, not just because of how many spectacular things Elon has done, but also because you've put him in that pantheon. You only look at really interesting people. What do you think of what's happened in the last 36 hours or so between Elon Musk, the administration, Sam Altman, and beyond?
You know, if you want to understand Elon Musk, just look at the way he's been for the past 50 years or so. And there are 2 chapters in my biography of his relationship with Sam Altman and the forming of OpenAI and Musk's fury at Sam Altman when OpenAI no longer becomes open and it no longer becomes a nonprofit. And there's a simmering resentment there. As you know, there have been lawsuits there. And I've seen them together. It's sort of this interesting thing that Musk can do is be both a total enemy, but also somebody who feels like it's just a gladiator contest. You know, we were in one of these conferences not long ago. I saw the 2 of them talking together. And yet, when Trump rolled out Sam Altman, along with Larry Ellison and others, to talk about this new Stargate AI storage system, and Musk was not a part of it, you just knew from the history that you see that that would cause another eruption in Musk. And Musk's genius comes in, you know, from his amazing ability to do things, but it's driven by a darker force of intensity that erupts time and time again.
I think that's something that the new president, President Trump, will just kind of gloss over because he likes the good part of Elon and what he gets in the relationship there, or does it risk a broader fissure with these 2 who have worked so closely together?
You know, the broader fissure is the rift between what I would call Musk and the tech bro community in terms of having a growth strategy and even wanting H-1B visas. That was one of the flashpoints of this, versus the more populist Steve Bannon crowd who doesn't feel that the tech companies of Silicon Valley should have that much power. And we saw in the inauguration who won that, because Steve Bannon said by the end of Inauguration Day, Elon Musk, I'll make sure he's not around. And it was Steve Bannon who wasn't around, and there's Musk sitting in front of the Commerce Secretary designate. And so that's the big one. The rupture, as you know, I've shown in the chapters in the book that involve AI and its development, come from Musk's passion to create safe AI and robotics and his rivalry with Altman. But there's not a philosophical, at least a major philosophical dispute. And this is a problem because this is Musk with his own interests and sometimes resentments taking on Sam Altman. And that's going to have to be resolved by Trump.
I think Andrew has a question, too.
Andrew.
Hey, Walter, hey, it's great to see you. One of the things that I
Hey, by the way, let me
about...
just say, your Satya Nadella answer that you got, was it yesterday, about I got the money to do this, even if Elon Musk said there's the money? That was a classic interview. Thanks.
Thank you, Walter. As it relates to that, though, you know, one of the things that I was curious about from your perspective is when Elon sees this all happening, and clearly he was left out of this particular transaction with OpenAI, you know, one of the worries that I think people had or about his relationship with Trump was, you know, would it impact an OpenAI? Would he use whatever influence he has to try to shut down certain things that OpenAI or Jeff Bezos might try to do because they're competitors of his? Both Sam Altman and Jeff Bezos have been quite public about saying while they have lots of questions and issues with maybe certain things that Elon's done, that they don't think that he would use his influence to hurt them. Do you think that's true?
Yeah, I think that in his rational moments and, you know, clear thinking, he knows he actually kind of supports Jeff Bezos' ability to go into space, even though he's a competitor. SpaceX is a competitor to Blue Origin. Likewise, you know, his AI company, XAI, is a competitor to OpenAI. And it's just in these late night tweets. I mean, he's done a flurry of them in the past 4 or 5 hours. He lets his resentment show. The question is, will he actually try to stop OpenAI and Sam Altman for doing something, or will he just sling in barbs on X as he has been doing? And I suspect it's the latter.
And Walter, it appears that his barbs are aimed at Sam and OpenAI as opposed to President Trump. But at the same time, this announcement was made by President Trump behind a presidential lectern by something that President Trump was trying to suggest to the public he was very proud about. And I wonder whether you think that undermines the relationship in any way, or you think that President Trump says, oh, he's not really trying to point the finger at me, he's trying to troll this other guy.
Well, what's also interesting, and you just described, is Donald Trump deciding to make that announcement in a field that's right core to what Elon Musk is doing, and to have Larry Ellison there, have Sam Altman there, make the announcement, but not have Elon Musk be a part of this whole thing, or for that matter, some of Elon Musk's, colleagues, like a David Sachs. And it's sort of like when Biden had a summit on electric vehicles and invited Mary Barra of GM and the other major companies, but not Tesla. This got into resentment. So what was Trump thinking? Why does Trump do this and cut out Elon Musk? Is it Trump playing a game too? I don't think so yet. I don't think so. I think this relationship is solid.
This felt like it was more of a Masa-san who had come with $100 billion. Trump immediately said, make it a $200 billion investment. Masa-san maybe came back with Larry from Oracle and Sam. But Walter, now he's got an office in the executive building next door to the White House. We hear he has a White House
to him recently, but if you, as you know from the book, as you've read it, Becky, he just goes in waves. Sometimes he's in engineering mode, sometimes he's in getting mode, like he was at the inauguration, just jumping up and down and doing things. Sometimes he's in engineering mode when he's focused, and sometimes he's in what his former girlfriend Grimes called demon mode, where he just gets dark. And I do think that sometimes late at night he gets into that dark demon mode. And I think you're right. Trump is very transactional. This whole thing about 100 billion, let's make it 200, let's make it 500 billion. I think just Trump did that in a typical Trump fashion. It wasn't a gig at Elon.
What do you anticipate, expect? And while he may very well welcome the broader moves of a Bezos moving into space, I mean, the AI battle with OpenAI seems so personal. And obviously, there's that long history. We've talked about it often in the past, but Elon funded Sam Altman. Sam Altman agreed to not take any equity in it. He's now looking to take an equity stake. And Elon was tweeting about that yesterday, or Xing about that yesterday, posting on X.
Absolutely. I mean, if you saw, the chapters in the book when they start OpenAI together, and Musk tries to push Sam out early on in that relationship, and then they come back together. Then Altman, changes it, and Musk's resentments begin to rise. And you put your finger on it. Sometimes Musk just gets very resentful, and has trouble containing those. This anger he feels about what Sam Altman did. I think that Musk's power in the federal government is pretty secure because, as you say, he and Trump are very close. But Musk has been able over the past week to make sure that his people are embedded at OMB with Russell Vought and others, embedded in various departments. And I don't think that's going to be used against personal vendetta against Sam Altman. It's going to be used for this mission he has for government efficiency.
Walter, it's fascinating. I feel like we can't have you here often enough to talk about these things because it's affecting so much of what happens in business and in politics these days. But thank you to Walter Isaacson.
Thank you so much, Becky.
Hey, by the way, are your book sales taking off again?
Yeah, but it's not about the books. I think people want to have the playbook of how has he done this in the past 20 years, and how he's going to implement it. And this
anybody
is the
who
playbook.
hasn't read it yet already needs to. That's exactly what I would think. This is going to be pretty important.
I think
you,
people in the federal government should read it right now. They see what they're coming at them.
I think so, too. All right, when we come back, we've got breaking jobless claims data. Stay tuned. Squawk Box will be back after a quick break.
CNBC. Live ambitiously.
I just took a shower above the couch. You know why? Because this is the Emirates A380.
Watch the markets open. Brought to you by Emirates.
CNBC Tech The Edge explores the aerospace industry's use of hydrogen.
Here is the cockpit of the first hydrogen airplane, which is attempting to fly non-stop around the world with zero emissions.
So let's talk about the aircraft itself. What are some of the key things in the aircraft's research and development and design?
All the structure has to be really light, really strong, but it's not only a plane, it's a propulsion system. And to imagine the complexity, hydrogen has to be kept in the liquid form at a temperature of minus 253 Celsius, almost the absolute zero. So the tank has to be really well insulated, and the little part of hydrogen that will always be evaporating, this is called the boil-off, and it will feed the fuel cells, run the electric motors, and allow it to be silent, to be clean, and to be really efficient.
Ambition to me is the American dream. It's why my mother came over from Taiwan. It's why people watch CNBC, because they want a better future. I was working as an analyst in Shanghai when my company landed in the news on accusations of espionage. I decided right there and then that I wanted to be on the other side reporting on the news. I love bringing transparency to complicated topics. I think it's so important for us to deliver the right numbers to our audience so they can make better investment decisions. San Francisco was built on ambition, a belief that anyone can disrupt any industry and change the world.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Rick Santella here, live CME HQ. Breaking news, initial continuing jobless claims. On initial claims, 223,000. That's a little higher than we're used to. That would be the highest level going back to the first week in December of last year. And keep this in mind. We haven't been over 250,000 on initial claims since the first week in October of 2024. Continuing claims also a bit higher. We're watching yields move down on this info. 1,899,000, literally a whisker under 1.9 million. We haven't been above 1.9 million now in 33 weeks. 33 weeks, yes, that's correct. And in the rearview mirror, subtle revision, 1,853,000 now is last week. We know we were closed Monday of this week for Martin Luther King Day. That next week will probably show us some seasonal adjustment issues. But these numbers right here should be pretty straight, and they have moved up a little bit. As I said, yields moving down. But maybe the big news in yields, if you look at yesterday's yields in treasuries, they traded above the previous day's highs. Today, we're already trading above yesterday's high yields. Looks like the market on interest rates has had a subtle turn to the upside. Andrew, back to you.
Thank you, Rick. We are here in Davos, Switzerland at the World Economic Forum. And for the first time on the show, we're going to, not for the first time on the show, but for the first time, we're going to be talking about AI, global AI. Of course, we've been talking about that all week. But First time on the show, Scale AI founder and CEO Alexander Wang. His company provides accurately labeled data to help companies train their AI tools. And back in 2022, he became the youngest self-made billionaire in the world. Pretty amazing.
Thanks for having me on.
I want to go straight to what we were just talking about off camera, which is the idea of where the U.S. is on AI versus China, because you have some very surprising statistics that I think will probably, frankly, freak out some of the viewers.
So yeah, first of all, the AI race and the AI war between U.S. and China, I think, is one of the most important issues of today. We took out a full-page ad on the Washington Post on Tuesday saying that, you know, America must win the AI war. And so this sort of relative race in AI between the U.S. and China is critical. Today, we released Humanity's Last Exam, which is a new evaluation or benchmark of AI models that we produced by getting, you know, math, physics, biology, chemistry professors to provide the hardest questions they could possibly imagine that are relevant to their recent research to really put the test to the models. To give you a sense, no model is getting above 10% on this test. That being said, you know, what we found is that DeepSeek, which is the leading Chinese AI lab, their model is actually the top performing, or roughly on par with the best American models, which are O1 from
Okay, so
OpenAI.
I think we have been all under the impression that the U.S. was way ahead of China as it relates to AI, in large part because we have access to, you know, NVIDIA GPUs and chips and other things that supposedly the Chinese do not have. I keep hearing from people all week, from Chinese AI executives, that they say, well, we're so close, and by the way, we're doing it with one hand tied behind our back. Our algos are better. We're actually going to figure out how to do this, do it better than the U.S., and in even a more energy efficient way, because we don't need these super powerful chips. Are they happen to be right?
There's two things happening. First, it is true. It has been true for a long time that the United States has been ahead. And that's been true for, you know, maybe the past decade. That being said, you know, the very recent event on Christmas Day, you know, about a month ago, DeepSeek released a model, which, by the way, I think is symbolic that the Chinese lab releases, you know, an earth-shattering model on Christmas Day when, you know, the rest of us are sort of celebrating the holiday. And they released it to much fanfare, and then they followed up with their reasoning model, DeepSeek R1, which is the one that we evaluated as top of the leaderboard. You know, the reality is yes and no. So, you know, the Chinese labs, they have more H100s than people think. You know,
and these are the highest powered NVIDIA chips that they were not supposed to have.
Yes. My understanding is that DeepSeek has about 50,000 H100s, which they can't talk about, obviously, because it is against the export controls that the United States has put in place. And I think it is true that, you know, I think they have more chips than other people expect, but also on a go-forward basis, they are going to be limited by the chip controls and the export controls that we have in place.
How do you, I mean, you work with everybody, so I don't know if it's fair or unfair, but how do you stack rank these large language models and who ultimately is going to be a winner? Or are they all so close and it gets commoditized?
The interesting thing that we see right now, so we actually specialize in this. We've produced our SEAL evaluations, our safety evaluations and alignment labs, evaluations which measure across many different dimensions. You know, we measure across math capabilities, coding capabilities, multilingual capabilities, and reasoning capabilities, and many different dimensions, including tool use and agent capabilities. And what we see is different models are better at different things. So it's hard to put a clear stack ranking among all the models. You know, for example, the OpenAI models are extremely good at reasoning, but the Anthropic models might be really good at code. And sort of there's a diversity of capabilities of the models. That being said, I think what we're seeing in general is the space is becoming more competitive, not less competitive.
I keep hearing from business leaders here that they're all playing around with, you know, OpenAI, or they're playing around with Claude, which is the Anthropic model, or they're playing around with Gemini, et cetera. And then they're going and using Llama. They're going to find some open source version to try to get close to what they could approximate these other guys doing because of just the different price points of these things. Do you think that's the future of this?
I think
like in a Linux world?
There's definitely a dimension. You know, it comes down to ultimately the level of capabilities and intelligence that are required for your use case. I think ultimately what we're going to see is, you know, what we do with all of the leading labs, including OpenAI and Google DeepMind and Meta and many others, is continuing to push the frontier and push the boundaries. And so how do we leverage data, given that as an industry, we've sort of run out of publicly available data. How do we generate new data to keep pushing the frontiers? And our belief is that, advanced capabilities are going to enable incredible use cases where you're going to be willing to pay for those increased capabilities. But for the more simplistic use cases, those will probably go more towards open source or more basic models.
We've been talking all morning about Stargate and the debate happening on Twitter between Sam Altman and Elon Musk about whether they really have $100 billion or $500 billion. Satya Nadella was sitting in your chair just yesterday saying he's got $80 billion, his money's real. He took to Twitter. What do you make of all of this? You know all these players.
So much is on Twitter anyway, so I'm not sure I have
X, we should say.
Or X. But I think one thing that is very real, regardless of sort of Stargate specifically as a program, is that the United States is going to need a huge amount of computational capacity and a huge amount of infrastructure. So this was actually we wrote a letter to the Trump administration on recommendations on how to ensure that the U.S. stays ahead. And one of them was really around infrastructure. We need to unleash U.S. energy to enable this AI boom. And that's clearly what we're seeing right now, which is, in addition to the Stargate program, many of the major AI companies and major clouds are going to be looking to build giant data centers. So
the reason I asked this about the different companies doing this, do you ultimately think we need 5, 6, 7 companies all trying to build frontier models? Or, there's been a talk forever that, in a different, if Lena Khan hadn't been running the FTC, would have Amazon wanted to buy Anthropic already, for example? Or would have Microsoft bought OpenAI? Or would have some of these folks, so there wouldn't be as many, everybody competing against each other in the same way? I don't know, maybe you think the competition's great. I just don't know how long term, how many models there ultimately will be like that.
Our view is actually that this is potentially going to be one of the greatest markets or the greatest industries ever. Right now, let's say there's between 10 and $20 billion of LLM-based revenue. And if you believe that we're actually on a track towards superintelligence or AGI, then it stands to reason that that's going to go to $1 trillion or more of revenue. And so if you're looking at a market that's going to go from, let's say, 10 billion to 1 trillion over who knows how many years, I tend to believe a fewer number of years. I think we're sort of in the 2 to 4 range.
2 to 4 to get to AGI. And what's your version of AGI?
I think, obviously there's many definitions. The definition I believe in are powerful AI systems that are able to use a computer just like you or I could, and could use all the tools that a computer could, and could basically be a remote worker in the most capable way. One of the ways I think about it is one of the areas where capabilities have moved the fastest is coding. And let's say Mark Zuckerberg said on Joe Rogan that we're going to have mid-level software engineers this year. Let's take that as at face value. Then you're pretty close to having AI development agents that will work on their own, and then you're at self-improvement.
Right.
And once you have self-improvement of models, the models get very good very quickly. So I believe that. So again, economically, if you believe this industry goes from 10 billion to 1 trillion, you should have more competition. This is going to be one of the biggest industries in the world, and frankly, we should have more players.
Workplace question for you. You were very outspoken about switching or talking about, instead of a sort of a DEI framework, to this MEI framework. I'm curious what the reaction has been here in Davos this year about that topic for you.
Well, it's interesting. So this was last year when we rolled out MEI.
But now with Trump winning, the world has moved towards you.
Yeah, in fact, Trump mentioned in his inaugural speech, a removal of DEI programs, making sure that hiring was merit-based. And I think what we're seeing is sort of a broad-based realization that, the meritocracy is the core and fundamental, North Star. We operate in an incredibly competitive and fast-moving industry in AI. And I don't have any option but to hire the best and most brilliant and most capable people for every single job inside my company. So as a result, we have no option but to be meritocratic and to practice MEI. And in the process, we achieve diversity.
What do you make of the president's executive order as it relates to this?
Which one?
Around DEI. Because, he has he made an executive order that if you have DEI in your title, for example, that you should be fired. There's now some efforts, if DEI is not in your title, that other employees are supposed to, ID you effectively, and he wants to remove all of those people. is your sense that they should be removed? That should they be recast? What should happen?
I haven't read the exact text of the executive order, so I'll be sure to look to that. Okay. But I think in general, what we saw was an over-rotation towards DEI. I mean, I think diversity is not an evil. It's just the full over-rotation towards DEI resulted in a bunch of strange behaviors that weren't conducive to meritocracy and weren't conducive to business success.
Alex, it's great to see you. Thank you. It's fascinating. Fascinating. Come on back. Are you coming to New York ever? Come to New York.
I would love to come to New York.
Okay. You have an invitation to sit on the set, and we'll continue this conversation. Becky's back in New York. Becky, back to you.
That was fascinating. Andrew, thank you. A lot to think about with what Alexander was talking about. When we return, another can't-miss interview. This time we're going to hear from the CEO of broadband giant Liberty Global, live from the World Economic Forum in Davos. Mike Freese will join us. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC.
You want to talk business? Meet me in the On-Board Lounge.
Watch the markets open. Brought to you by Emirates.
Want to jumpstart your side hustle? Learn the skills to earn passive income online with CNBC Make It's new online course. Expert advice, real-life success stories. Register right now at cnbcmakeit.com/passive income.
Dyson is known for its home appliances, but the company is looking to take that one step further. And all that work starts at its research lab managed by Dyson's robotics research manager.
This setup that we have here has been set up by our capable robot learning engineer. What he's going to show you is how the robotic arm understand the scene, make sense of it, and perform the task of tidying.
The robot has 2 cameras that visually map the scene, and then it decides how it will execute an instruction.
He already provided the demonstrations, and now he's going to give them text prompt instructions to say, okay, now open the drawer.
You think opening just one drawer is simple task, but it's actually pretty complicated when you think about it.
Yeah, it's difficult for my son to do it as well.
I love how this is equatable to for your old son.
Everything we do is for the consumer at home.
My ambition is to get the story and to help the viewer connect the dots, to understand the context so that we, all of us, can actually make our own judgments. Oh, I love what I do. I can't imagine doing anything else.
The biggest interviews and most crucial conversations on the world's pressing issues. Catch highlights from our unmissable coverage of Davos 2025 this weekend on CNBC.
To Squawk Box, we are live in Davos, Switzerland at the World Economic Forum, and 5G and broadband adoption in focus in Davos. Our next guest provides 85 million connections across Europe. Joining us right now is Mike Freese, CEO of Liberty Global. Good morning to you.
Nice to see you, Andrew.
An annual meeting with you.
Yes, we do.
We get to find out what's happening in Europe. By the way, before we even get into the sort of broadband media ecosphere, in the U.S., it feels like a lot of the U.S. CEOs are very optimistic about things.
Right.
A lot of the folks that I've been talking to, the European CEOs, are very seemingly pessimistic about the state of affairs. And I'm curious, since this is your land, what you think of that.
I'll bet, I mean, they may come across as pessimistic. They're probably just uncertain.
Okay.
That's a difference there. What does it mean? What does the U.S. policy going forward mean for them? And remember, Europe is at a very important inflection point. The Strahi report that came out was a wake-up call for Europe. If you want to increase productivity, increase investment, increase innovation, we better get this regulatory thing right. And historically, Europe has not gotten that right, which is a long conversation we can get into. And the telecom sector is a poster child for where they got it wrong. Focused on prices, not focused on investment in infrastructure. And I'm hopeful that the European Commission has received that message and will actually start making changes.
Where are you in the shift of what Liberty Global ultimately is? I mean, I'm thinking of all the things that have happened just basically in the last year. Buybacks, spinning off the Swiss telecom business. You bought Warner Brothers Discovery's controlling interest in Formula E, that's motorsports for what does this ultimately look like to you?
Yeah, well, look at
and John Malone's also has his own designs on the rest of his empire.
Look at we are following the same playbook that John has been using for 20 years, which is if you can, in the case of Sunrise here in Switzerland, if a business is better off on its own and will trade better than it does inside the belly of the whale, give it freedom. And that's what we've done here. Punchline is we issued our shareholders a $9.50 tax-free dividend on a stock that was trading at $18 by spinning off 20% of our EBITDA. Just do the math. We'll do those things all day long because this is about value creation, not empire building. So we have a telecom business that remains, a pretty big one with, $8 billion of EBITDA. So we have a lot of telecom assets yet to sort of rationalize, crystallize value for. We have a very exciting growth portfolio, $3 billion of assets in tech, media content, sports, infrastructure. And so we're busy. And I think the value creation opportunity, shrinking the value gap, that's what we do at Liberty. And that's what we're doing here.
Curious about what do you think is happening with both unbundling in Europe versus what's happening in the U.S.
Right.
And also, by the way, broadband, wireless versus physical.
Yeah.
Because that seems to be a major shift that is upon us.
Yeah, I mean, Europe is moving much more slowly in this unbundling, this melting iceberg of linear television, moving much more slowly. Broadcasters have
why is that?
Because broadcasters here have a much stronger position and presence. It's a fragmented market, so nobody dominates media in Europe. What country are you in? Then I'll tell you. So it's a very difficult thing to dominate media and content. Netflix does a great job, of course, and Amazon, they're all over, and they're penetrating widely. But I think people still watch local news, local sports. So I think that's one of the reasons. And so it will happen. Unbundling is inevitable. I think it'll happen here. We're doing those kinds of deals, but just happening on a slower basis. Broadband, we're in both fixed and wireless. Fixed business is healthy. I think we're offering a gigabit up to 2 gigabits almost everywhere. So broadband is good. Mobile, tougher business, lower ARPUs, and Europe faces a 200 billion euro investment gap to get to the magical 2030 goals of fiber and 5G. So we're in a bit of an investment cycle, which is why having greater regulatory certainty is a good thing.
Long term, how big a threat does satellite represent to you? Thinking of what Starlink's doing, Amazon's going to have Kuiper.
I think what they're doing is brilliant. We don't believe, there's two applications. One is, will it replace your home broadband? Unlikely, because we're offering 1 gig, it's going to be 10 gig, and just the economics, the physics of that make that difficult. The second question is, will it be broadcasting to your device harder? The cost of that device, he needed spectrum in every market to land that signal. Now, I don't underestimate either of those companies. And when my team says, hey, don't worry about it, boss, I say, I'm worried about it because they have unlimited capital, it seems, and unlimited ambition. So, but I think for the next 5 to 10 years, 5% of the world's population multiplied by the world's population is a big business. If he were to get to 5%, he may not be satisfied with that, but he has succeeded. So I think that's how we see it.
Becky's got a question for you from Times Square.
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Hi, Becky. Good.
All right, I want to talk to you about Formula E. I mean, it's something that you now own, I think, 65% of. You bought the 25% stake from Warner Brothers Discovery earlier last year. It looks like it's on a phenomenal growth trajectory, 400 million fans. I know you've got 16 cities that it races in on like 4 continents, but it's also listed as like the #1 ESG sport. With this turn we've been talking about at Davos about how ESG and DEI is losing popularity in the United States. How do you market with that? What do you do? And what do you do just as majority owner at this point that you want to change and boost things?
Thank you for that question. Listen, we are very excited about Formula E. It has been net zero since day zero, and it is, a poster child for sustainability for sure. But it's also a really exciting sport. First of all, there are very few global championships, and this is, I think, the second biggest ever to be developed in the last, this century. So it's exciting to be in it, to own it, to drive it. What's happening? The cars are getting faster. Our car on the road right now beats an F1 car 0 to 60 by 30%. So that car is just going to get faster, more powerful. It's inevitable. Fans are excited about this. We have much more of a younger fan base, more female fans. And I think, look, it's a global sport. And it'd be 400 million. We need 400 million to be 800 million. And Formula One is a fantastic business. Listen, it's done incredibly well. And we think we're in a pretty good wake there. And we're excited about the future. And the teams are exciting. Porsche is exciting. McLaren, Nissan, Jaguar. These folks are in for a reason. The electric vehicle business is only going one direction. You might disagree on when or how many, but we have an exclusive for quite a long time. And in that time frame, we all own electric cars. And that's really where everybody's attention is going to be, including the manufacturers, which matters a lot.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm curious what you think is going to happen. I mean, I know it's outside of your world, sort of, but in the U.S., given the new regulatory environment,
yeah,
do you see massive consolidation happening in media? And then how does that relate back to
Well, a lot more than we had in the past, right? So I do believe that the floodgates are going to open, at least in terms of deal flow. What will get done, what won't get done, tougher question. But I do think people see a window here opening, and I think they will jump through it. And I believe it'll involve the entire sector and deals that you could probably never consider or imagine in the past. In terms of our business, we're seeing a similar opening in Europe. The UK just changed the chairman of the CMA to, apparently it'll be somebody who's more open-minded about consolidation and the importance of regulatory relief, which is really the message. And I think the European Commission will follow along. So I think there's a global trend towards regulatory relief. I think that's a good thing.
Can anybody catch up to Netflix? I mean, do they just now? It's just
yeah, I don't know. I mean, Disney will try.
Can they?
Well,
can they get close?
I think it'll be tough. I think it'll be
economics
tough.
of where.
And I think the European Commission will follow along. So I think there's a global trend towards regulatory relief. I think that's a good thing.
Can anybody catch up to Netflix? I mean, do they just now? It's just
yeah, I don't know. I mean, Disney will try.
Can they?
Well,
can they get close?
I think it'll be tough.
The
I think it'll be
economics
tough.
of where Netflix is now is just it's almost like they're in a different business.
I think it'll be tough. Although Disney has a leg up on sports, Netflix is obviously embracing sports. Amazon. So I think the sports question will be a really important one over the next 5 to 10 years. Who kind of owns that? Which is another good reason to own a sport like Formula E. So.
Okay. Mike, thank you. It's great to see you. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
We got a lot more coming up on Squawk in just a moment from Davos, Switzerland and Times Square.
In a world of uncertainty and disruption, how will your investments stay resilient? We've been navigating change for 125 years, always looking forward.